Welcome to Lucky Number Season 7! The days are hot, the nights are hotter, and Baywatch is ready to rescue you. Here's the changes we're in for. Right now we haven't lost any cast members, but I must unfortunately report that we're in the final days for Jason Simmons, Alexandra Paul, and Pamela Anderson. CJ will be exiting at the end of the season, and both Logan and Stephanie only have 4 more episodes. I know, no one's more bummed than me. But hey, you know what I'm not bummed about? Numi's been added to the opening credits! Hell yeah, dude! 7 years worth the wait! The Numi fan club rejoice! You want some new characters? Well, too bad, because you're getting them. If for some horrible reason you haven't been watching my Baywatch Nights videos, Donna will be a new face to you. If you have, then well, you knew this was coming. Nightclub/bistro owner/sugar baby Donna Marco has become a fully certified lifeguard now, so she will be a main character on not 1, but 2 shows. Yes indeed, both she and Hasselhoff will be gracing our screens from week to week. Or maybe not, depending on if they're credit only. On top of that, we have 3 more main characters added to the roster that won't be appearing in this episode. First, there's Captain Samantha Thomas, Stephanie replacement and person there to shill Baywatch products. Second is Manny Gutierrez, junior lifeguard who tends to have a lot of mood swings. And last but not least, there's Jordan Tate. Jordan was kind of a big deal at the time because Tracy Bingham was the first black lifeguard added to the main cast. She wasn't the first black cast member obviously, but she was the first added to wear a swimsuit and be sexy, unless you count the Garner shower scene. Also, she wasn't the first black lifeguard we ever saw, and arguably did even less than the other black lifeguards that had 1 or a handful of episodes. It's kind of hard to give the show too much credit when I can't tell you who Jordan is other than black, and any storyline she had almost exclusively dealt with the fact she was black. To be fair, there were a lot of main characters, especially from this point on, that I can't tell you much about, but it seems kind of wrong to give credit for doing the bare minimum in 1996. But nevertheless, she is in the opening credits. Also, I don't remember them making that big a deal about Manny Gutierrez, and I'm pretty sure he's the first Hispanic cast member, but he's not a sexy lady, so This season is also a little different, because I have some Baywatch scripts. Yes, my lovely fiancé bought me a handful of Season 7 scripts off of eBay. These were originally owned by hairstylist Barbara Minster, rescued from a moldy shed in the backyard. That's not me being a smartass, that's really where these came from. Some of these are partial, maybe for that reason. There's kind of a smell. But I found them fascinating, and if there's ever anything noteworthy, I'll try and bring it up as I go along. And yes, they did in fact script the music montages. There is no doubt about it, the surf and the action are the stars of this montage. Remember the Season 6 premiere, when Logan randomly had a new job as a fashion designer despite never displaying any interest in fashion design? Well, now Logan is a director, randomly, because of reasons.
Haven't you ever gone skinny dipping before?
Cut!
Are you kidding me? That fake shark looks as bad as the one they used on Baywatch.
Just so you know, Logan, I'm still pissed at you for cheating on me and ruining our engagement, but I'll forgive you if you make me a big star!
For the last time, Caroline, while we're on set, you have to call me Mr. Foulberg.
There's no way that shark is gonna look real. I don't care how many angles you shoot it from.
Can it, Leisure Suit Larry? I have no idea what this cartoon laugh from Neely is about, but I love it.
Okay, listen up, losers. I've had a hell of a time at my other job. It's a super interesting story that will change everything you ever thought you knew, but I will never tell it to you. Anyway, here are your tower assignments for the day.
Why does she always get the cushy assignments?
You want to talk cushy, baby?
Hey, you know, that could be interpreted as sexual harassment.
Yeah, you wish.
Any questions, comments, complaints?
Yeah, Mitch, what's the capital of Vermont?
Very funny. Montpelier, wise guy.
I don't get it.
Me neither.
This next scene drops 2 major bombs on us. Firstly, is Nights, gone?
Isn't Donna the owner of Nights?
Actually, she's the former owner.
Oh, no, baby. I love the club. And I'm gonna turn it into a real moneymaker.
This could change, but I kind of feel like outside of the Buke Brideby office, we never see the interior in season 2? I might have just forgotten it completely. Either way, the plot thickens. Now that Neely knows Donna isn't a greasy bistro owner, she then makes a pass for her.
Does she have a boyfriend?
I really hope she does, because I want to steal her away and make her my trophy wife.
I'm picking up what you're laying down, Neely, and it sounds pretty hot.
Here's Donna's butt and some random lifeguard with no lines who we'll never see again. Back to Logan's Dumb Jaws ripoff. So the mechanical shark they have, while up to Baywatch standards, is not up to Logan standards. His solution? Bring in a real shark and hold him on a flimsy line.
Logan, this seems like a really ill-thought-out plan.
Don't worry, Caroline. The chum will ensure us that this shark remains harmless. Dangerous ones hate blood.
Well, okay, I'll do it, but only because you've never done anything in the past to make me not trust you.
Psych! No way is Caroline dying before me!
Doop 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 doop. I'm gonna grow some gills and live in the sea.
Get wrecked.
Look, this monster! I wonder what this tastes like.
Okay, so at this point, Mitch has been informed that Logan let a shark loose in the bay, and now it's attacked at least 2 people he knows. In response, he does absolutely nothing, and sends his people back out into the water as usual.
We have no definitive proof that anyone has actually been attacked.
Yeah, except for those huge fucking teeth marks in Cody's board, sure.
Watch your feet, there's a lot of stingrays out there.
If you want to avoid the stingrays, it's best to grab onto the shark's fin and ride it out.
Oh no, but Dr. Shark told me everything would be okay. Just kidding, it was my stupid movie or whatever. Mitch and Caroline, who has just quit the production, show up to shut down the film, but Logan just says no, so they don't? Damn, say what you will, but this shark is a fantastic PR guy.
Oh, I bet Logan is loving all this free publicity.
If I didn't know better, I'd say he staged the whole thing himself.
I read the script, it wasn't half bad.
I hate to admit it, he's pretty talented.
Wait, so this conversation went from Logan is capitalizing on shark attacks for movie publicity to he planned these potentially deadly attacks himself to the script isn't half bad and he's super talented? There's no accounting for taste on Mitch's part, but Caroline just quit the film and spent half the episode bitching about how it's a Jaws ripoff no one will watch. Also, I don't really understand what special power Logan has over anyone, considering he's a horrible, opportunistic cheater who has endangered people's lives and has faced absolutely no consequences for any of it. He didn't even have an episode to feel bad after cheating on Caroline. Someone please explain Logan to me.
I can't find my daughter!
Did she fall off a bridge and get lost? I know all about that. I should never be trusted in the water.
Not to worry, I kidnapped her earlier to nag Donna. I mean, she was chasing a sand crab. Well, 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 looks like somebody wasn't watching the water. Maybe they should just marry Rich, somebody who's stolen a rare jade monkey recently, for example.
Oh no, I don't want to end up like Jill. I'm a character. I'll save you. You know what? I'm good actually. Yoink.
Next time, Gadget. Next time.
Not again, you damn shark! You think you can out-eat me? I'll eat you! I'll take a giant bite out of you and eat you!
Good luck!
You son of a Mitch!
Oh, my bad. That's Logan. Da-da-da.
Remember the yellow barrels in Jaws? This is the lifeguard version.
If we just repeatedly tell the audience what we're ripping off, it's okay. I'll be alright. I'm a straight presenting white guy. I'm invulnerable. Let this be a lesson to everyone. If a wild animal is doing what a wild animal does in its habitat, create hysteria in the general populace and then kill the shit out of it. Thanks, Baywatch. I'm really glad they made fun of the terrible mechanical shark and then used that exact same terrible mechanical shark as the real shark in the climax, by the way.
That's how they killed the shark in Jaws the Revenge.
What? That's not how they killed the shark in Jaws the Revenge. That's how they killed it in Jaws 1, kind of, which is the thing you've been referencing all episode. Hey Mitch, sorry about the Hell Shack thing. Sign this waiver to be in my movie?
Pay me in meat or no deal.
How would you feel if I offered you my resignation?
You've been a good lifeguard, and I don't want to lose you. But buddy, you're head someplace else.
I want to try to become a director.
And go for it.
Off the hook again. I love failing upwards. Next time on Baywatch Nights, Season 2. Things are about to get pretty spooky, folks. Nights will never be the same. After 2 creepy Baywatching Nights videos, it'll be a refreshing return to form with Baywatch proper. And what's more Baywatch than a bikini contest? Video effects and butts. We're truly living in the modern age now. And I guess it's the episode of Old Returns because here's our old friend Pervy Numi. These ladies are here to compete for Miss Malibu Beach, and while they're all running around and laying in the sun in one big pile like a group of seals, he watches wistfully. You see, he wishes he was chosen to judge the bikini contest instead of Mitch, who is also pervy today.
Well, they needed an expert. What can I say?
By the way, a Jogans are real.
What the hell isn't a Jogan?
See you around, Noomster.
It is alongside the aforementioned bikini babes that we meet Captain Samantha Thomas. That's right, after 4 seasons of just never having one, or simply mentioning Captain/Chief Thorpe in vague off-screen calls, Baywatch now has a new 1-season captain. She's played by Nancy Vallon, who was previously in Panic at Malibu Pier as Hallie. Hot damn, now they've had both of Shawnee's one-scene car friends make a triumphant return. Mitch tries to talk to the bikini babes and starts acting like a dick because someone asks for ID.
Don't you know who I am? I'm Mitch von Malibu, idiot.
I guess they didn't have any extra coverage for the scene, so they just cut to a butt in the middle of it. I don't know.
Didn't I tell you? Judges can't socialize with contestants before the pageant.
Wait, so he was just coming over, like, to creep on them? Is this really the plot of the episode? Mitch is being cock-blocked by the new captain?
The male ego is a disease.
Well, then I resign my judgeship. I no longer wish to be a judge.
I'll just make out with Ryan as a consolation prize for you wasting my time.
I'll have you know I take my bikini contest judging very seriously, like I take my job. And if you don't do it, I'll have to send in a special team of Baywatch brand militia to interview the hell out of each and every one of these girls.
I hate you, Captain No Fun.
Hire Numi, he's a great judge.
The pay-per-view people want you. They think you're cute and credible.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. A, this thing has a pay-per-view, and B, they thought Mitch was the cutest and most credible, even more so than Numi. Not possible. Meanwhile, Donna is embarrassed about her past doing bikini contests, which seems really in character for someone who regularly wears bikinis, has a sugar daddy, and seems pretty open about her sexuality. Knowing Donna, though, she probably entered the contest by accident.
The people that I work with found out I used to do bikini contests. It could hurt my credibility as a lifeguard.
Donna, the contest is being hosted and judged by your colleagues. I promise they do not care if you've done bikini contests.
What if they think I'm like a dumb blonde or something?
Meanwhile,
Wow, that wine cooler went straight to my head, but I think I'm okay to lifeguard. Logan, stop spinning, you stupid man.
What are you doing down there? Something stupid? You better not be wasting whatever screen time I have left, Caroline.
La 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 la, I'm gonna be an actress.
I can't wait to die.
in case you're curious, she's just doing some acting exercise because her overarching plot is actress now. I'm assuming because she wanted to be a Charlie's Angel. Logan is trying to get her to use some of his scripts in her acting class, and I guess he's back to being a sleazy guy. I'm not sure what we're supposed to take away from this. His character just sort of peters out of the show. I will not be discussing the approximately 40 hours of screen time this episode spends on pretentious nonsense about how the actor feels and finding your seduction, or whatever the fuck these acting scenes are. Meanwhile... I'm Jordan, I'm here now.
This rescue isn't particularly interesting, but nevertheless, it relates to my plot in this episode.
Are you, like, hitting on me?
Hitting you with what?
No, I mean, like, it's whatever.
Okay, weirdo.
Following this scene, Cody proceeds with his most ludicrous plot. You ready for this? Cody invents a boat. Cody invents a boat. Cody! The man who doesn't have 2 brain cells left in his head, but I guess he's some kind of secret genius now. I don't know, because he welded a wheelchair one time?
I was inspired to do this when I was playing with my toys in the tub, and I thought, what if there were a bigger version of this? And then I dropped it in the bubbles and I cried for a bit. Where was I? Oh yeah, and that's why we should lifeguard on the moon.
Cody's idea is to have a boat with detachable sea-doos for more efficient rescues. Samantha is apparently an idiot because she completely non-sequiturs some line in the middle about Jordan for some reason.
Hey, Jordan's an excellent lifeguard, isn't she?
Not as good as me, jerk. How about that boat, huh? I need to be in this scene for some reason.
Only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
I didn't think of it.
I will steal these blueprints for my own!
Why do you insist on being a private detective?
We're still doing this, huh? Baywatch Nights has its foot halfway out the door, but please, throw in random lines about the show that barely seems to exist in the same universe as Baywatch.
At least there I'm my own boss. I don't have someone telling me what I can or cannot do.
Except for Teague, but we don't really know what he is to us. Stupid captain, won't let me hang out with the bikini babes. I'll just hold a PI bikini contest and...
I've always had a weakness for lifeguards. Committed myself to getting my body in shape.
Well, you certainly have honored that commitment.
Are you involved with anyone at the moment?
No.
I love that this plot is just Mitch blatantly willing to sleep with women who want to get ahead in the contest he's judging. Just absolutely no morals whatsoever. Not from family man Mitch Buchanan. What would little Hobie who is with his mother think?
The male ego is a disease.
Mitch? Give me one reason why I shouldn't disqualify both of you.
Because nothing has happened that's going to influence the outcome of the contest.
She asked if you were involved with anyone, and you said no. Mitch, you were a total asswipe.
Are you questioning my integrity?
Are you involved with anyone at the moment?
No.
The male ego is a disease.
Mitch seems under the impression this lady will come back for a date after the contest, which Samantha balks at. And the only 2 options here are Mitch was totally gonna sleep with her for a vote, or he's the biggest moron in the world. Pick one. One of the contestants threatens to spill the beans about Donna's secret unless she tells Mitch to vote for her, so she opts to let him know herself.
I used to do a lot of bikini contests.
Donna, I tried to pimp you out the first day I met you. Why would you think this matters to me?
You mean you don't look down on me?
Sweetheart, I would have looked down on you regardless.
Aw, thanks, Mitch.
And now the return of Ricky Dean Logan, star of Forbidden Paradise, as host. Mitch has assured us this entire episode, flying in the face of everything we've seen and heard, that he will be an impartial judge. So let us see the man at work. What is this face?
You, Icky!
I invented a boat! And the winner is that lady Mitch was gonna sleep with! Yay! Thank God it wasn't the other lady who wanted to sway Mitch's vote.
I'm gonna sleep with her, hooray!
How can I go out with you knowing that you didn't vote for me?
What? Check the scorecard, I voted for Petra.
I'm Audrey.
Huh? Wait a minute, you can't hold not remembering your name against me.
Give it up, dude. You're like my dad's age.
Take it back!
Well, at least I got some chicks.
I hate you, Numi!
The male ego is a disease.
And Cody invented a boat montage. It's the end of the episode boat montage. Yeah.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, have you seen the movie Species? Do you want to see a really bad version of it? Baywatch Nights has you covered. X-Files theme.
Pretending we like each other.
I tell you, this is a great montage if you want to see Pamela Anderson badly playing basketball. According to IMDb, part of this episode was shot during last season to save money. I'm gonna guess it's during the Pamela Anderson plot, but I don't know for sure. It was a little less obvious than the episode where they pasted together out-of-order storylines and magically de-aged children. And speaking of which, the other plot of this episode features fan favorites Connor and JB.
One ear or two?
Oh, forget the ear, man. Get your belly button.
Oh, maybe an eyebrow.
Or no, get your tongue.
You should get your lips pierced together.
Okay, so you might be noticing some changes since the last time we saw everyone. Gone are the innocent tweens of yesteryear, as Hobie and pals have begun their slow transformation into Shane McMahon and the Mean Street Posse. Facial hair has been grown, voices have dropped. Hobie has at long last gotten a haircut. And, as you can tell by these stellar lines, JB has gotten some piercings, and Hobie is eager to get some of his own. But lest he forget, this is Mitchell Buchanan Beach.
I don't care what my dad says.
Oh, come on, Hobie.
Everyone cares what your dad says.
Man, ever since the show lost eyebrows, I've been thinking we were missing a Xerox copy Eddie. But who's that over the horizon? Deputy Manny, reporting for duty, sir!
How old are you? 17?
No. Jose Solano was 25. You're telling me he's supposed to be only a year older than Hobie? Get out of here. Being a mere 17 years old, he must join the junior lifeguards if he wants to become part of the Von Malibu family. You know, just saying he looks a little old for junior lifeguards and then sticking him next to actual children doesn't help us suspend our disbelief, Baywatch. After a misunderstanding, Hobie tries to rescue Manny during a training exercise and pisses him off. That is because Manny has two personality traits, gee willikers and angry.
Manny swim faster underwater. Hobie will pay for unearned save.
As if that isn't enough, now Hobie has to deal with flack from old man Mitch. Hobie didn't even want to be part of junior lifeguards this year, but now he's got to teach Manny how to not kill himself.
I don't want to be a lifeguard anymore, Dad. I just want to get piercings and play Street Fighter 2.
Oh yeah? Well, do you think my frog hybrid girlfriend wanted to blow up, or do you think she wanted to live? Sometimes life isn't fair, Hobster.
No one's called Hobie the Hobster since he was 12 except you.
Well, humiliating my son is the one thing that brings me joy, and forgive me for wanting to hold on to that when I just lost my frog hybrid girlfriend to an explosion.
Hello, Mitch. Heard about your dead frog hybrid girlfriend. Tough break, huh? If only someone had a map to a secret location of a frog hybrid resurrection serum for a small price.
Save it for nights, Neely. I can't believe I had to add Frog Lady to my dead girlfriend shelf.
Hey, sorry about rescuing you earlier, man.
It's cool, I'm already over it.
Really? That was fast?
Yeah, my moods come and go.
That sounds like a chemical imbalance, dude.
What you say to me?
Hey bro, ready to make your dad totally lose it?
Whatever's happening, I want in. Time to reuse a bunch of montage footage. Ice cream creeps. Now he's back. Upon arriving at the tattoo/piercing place, Hobie begins to have some reservations about the whole thing.
Doesn't it hurt?
No, not at all. Actually, it's really cool.
Awesome, let's do it.
Connor said he went to the tattoo parlor in Venice.
This is the exact same thing that happened to my frog hybrid girlfriend before she exploded.
Hobster!
Hobster, remember how we used to have more of these touching father-son beach walks? Well, you're getting older now, and a piercing won't help you cling to your fleeting youth. I want to take this time to remind you that I have a test tube with Hobie 4 or 5 waiting in it just in case you defy me. And this time around, I'm thinking of throwing in some frog DNA in memory of my frog hybrid girlfriend who exploded. Anyway, to make a long story short, you adopt a dog and you're dead to me in a very literal way. As in, I'll murder you! I'll kill you, Hobster, you hear me?
Yeah, I passed my junior lifeguard test. Pretty good for a mere child. Where'd my facial hair go? I don't know. Meanwhile, CJ meets an old man with a cart full of rags. Crazy Old Man is played by Jack Donner, who hadn't acted for 20 years and apparently decided to make his big comeback on Baywatch. He played a Romulan once. This is Max Morat, and these aren't just any old rags. They're pieces of movie costumes, saved from his better days working in old Hollywood. And now he lugs them around on a cart, shoving them at unwilling passerby, like a true artist. He gives one to CJ, but according to Logan, this guy is full of crap. Even I don't know why I'm still here. Well, see you in my latest episode, CJ.
I'm credit only in that one.
Cool, I'm just gonna go fuck myself then. Why does he take her rag away from her and just throw it away? What an asshole. So is Max Morat really an old costume designer, or just a crazy old man? CJ wants to believe he's genuine, but if she can't trust advice from Logan, who can she trust?
Logan said he was a nutcase.
Maybe you are. Maybe one day you'll find yourself walking down the beach drooling and muttering, I was almost an Olympian.
Thanks for the confidence in my future, CJ.
You know, it seems like the last 10 years of my life have been a total waste.
I'll stick by you no matter what.
Cody is interested in CJ's old man thing or whatever, but also he's got a business plan. You know things are off to a bad start when the words Cody and business plan are used in the same sentence. He wants to partner up with Neely to create a water show spectacular as a fallback after he becomes at Olympics and everything. I don't know why Neely wants in on this at all, but Cody doesn't seem that confident in the whole thing to begin with.
You and Sneely? Partners? In what?
In a business. It's a great idea.
You and Neely?
I know, it's crazy. It was her idea.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea.
Your main plot this episode is figuring out the authenticity of a bunch of scrap pieces. Shut up. Speaking of which, CJ develops an unlikely friendship with the Ragman. They talk about times long gone, crush muffins in their hands, and make crappy music videos. After so many years, someone has finally shown this misunderstood genius some kindness. A kindness only seen in the gentle heart of Casey Jean Parker. Anyway, he's dead.
This sucks. How do I turn this old man's death into a win?
His legacy was left to me, leave to you.
What's that strange guitar playing hobo? He left me something? Woohoo! I'm rich!
Hey guys, is this a reference to something? Was there a movie that came out around this time that had this in it? It's kind of lost on me if it was.
Anyway, turns out it wasn't that much, and CJ gave the money away to some homeless shelters. Neely is disappointed she won't be able to invest in her water show idea, which I guess isn't happening now? I don't know.
Oh, Neely!
Did I even care about this? Oh well. Let this be a lesson to you, Hopester. Don't even think about being kind to an eccentric old man like CJ, you got me?
Call back to Hobie and Mitch's secret handshake, and Mitch has learned no lessons about letting go of the past. We're out! Next time on Baywatch Nights, are you a fan of oil rigs? Do you like the movie The Blob? Well, you'll probably still be bored. Don't be jelly! Baywatch knows what the people want. More Sexy Mitch and Mighty Ducks tie-ins. Not necessarily in the same plot, it's spread out so that there's something for everyone. I know very little about hockey and even less about street hockey, but that is indeed the montage we are watching. And in case this means anything to you, there is an appearance by hockey agent Pat Brisson in this episode. Is this him? I can only guess. From the street hockey montage featuring no one we know, they completely non sequitur into the Baywatch Lifeguard Bachelor auction. An audience made up of entirely thin, beautiful young models is bidding on Numi, which is where the realism of this episode begins and ends. Look at him posing. This is a big moment for him. He hasn't had this much acting to do since he had that plot about a pack rat. He rakes in a respectable $600, but this will not do when Mitch Von Malibu is in the vicinity. Mitch, however, has been roped into this by stupid Captain Jerkass. He was fine with sponsoring a bikini contest, but auctioning off men?
There's gotta be a much more dignified way of raising money.
Please, my body isn't for sale. If anything, these ladies owe me free dates because of how heroic and humble I am.
You are the main attraction.
Okay, calm down, Baywatch.
Get your checkbooks ready because the next Baywatch Bachelor will not come cheap.
A fixture on the beach since he was 17. A man who truly personifies what being a lifeguard is all about. One of the nicest guys you ever wanted. Mr. Baywatch himself, Mitch Buchanan!
$1,000. $1,200. $1,300. $1,500. $1,600. $2,000. $2,100. $2,200. $2,200. $2,500. $3,500. $3,600. $4,000. $4,100. $4,500. $46,000. $5,000.
That's right, Mitch von Malibu is worth a cool $5,000, as the German title of this episode indicates. It's a good thing this rich lady in green won and not the woman with the dog in her lap, or there would be hell to pay at this here lifeguard bachelor auction. This is Hunter Tylo of the Bold and the Beautiful fame. I added this info in just for you, soap fans, and now she's out of the episode. Anyway, the woman who won is socialite Alicia Hancock, and she simply can't resist the charm of a man who just survived an exploding oil rig. And for someone so huffy about taking part in this auction, Mitch sure turns on the smarm when he realizes that of the 100% audience of models, the person who won was attractive.
Ryan's gonna be so jealous.
Who?
No one you'll ever meet.
Meanwhile, street hockey again. Things are pretty boring until someone gets comically pushed over.
A street hockey accident? Seriously? Do you know how many episodes I have left and this is how you waste my time?
I don't know if this helps, but I invented a boat.
Shut up and get in the truck, six-pack.
The dude's got some broken ribs and a punctured lung. This sure doesn't seem like the coolest game on Earth.
Wow, this seems like the coolest game on Earth.
These are the Dockweiler?
They're from Dockweiler. Dirtiest players on the beach.
I really, truly don't understand what they're saying, but the important thing is that they are the bad guy street hockey players, and the other team is the good guy street hockey players. And the leader bad guy hockey player is Vincent McHale, who plays just a little too rough for this street.
Oh yeah, typical evil street hockey players. I've seen it 100 times. Have you tried murdering them?
Vincent wants to eliminate the competition before the NHL Breakout Tournament, which was an event they hosted in the 90s to early 2000s when roller hockey was at its peak popularity. And the good guy team is out unless they can find a replacement for that useless punctured lung idiot. Hockey Boy seeks out Cody's assistance, as someone who didn't even know what the NHL Breakout Tournament was and has not expressed having any hockey or even skating abilities.
Hey lifeguard, you just gonna sit here and lifeguard or are you gonna hockey? Question, can I eat the puck? No. Question, will snacks be provided? We have Capri Suns. Deal.
Sup, Pex? You wanna fight? Gonna cry? Wanna call for mama? Oh wait, you can't because you're an orphan. Does that make you sad you're an orphan? No mama to cry to? Well, suck it up, Buttercup. Life's only gonna get harder when I'm through with you.
I've been in the boat.
Yeah.
Tournament time! I guess the skaters are cosplaying as NHL teams, and Cody has become part of the Mighty Ducks, which is all I've ever wanted. Meanwhile, the bad guy team is the one with the racist logo. It's okay though, because Vincent is native, I guess.
Haagen-Dazs! Hey Cody, watch me hit the puck better than Stephanie!
Yeah, way to go, loser. You play hockey like Cody's dead parents.
Stop outshining me, Stephanie!
Go cry to the Olympic dropout.
Caroline's just mad Stephanie is still engaged and she isn't. But maybe if there's time, she can get with another abusive asshole?
You're holding the stick, Ross.
Wow, what a dreamboat!
I think he's cute.
The fact he punctured a guy's lungs really appeals to me!
Meanwhile, Mitch plot. Alicia is disappointed that Mitch has a smaller boat than she expected. Mitch, as always these days, immediately begins to check out.
No, my yacht's in the shop. I'm just borrowing this boat for the day. I hope you're not too disappointed.
Undeterred by his smelly caveman boat, Alicia then suggests they just go to a motel room.
Please, I'm not just some piece of red meat, which I don't eat a lot of.
One might wonder why this particular lifeguard is a constant snack for young, wealthy models, and I do not have the answer. I also don't know why he acts so horny and then turns down her advances. Maybe as someone who recently lost his frog hybrid girlfriend to an explosion, his heart is still raw and he might not be ready for any commitments.
You're so nautical.
What?
See you on the beach.
The island picnic of cheese on a paper plate and suspiciously placed Adidas sneakers is a go. I mean, but it really does look gross. I don't blame Alicia in the slightest. Which is weird, because if there's anyone who knows food, it's definitely Mitch Buchanan.
How dare you reject my deli meats from catering? I'm an honorary samurai!
Despite both of them being annoyed at each other, she's still hitting on Mitch? Like, guys, you don't have to try so hard. David Hasselhoff isn't going to rapidly age into a skeleton if he doesn't have a sexy lady hanging on him every episode.
The food! It's okay! It's a little sandy, it's still good, it's still good!
As far as dates go, this is below average, and things are about to go from bad to worse when Mitch notices that their boat is floating away thanks to his shit job with the anchor. Welp, they're stranded because they too saw the 70s version of Swept Away. And help better show up soon because the food blew into the sand and Mitch is getting hungry.
I don't think we're gonna make it through the night.
Anyway, hockey! All the important countries have been represented. The USA and the NHL.
I hope punctured lung asswipe wins!
I thought Stephanie was worried about the beach being busy this weekend and Cody switching around his schedule in that scene I dubbed over. But she and Caroline can come to the game. I see how it is.
You done marinating yet?
Heh. I heard from Logan you have basically no standards whatsoever.
He would be correct.
I'm such a cool bad boy.
I can't wait to fix him.
Yay! I'm gonna be a Hockey Olympics! And 2 unasked for on-the-mouth kisses? Who made the real hockey foul, Cody? And speaking of weird creeps, how are things going with Mitch? I tell ya, Hasselhoff really mastered the art of conveying emotion through eating, as seen here as he angrily takes a bite out of a peach.
If I don't get to eat, then nobody gets to eat!
Oh, she has made a fatal error.
I'm so gonna eat you!
So you must have had some kind of adventure.
Knowing this could be the start of a beautiful friendship.
What?
Next time on Baywatch Nights.
Mitch gets struck by lightning and develops a psychic connection with an alien boy. More intrusive product placement ensues. Adidas! One of the many failures of Baywatch Nights Season 2, aside from it existing at all, is that perhaps they went a little too full-on, half-assed into the world of aliens, supernatural phenomena, and general dumbfuckery. It is confusing, it is wordy, and it is dense in both meanings of the word. Perhaps they gave it too much plot, said the writer of this week's episode of Baywatch proper. So, in order to balance things out, they decided to center an entire episode around all of the B-plots that were deemed too thin to carry an episode by itself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Meanwhile, the episode. Here's some noteworthy casting in this exercise in complete pointlessness. This episode features appearances from TV legend Howard Morris, former football player Willie Gault, and a young Naya Rivera. And, quite unfortunately, the return of old annoyance Jeff Altman as his fourth character. We last saw him 3 seasons ago when I had really bad audio, and yet somehow that was not enough distance to completely get away from his stink. And you think he was terrible before, but this isn't even his final form. The episode jumps from plot to plot in short and increasingly meaningless ways, but I'm gonna streamline things a little bit and focus on one at a time. Even then, this is gonna feel like even more non sequiturs than usual. First, a random music video of Shaggy singing In the Summertime. No one from the Baywatch show is in it, but as Mitch's last-minute ADR assures us, they're filming the music video in-universe.
For starters, we have 3 monster reggae stars shooting a video.
This is never brought up again. On to plot 2. Oh, fuck. Well, might as well get this one over with. This is by far the most substantial plot, and it unfortunately features Jeff Altman. He plays Secret Service agent Dudley Dawson, who Captain Thomas introduces to Mitch excitedly. You see, a terrible Bill Clinton stand-in is going to be taking a jog on the beach, and Dawson wants to ensure that nothing goes awry. As Jeff Altman is present, things have already gone horribly wrong. For some reason, this special agent has to go through the captain to talk to a lieutenant about this? Oopfie. Throughout the day, Mitch is treated to Jeff Altman's side-busting character acting. Oh, what he won't do for a laugh. No, seriously, what is he actually doing that's supposed to be funny? Mitch gets mad and just, tells this guy he can't hang out with him anymore. Captain Thomas, meanwhile, is a bystander there to snicker at Mitch's jokes. It's not like she's his superior or anything. And here he is, a guy who doesn't look very much like Bill Clinton in a saxophone shirt, so you know he's Bill Clinton, jogging alongside our hero Mitch Buchanan, who somehow has the rest of the day off on the busiest day in the world so he can jog next to the president. It's weird seeing Mitch next to him without mime makeup on. Only on Baywatch is a visit from the President of the United States just an aside in an episode entirely made up of nothing plots. But I bet Shaggy was pissed that Clinton interrupted his music video. A beachgoer finds a stupid toy in the sand and thinks it's a bomb. Somebody alert the team that Mitch and the President are in danger.
If you ever get to Washington, we'll run my route.
Thanks, pal. Hey, when you get back, can you do something about all those aliens? If you'd shown up on the beach last week, you might have gotten struck by magic lightning. It was real weird.
Plot 3. Pamela Anderson's boobs. Also, Caroline's birthday. It is hot. A scorcher, you could say.
Give me that spatula, CJ. It's time for me to fan off my breasts.
Caroline asks CJ if there's anything special about today, but CJ doesn't seem to know that this is when everyone remembers the birth of Princess Caroline.
This is Stephanie's fault somehow. She'd better wait at least 8 more episodes before she dies, because I don't want people thinking about her death on my birthday!
Of all people, Caroline seems to think Neely will care about her birthday, and that one I have to say is on her.
Anything interesting, exciting going on tonight?
Well, I'm casting a few spells on Mitch's detective agency, but other than that, pretty average evening. Plot 4. Manny helps lost kids look for their parents.
And a 7-year-old boy who insists his name is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Acting is not required. Plot 5. Cody holding a bag. I'm holding a bag! Cody is being audited by the IRS because he does not know what the IRS audits or taxes are. He has come prepared with a sack full of candy.
May I examine your tax receipts for last year?
Plot 6. Unruly Wave Runner TMs. These douchebags insist on being dicks in the water, so the heat is on. Cody may not understand taxes at all, but he invented a boat specifically so they can dock jet skis in the back and transport victims to the shore in a safer manner, which means it's perfect for an action chase scene. See, they thought they could get away by splitting up, but this boat is made up of 2 jet skis, a can of Axe body spray, and 1 Numi, so the joke's on them. Look at Numi majestically split off from the back and make chase. This is what life is all about.
You should learn how to listen.
This is completely unnecessary in relation to the nature of their crime, but wonderful nonetheless. Hooray, I did my taxes! Plot 7. CJ has a root canal. CJ is numbed up for the procedure, but uh-oh, she gets paged into work. No time to finish now, there's comedy to be had. Presumably, she'll have to supervise that music video that's being filmed on the beach in some dimension away from everyone else.
Are you out here, boy? What?
Plot 8. Yet another beach birth. Plot 9. There's a man's head in the trash can. Oh my god!
There's a man's head in the trash can!
Well, this is tonal whiplash! It's okay, it's just a homeless guy. You think Famous Amos and Gatorade enjoyed having their product placement next to a severed head in the garbage? Sure. Anyway, the guy goes to take a naked shower, and this lady behind Caroline jump cuts some sunglasses onto her face in shock.
You live in trash cans. You take showers on the beach, and you know what? I feel sorry for myself because I think everyone forgot my birthday.
At least I'm not as big a loser as you. Thanks for helping me find some perspective, you failure.
Plot 10. Jordan actually has a plot. In an earnest attempt at showing the importance of representation while simultaneously featuring a character they use very little, a small girl is in awe of seeing a black lifeguard on the beach. Yes, when she grows up, she too can be on a lifeguard show and say 2 lines on a good day.
You see, my daughter didn't realize that she could grow up and become a lifeguard until today. Until she saw you.
That's so awesome. Well, while I'm inspiring people, you should know that you can also grow up to win the Surreal Life Fame Games. I think I'll just do Glee. There's also Celebrity Paranormal Project. Actually, I don't want to be inspired by you anymore. Right on. Plot 11, an insane man?
Hey girls! I'm going to Canada!
Please hit Jeff Altman, please hit Jeff Altman, please hit Jeff Altman, please hit Jeff Altman. Hobie literally hops into the episode.
Did you see that guy?
Plot 12, Neely wants to eat a sandwich.
Come to me, you gorgeous sandwich, you.
Alas, she went to the bathroom in a porta potty, and vessels for human poops were just not made to withstand her fiery toilet bombs. Things become dire when a small child holds her lunch hostage. Not since season 1 have we had such a distressing sandwich-based story. You have made a powerful enemy this day. Plot 13, boobs and a beach thief. During a montage almost entirely made up of B-roll they shot in 1989, said beach thief tries to steal from Hobie's bag. Numi, still high on adrenaline from tackling that guy on a Wave Runner TM earlier, gets ready to take this guy to Clown Town. During the commercial break, he and Toby run him through a meat grinder. In one day, Numi had a boat chase, stopped a beach thief, and protected beachgoers from a supposed bomb meant for the president. To anyone but Numi, this might be monumentous, but for him, it was Tuesday.
We got a boat fire. Multiple victims, 6 or 7 kids in the water.
Not on my birthday!
Surprise!
Yeah!
Next time on Baywatch Nights, you know the movie The Craft? Well, Baywatch Nights is gonna make the crap. It's magical. This episode of Baywatch aired on October 28, so happy Halloween everyone! And what better way to celebrate than with MTV's Beachblast? MTV's Beachblast was, as far as I can tell, created solely for this episode of Baywatch. The only other Beachblast I can find is 2 pay-per-views from WCW in 1992 and 1993. There was a show on MTV from 1994 to 1996 called Sandblast with roughly the same format, and while Beachblast wasn't real, it is hosted by various MTV VJs from the time, including, unfortunately, our second appearance of Jenny McCarthy. But this time she's playing herself, so there's more reason to hate her. For the first time this season, we've hit an episode I have a script for, or at least a partial script. I only have a couple of scene inserts, but some things are of note. One is that both inserts are labeled MTV Beachblast, while the final episode title leaves the MTV part out. Probably because wherever they syndicated the show, they didn't want to advertise a rival network. Also, this opening scene where Cody and Numi stop a couple of purse snatchers was something inserted after shooting had begun or was completed. I'm going to assume this was to show off another mode of cool beach transportation, as the script tells me this is the Sonic Jet. As far as I can tell, it seems to be a fancy Wave Runner TM with hoses attached. This scene could easily also just be because, as usual, they were running short on time. The last insert I have is a revision where Mitch encounters a team raising some money to compete in the Special Olympics. This is labeled the shooting script, so you can tell by comparing this to the final scene how much improvisation is coming from Hasselhoff. The lines are loosely the same, but not really. But in all fairness to Hasselhoff, he did make it sound a little better. He sees the kids watching some MTV and is inspired to call up old friend Jenny McCarthy for some assistance. But in the draft I have, he just waltzes over, sees they're raising money, and says,
"You need to spread the word, fast. You need people, a lot of people. You need exposure. You need
an idea.
My friend Jenny."
In the end, it's still a stupid plot point that's just repeating what happened in that other Special Olympics episode, except Mitch's old friend is now an anti-vax idiot. But it's interesting to see how loosely Hasselhoff decided to interpret his lines. Mitch also seems confused as to what they're raising money for specifically, but his spirit is in the right place.
We're trying to get sponsors so these athletes can compete in the Special Olympics.
We're trying to raise some money and bring awareness to the program.
So anyway, that's where we are in the episode. Mitch just casually calls up Jenny McCarthy for some help, despite seemingly not recognizing what MTV is, and somehow Jenny McCarthy is able to pull some strings with MTV after a 2-second phone call, despite just being a host on their network.
We're gonna be on MTV! Yeah!
And just like that, MTV is putting on a competition called Beachblast, a test of athletic skill between the MTV Beach House VJs and the Baywatch lifeguards. All of the money raised by their sponsors will go to the athletes in the Special Olympics, and, I guess according to Mitch's phone call earlier, raise awareness or something. Anyway.
Hey kids, the joke about me being anti-vax in my last episode of Baywatching has sure aged well now that we have a COVID-19 vaccine and we're in year 3 of a pandemic. These comedy videos will always be marked with tragedy when people look back at them, forever knowing they were recorded during an avoidable mass trauma. MTV!
MTV sure works fast, because not only is the Beachblast competition set up already, this is a week-long set of programming? One of the VJs is Simon Rex from the Scary Movie franchise, and of course, the Oscar award-winning film Karate Dog. Cool stuff! And here's our Baywatch MTV Dream Team: Mitch, Numi, Cody, Jordan, and Donna. Simon Rex made some vague threat against CJ, but we all know Pamela Anderson isn't going to show up in this plot. In the back of the truck, we also have recurring lifeguard Chris, and the credits tell me Crush is in this episode, but I think she's just at the end, so I'm not sure who this is. Crush is someone I haven't mentioned before, but she's definitely been around. I'm getting better at remembering the randos we see on the show as the years go by. Speaking of which, if you watch Baywatch from the beginning, you can make a Where's Waldo game out of spotting Deborah Schwartz. Also, Chris isn't in any other scenes after this intro.
Welcome to MTV's Beachblast, Mitch Buchanan. Tell the audience a little something about yourself.
Well, Jenny, the other day I electrocuted a guy to death in my friend's apartment after he was possessed by demons. Now I'm ready to totally cream the MTV VJs in the ultimate beach battle.
Everyone does seemingly improvised TV-safe tough talk, saying how the MTV VJs don't stand a chance. And Numi, adorably, is the only one who calls them DJs.
I'm Numi, and I'm gonna hate to see parts of DJ all over the beat.
Meanwhile, CJ, Caroline, and Cody, the Triple C's as they're commonly referred to, are having dinner together. CJ is serving up some pickled eel, which no one else seems that into. As we know from season 5, CJ isn't into smoked eel, but I guess pickled eel is fine. Anyway, this pickled eel is meant to butter Caroline up, because CJ and Cody dropped the bomb that Cody just got evicted from his place and he's moving in. Turns out you can't pay rent with Monopoly money.
We could split everything 3 ways.
3 ways? Wait, does Stephanie not live there anymore?
Stephanie did this! I don't want a boy to live here with his stupid man problems.
Why? I still have that sea lion in the bathroom and you never complain about that.
I thought that was Stephanie!
Does that mean I have to wait for the sea lion to pee? Because I've been holding it in forever.
You always do this, CJ! You're always replacing my overbearing sister with a sea lion!
Hey Caroline, can I have a pickled eel? It'll really help me beat those MTV VJs.
This leads into an argument about various things Caroline and CJ do that annoy each other. Mainly, CJ is a little bit messy, and Caroline is a neat freak. Everyone who recalls Stephanie and CJ's infamous salt fight will know that they had the same argument, as Caroline is doomed to follow in her sister's footsteps. The Cody moving in surprise is left unaddressed after that, I guess because the cat fight was more important. Anyway, some random hang gliders want to crash MTV's Beachblast?
Crashing a TV show? Prime time.
Nothing to do but do it.
Oh no! This will surely lead to disaster, and the ensuing rescue will be caught on the MTV cameras.
Hey, there's no hang gliding off these cliffs. Hey, sorry, officer, we didn't know.
Or not?
Mitch? Hi.
Ugh, what do you want?
I'll save you all the suspense. It turns out humble Mitch once rescued MTV VJ Adalis DeLeon when she was a child, and she drew him some fan art. This gives the show an opportunity for Mitch to comment on how her boobs grew since she was 14.
14-year-old girl with braces and a body like an ironing board.
Well, some things do change.
Truly small world we live in. Anyway, beach games for kids.
Oh no, I can't swim!
Just listen to this stunning commentary. This is a truly Olympic-level battle of athletic wit.
Get him in the butt! That's right! Oh god, he got her in the butt!
Everyone's getting each other in the butt for the Special Olympics. Is this dumb? Yes. But sometimes, as I have learned over the years, it's fine to watch people do very stupid things for a good cause. Keep getting everyone in the butt, Baywatch. We should all take note. I also would like to point out that this episode aired the same year Michael Newman won the National Ironman Championship. During the Giant Gloves boxing, the extra in the red bikini is an uncredited Marlise Andrada, who also previously appeared somewhere in the bikini contest 4 episodes ago. I mention this because she is noteworthy for being completely unnoteworthy, as will become clear when she is added to the main roster next season. Oh, I can just hear the sound of millions of viewers holding their breath for the premiere of Skylar, Baywatch's most important character. Anyway, Cody and CJ are moving his things in, and it's a very cold October. Caroline still isn't happy with the arrangement.
Well, if it isn't my 2 yellow-bellied roommates. There's only room for one of us in this here apartment. We draw pistols at dawn.
The scene ends with Cody checking out Caroline's underwear. The whole thing is weird. Cheese and crackers! It's Rando Lifeguard versus the big-boobed lady I'm told is named Cat on Duluce. I'm glad we get to see a competition with these 2 randos, whilst Mitch is suspiciously absent from about 90% of the MTV plot. I'm also pretty certain this is the only place you'll see footage of Donna D'Errico stepping on Simon Rex's head, so hey, get in on this action. The Baywatch lifeguards have had a wide lead this whole time, and at no point has it even been close, but let's see who won.
The winner is Baywatch! Yeah!
Hooray! Give me my medal, Special Olympics losers!
But wait, maybe that hang gliding scene wasn't a complete waste of time? Just kidding, it still was.
What's going on? Can some MTV DJs help?
Meanwhile, CJ is watching Eddie's Gilligan's Island dream sequence on TV?
Yes, I'm Gilligan, you were right. It's a lot bigger inside than it is outside.
I didn't dub that in. What in the world?
I became an MTV Olympics today. Basketball!
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch and Ryan are stuck in a haunted time travel brothel cabin thing. Can Destiny's ghost help them out? Or are they doomed? Boo! Baywatch, Baywatch, Baywatch. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding and ask me if you can have another wrestler on the show? My hands are tied. I must fulfill this request. But remember what good old Aesop said. Be careful what you wish for, lest it come true. You'll get your wrestler, but it's gonna be Shawn Michaels, and it's gonna be really unsatisfying. Enjoy it, ya mooks. Yes, get super hyped. In his first acting role, not playing himself, wrestler Shawn Michaels plays a mobster heavy named Vinny in this episode. This is also revolving around a CJ plot, teaming him up with Pamela Anderson once again a year after they appeared together at the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania 11. It feels like it's been a long time since CJ has had any plot of significance that didn't involve some random dude she met. In fact, I'm struggling to think of the last time there was an A-plot about her at all. And considering this doesn't really have a B-plot, I think this is significant for both her and the show as a whole. Not only that, they've remembered she grew up in Vegas, which I don't think has been brought up since that revelation about her being a recovering gambling addict in season 3. Unless you count Caroline being an asshole to her in the Charlie's Angels episode.
Miss Gamblers Anonymous over here.
This is also the episode where you will hear her called Casey Jean the most, and remember that that's what CJ stood for. Anyway, you know what CJ loves even more than gambling? Ugg boots!
This trend will never be dated.
On a very, very crappy looking day, CJ tells Cody she's got a romantic date planned for them tonight while Caroline is away.
The candles, the music, the sexy dress? I mean, what's going on here?
Who should happen along but the ultimate ruiner of dates, a child stuck in an underwater cave set.
You can go in, Cody. I don't want to get my hair wet.
I mean, the boob situation, it's... Okay, I know this is par for the course for Baywatch. I don't know if it's the combination of that and the silly boots, but sometimes it just kind of hits ya. Anyway, Vegas! Deborah Schwartz sighting, bingo!
And me, Shawn Michaels.
Alongside him is his boss, mobster Tony Blanton, played by David Groh. He too had a history with Pamela Anderson, as he was a recurring character on the show VIP. You will be shocked to find out, he played a mobster. Anyway, Tony has a girlfriend, Shelly Sands, played by Connie Stevens. He sees her as his good luck charm, but when he loses some money gambling, Shelly is warned that she just might disappear now that she's outrun her usefulness. Unclear this entire episode if she was aware she was dating an obvious mobster. Shawn Michaels threatens her, and it's scary?
Miss Sands, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much?
The comedy music tells us something amusing is happening when Shelly finds a secret floppy disk in their suite. This contains incriminating information regarding his unreported winnings at the casino, and I'm not really sure why he has a floppy disk with this information, but whatever. If she has this info, she isn't going to be disappearing anytime soon. Yoink! Cue the laughs! Can Shawn Michaels open a door without a cut to help him? This question is left unanswered.
Saving little kids from underwater caves turns me on.
I love you, Neely.
Surprise, it's CJ's mom.
You have a mom?
So, that's Mom.
Yep.
This Baywatch episode seems under the impression that just the presence of CJ's mom on screen is hilarious. The music is in overdrive.
Mom, can you tone it down?
Hey, have you two seen my special serial killer fire axe? I swear I left it in my tower yesterday.
You did not tell me about all these handsome hunks you have in your life.
Please, ma'am, I'm young enough to be your son.
I've covered my arms in the scene, the perfect disguise. 20 seconds was long enough.
Let the walking contest begin!
Hey!
A lifeguard, I'm out of here!
By now, CJ is starting to notice her mom is acting weirder than normal. It just isn't like her to walk awkwardly with a wrestler on the beach. CJ is so worried about this, she's actually doing things and appearing in lots of scenes and stuff.
CJ, did you just come into my office to play more comedy music?
No, I also came in here to style my hair.
I feel like a single parent with 2 children, except for one's my mother and the other's my boyfriend.
What did Cody do? I mean, we know he absolutely is a giant child, but specifically in this episode, all he did was rescue a kid and make out with you. Shelly is introducing herself to all of the rando recurrents. Ledge, run, crush, embarrassing. I guess Tony decided after the attempted kidnapping failed, he was just gonna call lifeguard headquarters and ask for her?
Mitch, can I have a few minutes with my mom, please? I need to have a little talk.
Oh, just take over my office and move into my house and adopt my useless son, why don't you? Psh, women.
Mom, did you steal an incriminating floppy disk from your mobster boyfriend again? What are you getting so uptight about? This has only happened twice. If anyone's going to be getting with crappy men around here, it's me. Well, at least you weren't threatening me with bodily harm.
Should I give you the Reader's Digest version? All of it. Or I'm gonna break your legs.
That's messed up.
I can't believe CJ's mom is actually forcing her to, do stuff in this show.
I love you, sir.
Thanks, babe. That's earned you another sexy vest.
Listen to me, you goon. I want you to stay away from my mom.
I'm a genie.
Yay! It's the needlessly reveal everything we know to the mobsters who will attempt to kill us dance.
Mitch is gone, full loafer. What's more embarrassing about this apparent double date between CJ, Cody, Mitch, and CJ's mom? The fact Mitch could be CJ's new dad, or that she used to have a forbidden fruit kind of thing for him?
Yeah, awkwardly avoiding a panty shot.
Your mom is nuts, just like you, CJ.
Can I bring her to school tomorrow?
Murder time.
How could this happen? We told them to do the opposite of this.
Stunt double fight! CJ Double and younger mom are getting in some good hits on Mobster Guy. And it's Cody versus Shawn Michaels for the complete dumbass championship belt.
I'm a lifeguard. I'm allowed to drown indiscriminately. You think I haven't killed before? Watch Baywatch Nights.
And I guess, our heroes win.
This is a serious plot now. Don't you make me fake cry, Mom. My acting was actually pretty decent this episode. Don't you worry about me. I'll be sure to come visit real soon. Yeah, right, Mom. Everyone knows you're never going to be seen or mentioned again.
All the while you were growing up, it was just you and me, remember?
You know, my grandfather was a dealer in a casino. I mean, I've been playing blackjack with him since as far back as I can remember. I always pretended I was fair. I'd make my hair really big, and then I'd jump it at my brother, and I'd go, hold it, little leg.
You and me and my grandpa and brother, right? Who? Next time on Baywatch.
It's the sequel you've all been waiting for. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner Part 2, featuring Phelan and the boys from OSW. Happy days are here again. Again!
On an all-new Baywatch.
Hi, sweetheart. Mom!
Look who's popping in on CJ.
So, that's Mom.
Yep. Fasten your seatbelt.
But this visit is no vacation.
Vinny!
Because when she reveals her past,
I got involved with Mr. Wrong.
they both could be history.
Take care of Shelly and her daughter. Make it look like an accident.
Connie Stevens guest stars.
Mom!
On an all-new Baywatch.
Okay, fantastic. I will try my best not to hot dog and grandstand. That's a lie. I'll try my best to be good.
That ain't gonna happen. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for this. Thank you guys for doing this with us.
Oh my god. Last time I had so much fun, and it's actually one of my favorite shows. I
Really?
love it.
Oh, man.
It's fucking great.
Oh, it's so great to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was great. I had a great time with you guys.
And I've actually gotten loads of people telling me, dude, we never heard of you guys until you went on this show, and now we're fans of both shows. It's amazing.
Aw, that's great.
So yeah, it's really,
I'm sure
really cool.
you guys got us more fans than the other way around, but that's awesome. All right, well, you guys ready to get started?
Yeah, let's do
the rock.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to a very special Baywatching. I'm really excited. I got some special guests with me this evening. First of all, Phelan, hi.
I'm not that special.
Oh, okay. Not so special guest, Phelan. You excited to talk about Baywatch?
I sure am.
Well, me too, and I'm very excited about our other special guest this evening. Once again, hot dogging, grandstanding, the boys from OSW Review.
Woo! I thought we'd be better. We'd be better about that. Well, hello, it's your boys, your cartoon pals, your favorite Irish boys from OSW back for round 2 in the pool with Allison and Phelan. It's the sizzle and steak, J. Hutter and V1.
Was the crack?
Oh man, my main thing here is like, I'm not the main host, so it's like I can faff around as much as I want. Like if I wanted to be like a bumpkin, if I wanted to be Jim Bob Roberts, I could just go right on. Hootenanny, hold down, hootenanny, hold down. Yeah, you don't have to edit it. Yes.
It's fantastic. You guys always bring the energy, you know?
It's all the coke and steroids from the 80s.
I go pro.
Yes.
They balance out my lack of energy.
It's all yin and yang, you know?
Oh man, did you watch the Amazon rip? Did you pay for Amazon Prime? That's in sparkling 1080p widescreen.
I did. It's gorgeous.
Oh man, yeah, because I gave that a watch, and then I watched the German DVD rip for funsies. State of your washed out 4:3 full screen low bit rate bollocks.
That was how it was, though.
Oh, yeah, that's the version we watched. Although,
yes.
I don't think there was much of a difference between the two outside of the image quality, because this episode is very strange. I don't think there was a single montage in it.
That's right.
Not a single music replacement.
Yeah, even
Wow.
Hogan had a montage.
Yeah.
Question, why is this called Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
I think it's a reference to something. There's a movie called that, I think.
Oh, from 1967, the rom-com with Sidney Poitier, Katharine Hepburn. Because I thought there might be something more clever here, but like if it's a reference to a film about interracial marriage, there's a black guy and a white woman. The parents of both don't know their child is dating someone of a different race, and the dads of both don't approve, mostly because they'll get a lot of abuse about it. Since it's 1967, interracial marriage still illegal in 17 states until 6 months before the film's release. Baywatch.
Last time cancer, this time interracial marriage.
This has nothing to do with anything in this episode. You know what? There are black characters on the show, not in this episode. They're off somewhere in another dimension.
This is the point where Tracy Bingham is a main character, right? And she's not in this episode at all.
No. She's off waiting for her singular plot about how her mom is white. This is a very strange episode around this point in time because there's no B plot whatsoever. It's all just one singular plot, which is strange for Baywatch. And it's also about Pamela Anderson, which most episodes did not focus on her. She had very little episodes that were actually just about her character.
Oh.
What else could a man ask for?
Do you guys have any sort of backstory about Shawn Michaels around the time or any sort of wrestling stuff that might be important to know?
Ooh, Steve, give me a quickie recap of Pam in WWF in 95. Can you just say that? Quickie recap of Pam in WWF in 95.
Oh, can I have a quickie recap of Pam in the WWF in 1995?
Well, thank you for asking, sir. WWF managed to get Pamela Anderson showing up at the Rumble as a special guest where all the locker room horn on her. They're like the hey baby.
It's great.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Jimmy Del Rey just perving on her like a massive creep.
And HBK wins the Rumble, and for her to escort him to the ring at WrestleMania, she ends up not honouring it and valets opponent Diesel instead. But we still got some cool B-roll out of it, like the two doing a backstage promo together, where he's kind of, and she's like, oh, come on, mate. And when he's celebrating at the Rumble and doing his poses, like Pam has to get in the ring and kind of stand there and go, oh, just through gritted teeth.
Wave at the people.
Blow them kisses. So that was for Rumble to WrestleMania 11 in early 95. After that, they wanted to continue working together with the WWF, i.e. Baywatch WWF crossover episode, but WWF were offered no money, but Vince wanted some money. So they went with Freebie WCW instead. And yeah, this was aired November 96. I was trying to figure out when did Shawn film this? Like, when did he take time out? November 95, he had a kayfabe concussion wrestling Owen, and he does a retirement angle. He's off for 2 months, returns at the Rumble. Or he had a few weeks off in early April 96, and he was back in time for In Your House 7.
So did he take 2 months to film his part?
Yes, that's exactly, I was thinking, like, surely he could have done his part in this in, like a day or two.
Listen, I've seen him walk, Steve. He just do that, 12 takes.
That's
him
very
looking
true.
around.
That's very true.
Surprisingly, I did check his autobiography. So what did you say about Pam and Baywatch? He has 2 autobiographies. They're not neither. Just glosses over it completely.
Not even noteworthy. This is his acting debut.
It's
nothing
crazy
about his
talk.
Acting debut?
On what was like the biggest show in the entire world at the time. I think.
Oh, yeah. It was the most watched show in the world.
It was huge, yeah. Like, everybody watched it.
Everyone oogled it, Steve.
Yeah, oogled it. That's very true.
When Shawn filmed this, would he have still been trying to do that "I don't think so" catchphrase? Or did he drop that already?
That sounds pretty easy, doesn't it? I don't think so. We're talking about an 8-foot steel ladder.
Oh, well, it would have been like 3 years into I don't think so. So I think he's still trying to just get it. I don't think so.
Unlike the last time that we recorded, I've actually watched quite a bit more wrestling, but none of it is around this era that Shawn Michaels would have been active. It was more around the time when he was a commissioner. I was seeing some stuff.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Commissioner Shawn.
I did hear about the Royal Rumble thing. The reason Pamela Anderson didn't escort Shawn Michaels was because Tommy Lee had some sort of issue, like altercation with him backstage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They were originally she was going to escort him and then ended up not doing that because of that.
They were fighting over who could do the most amount of drugs.
Apparently
she was quite nice. And then, like, whenever Tommy was around, she was turned it quite sour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought Tommy Lee was so supportive according to that new Pam and Tommy series.
I still haven't seen it.
As far as we haven't finished it yet, I don't think they're going to go into the Shawn Michaels episode of Baywatch.
That'd be amazing.
That'd be so funny. They had like a fake Shawn Michaels.
That'd be brilliant.
I would love that.
All right, you guys ready to jump into this episode?
Ready to rock.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
All right. The opening of Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. There is a rescue that's being set up. There's some dumb kids playing on some rocks. This is very close to Bash at the Beach. Also had dumb kids on some rocks. One of the boys wanders into a bad cave set. This cave set they used quite a bit. It never looked good. It doesn't look good in HD either.
Rubbery rocks never look good.
So we see Cody watching the water, and the weather looks like Silent Hill.
Oh, nice.
It's creepy.
We see Cody strolling out after the kids are in danger.
CJ wanders over in her bathing suit and Ugg boots. It tells him all about this romantic evening that she has planned for them. She says, "I'm gonna make all your wishes come true."
She's foreshadowing Michael's, with his crossed arms, trying to be a genie later.
Yeah. Oh, she's foreshadowing when she sang that Genie in a Bottle song in Vegas.
I don't know this, and now I can't wait to see it.
Oh, you gotta look it up on YouTube.
We absolutely need to
Pamela
see this.
Anderson, Genie in a Bottle.
It's amazing. Seeing a person wearing Ugg boots in 1996, as a person from Ireland, they didn't become popular until about 6 years later. So I was like, oh my God, people were wearing these in the 90s. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, it was really big then, but it always looks stupid to me, like the Ugg boots with the bathing suit.
Her suit seems to barely even fit anymore. Like, it seems like from the last time that we watched Baywatch, her boobs have grown like multiple sizes.
She might have gone up a bit.
Yeah, definitely do, because her bathing suit is working very hard to keep everything in,
Oh man, yeah. When she rescues that kid and she's like leaning in toward the camera, like full shot of just this cleavage. Like, it looks ridiculous at this point.
And now you know the secret of 1 billion viewers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Your man Cody, the gorgeous dude, bro, he was like, my appetite is voracious. Bollocks, you use that word in everyday speech.
No.
Let's just say my appetite is voracious.
Like, Cody knows what voracious means. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
The little boy in the cave is trapped by some waves, so his brother runs over to ask Cody and CJ for help. Cody jumps in to save the day while Pamela waits dryly on shore. She can't jump in.
But she shows her butt to the camera.
5 stars.
Yeah. As a parent, seeing these 3 children out on this dangerous rocky shore with the waves crashing, going into caves, I was so angry. I was like, where are your parents' children?
They knew there was a lifeguard watching. They're like, that'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, they aren't even watching, though, are they? They were like closing up the tower, weren't they?
Oh, yeah. They were closing up. They were getting ready to head on out and leave those kids to drown. Anyway, Vegas. So we get a shot of Deborah Schwartz winning big at the casino. Do you guys remember Deborah Schwartz in Bash at the Beach?
Which one's that?
She was the mom who was not believing her son when he said that he saw Hulk Hogan running by. She's like, can it? I think she was also a producer, but she was married to one of the producers, so she just shows up randomly in tons of episodes just as extras a lot.
When they cut to the casino at the start, is it roulette? Yeah. As soon as the ball goes in, they go, yeah, and celebrate. It's like, that ball hasn't stopped. How dare you?
Just excited they were able to do it. They're like, yeah. Look at it go.
Yeah, gambling in general.
Oh, this is going full on, like, play the Vegas music over the establishing shots, like, da 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 in the Vegas. Man, the music in this episode.
Oh
the
my
music.
God. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I'm convinced CJ's mom is the funniest thing ever.
It's just that kind of 90s cheesy stock music. You know, like that free stuff you get on YouTube at the library.
It was so bad. It was so cheesy. Like, it was at odds with the tension of the show. You know, like, you're literally telling us that this mobster is going to, maybe take someone's life. And then the music in the background is like, it just makes no sense.
They keep trying to tell us it's a comedy episode, and yet what is happening that's funny at any point?
No. She steals incriminating evidence.
While they're everyone's gambling, we pan over to mobster Tony Blanton and his number one guy, Vinny, played by Shawn Michaels in a vest with no shirt.
Oh, he's just a bouncer, man. Bouncer! Oh, HBK in a dark brown felt cowhide waistcoat.
It certainly looks like something like that, yeah.
And then Baywatch is like, hey, Sean, you act, but hold your hands together at all times. Try act your way out of this one.
If you look very closely, you can see Sean losing his smile as he's standing there.
I've lost a lot of things, and one of them has been my smile. And I have to go back and I have to find my smile because somewhere along the line, I lost it.
We get our first glimpses of his acting. Bad. He has so few lines, and yet he makes the least out of them.
Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much?
Tony's girlfriend, Shelly Sands, shows up. He insists on her throwing the die for him as his good luck charm, but she loses him a lot of money and he gets very angry very quickly. And a helpful unnamed waitress steps over to warn Shelly about Tony's other girlfriends who disappeared when they became bad luck, and then wanders out. Her job is done.
Look, Miss Sands, Mr. Blanton will be up soon. So do yourself a favor. Stay put and don't get in any more trouble.
Vinny escorts Shelly to the hotel room, and there's weird pauses in his dialogue. There's very strange choices made by Shawn Michaels here.
I wonder how many takes they gave him, like where they dare all day and they're just like, say the fucking line. Come on, Dougal. Just say the fucking line, Dougal. And they just try over and over again. And this is the best out of 24 takes. And they're like, okay, Sean, this 15 seconds of runtime has cost us 250 grand, mate. We can't give you any more time. We're just going to go with this.
I like the bit where he opens the door to the hotel room and then she kicks him in the butt on the way in.
You're world heavyweight champion selling for this helpless elderly lady.
You know what? Fair play to him. He sold the hell out of it.
Oh my God. Surely Vince would have been told that Sean was going to have to sell for, Pamela Anderson's mom. And
Pamela Anderson.
Pamela Anderson. And he should never have let this happen. He should, for God's sake, it's my world champion.
That's just the power of Sean's acting, pal.
So he leaves her alone in the hotel room. She finds a hidden floppy disk that contains information on Tony's unreported casino winnings. It's unclear why he has this. They never explain why he's kept a record of these winnings, that he hasn't reported. Why would you do this?
Was the show trying to get across that this is the key to his money? Or is it just a ledger of money that he's won?
Yeah, incriminating evidence.
Yeah,
I think it's just text file of my illegal winnings.
.txt.
Yeah, isn't the point that you don't keep a record of it? I never understood at all what was happening.
Yeah.
So she runs away, and then the mob guy comes in, looks for her, sees that the disc is missing, and then, okay, she's got it, let's go after her. And I was like, if she had just closed, the holder, put the holder back in its place.
You never would have seen it.
Yeah, it'd be grand. And if I was I always think, because I love horror films and I usually put myself in the position, what would you do? If she turned the shower on and then ran away, she probably would have got herself 15 minutes head start.
Ooh, look at you.
Well, she's not really that bright. So I think that's why she didn't do any of that. I do like when Tony calls Shawn Michaels in, he has trouble with the door, so they have to cut. So CJ and Cody are making out, and there's a knock on the door, and Shelly shows up, and that's when they reveal that she's CJ's mom. CJ finds her visit suspicious because her mom is scared of earthquakes and said she'd never come back to California. Plus, she's acting super weird and obvious, so seems like something's going on.
She asks Cody to tell me more about yourself, and he says, I'd love to, and then has nothing else.
He knows all there is to know.
So as people who watch this show, has CJ's mom ever been on the show before? Or is this
No,
brand new character?
Absolutely not.
And never will again.
This is the first time since CJ was introduced in season 3, and we're on season 7 now, that they acknowledge that she grew up in Vegas. Any of this backstory, we meet any of her family.
I love it.
So we can assume her mom got killed by the mob.
Yeah, the mobster definitely killed her after this episode was over. Caroline's gone for the weekend. Yasmin Bleeth lives with them normally, but they've written her out of the episode. So they offer to let CJ's mom stay in her room. I'd feel really creepy if my roommates let someone else stay in my room while I was gone.
That is quite weird. You know, you would think that CJ would offer her bed and then maybe she could sleep on the couch.
Yeah.
Very weird.
I let my mom sleep in your room.
All right, well, anyway, in the locker room, CJ says that this is where they get changed for work, but she's already in her bathing suit, so she got changed before they got there. They see one of the dudes showering naked off screen. That's not lifeguard protocol. Cody got in trouble for that in a previous episode. Inconsistent.
He got in trouble for having a shower.
For showering naked. You're supposed to keep your bathing suit on.
Oh,
it's
they're
a
never
co-ed
nudes.
Bathroom.
Okay.
They're never nudes, yeah. CJ says, well, this is where a lot of lifeguards were trapped during that earthquake, which is a nice thing to tell her mom, who's deathly afraid of earthquakes.
The wrestler or the natural disaster?
Presumably both. The wrestler showed up and everyone was cowering in fear in the locker room.
I'd be so into that. I'd even take Dungeon of Doom earthquake.
Oh, yeah. Any of it.
Shark. Yeah.
He's amazing.
Shark! Why wasn't he on Baywatch?
He could have played two characters on one episode. Could have played Earthquake and Shark.
Yeah, he's got split personalities, so he kind of goes between both of them.
He'll start like gumming her arm. He'll just bite her.
Her mom stays behind, hides the floppy disk in CJ's locker. That's a great thing to do to your daughter. Hide the incriminating monster evidence.
That way, they'll kill her.
Then we get Shelley relaxing on the beach. Overwhelming music plays. Mitch approaches so Shelley can stroke David Hasselhoff's ego. Didn't tell me you had all these handsome men working with you.
I think that's like one of Hasselhoff's demands. Like, I must be like praised every once in a while.
The male ego is a disease.
This is so weird. Just to place it in context for you guys, the last time we saw Mitch's character was on an episode of Baywatch Nights X-Files edition, where he was fighting a serial killer ghost in a cabin.
Whoa.
That's quite the sentence.
He's like, well, now that I'm off from that, hey, what's up? CJ's mom.
A serial killer ghost.
Yeah.
In a cabin.
In a cabin.
In a brothel cabin time travel
now we're
thing.
Lawsuits flying.
It may have all been a dream, though, so I guess it's okay.
It's incredible.
She got like a big Terminator vibe from Shawn Michaels when he was walking down the beach.
Definitely.
He's a big dum, 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 dum.
Oh, yeah. This is when he shows up. He's got a suit jacket and some binoculars. He smiles sneakily.
Doesn't even go on to the beach, but just takes out and starts to look at all of the women on a beach. Like, you know, surely there are laws against this.
Did he leave his
somewhere.
trench coat in the car?
Yeah.
This is where that gif comes from, where people have seen him like holding the binoculars and like putting on a pair of shades. So now people know the origin.
I don't think so. We're talking about an 8-foot steel ladder.
So yeah, he's like, I have too many sleeves on. I just have too much sleeves. I have to get undressed and go undercover as a beachgoer. A little boy is once again drowning. So the lifeguards head to the rescue. While Shelley is watching, Shawn Michaels walks awkwardly over to grab her. I swear, like a timpani drum plays.
Not anymore.
And she asks how he knew where she was. And he's like, well, you're always bragging about your daughter, the lifeguard. But that doesn't answer the question.
Yeah.
There could be a lifeguard anywhere. Like,
This is all the explanation you're getting.
Yeah.
And that you got it is impressive.
Binoculars were amazing.
more awkward walking ensues, and CJ and Mitch abandon the small drowned child to go help her. CJ yells, and Shawn Michaels is taken down by Shelley.
Oh, this hurts. He is swept off his feet. He's bested by an old lady. He's sent packing, scurrying away.
The biggest Shawn Michaels sell job.
Shawn at the best of times is known for having a massive ego, and he never liked to make other people look good. Like, it must have eaten him up inside to put this lady over. It must have killed just a little piece of him.
Yeah. Or he was scared of her.
She was beating him up behind the scenes.
Pulled out a tuft of his hair.
That's how he lost his smile.
That's it.
Mitch offers to go after him, but Shelley makes up some story about them fighting over a $100 bill, so everything's okay.
Oh, wow. I reckon that was the scene where they're like, you're not coming back. Jesus. It was like 40 seconds of her doing her shtick, and it was, oh my God.
Sometimes it got a little overwhelming. Sometimes we needed to see a little less of CJ's mom.
Yeah.
She keeps making like noises through the episode, like, oh, 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 oh.
That's disturbingly accurate.
The next scene, CJ is tapping her nails in Mitch and Stephanie's office. It's not explained why she's there, other than the need to move the story forward. This is weird. CJ doesn't go into Mitch and Stephanie's office. She's not a lieutenant. There's no reason for her to be hanging out at Stephanie's desk. She hardly ever has extended scenes with Mitch anymore, so that's weird.
Yeah. Question, why... Okay, Pam is off the clock in this part of the episode. How come she's still in her revealing lifeguard tights?
Oh, you know why.
But Mitch gets to be in a polo shirt and shorts.
She didn't go back to change. She just wanted to keep
It's weird. It's the
that
boots.
outfit on, I guess.
The boots make her look more naked because they signify she's done getting dressed. Like.
You know what she needed? Knee pads and elbow pads. Would have filled in all of the blanks.
There you go.
She'd have been ready to work.
Ready to bump.
And it would have looked great.
Is this where she shits on Cody for no reason?
Yeah. She says, I feel like I have 2 children and they're my mom and my boyfriend, something like that. Right. Cody's displayed unusual competency in this episode, so I don't know why she's bitching about him.
I think it's really foreshadowing her leaving him after he proposes to her.
No.
Oh, wow.
Spoiler alert.
I know.
That's how the Pamela Anderson's last episode ends. Cody proposes to her, she's thinking, and then
she never
to
shows
be continued
up again.
The next episode, I guess the answer was no, she's gone.
Devastation.
That just kills his character as well. That's horrible. Poor guy.
He gets over it.
Well, there's more fish in the sea.
Shelley arrives to tell her and Mitch about this big dinner they're all going to have. Apparently this double date's going to happen. And Tony ends up calling the office for her. I don't know how he knows that she's in the office at that time. What the plan is, just get her on the phone and say, hey, give me that disc.
We got Sean's
binoculars so you can see
her.
She hangs up. CJ kicks Mitch out of his own office to talk to her. Shelley sits down next to a folder labeled helicopters.
What?
CJ orders her to tell her all the details or she'll break her legs.
What the fuck? She's just
with comedy music, it's grand.
Like, she's just threatened to do something that might be worse than what the mob boss would have done.
I love the way that Pamela Anderson says the line, like, or I'll break your legs.
Her mom has kind of earned that at this point.
I think we'd all kind of like to see CJ breaking her mom's legs. CJ puts on her finest mini dress so they can confront Tony at the Ritz-Carlton. She's like, I'm going to dress up for the mobster confrontation.
Nice. Did you like her in the baby blue outfit, just like Rip at a No Holds Barred?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did. I most certainly did.
That's exactly what she was going for. I know it. Yeah.
It was a little looser than Rip's outfit, though. Apparently, she just wants to beat up the murderous mobster. Like, that seems to be her plan.
Solid.
Just to go in there and threaten him.
I mean, you know, she can break her mom's legs, she can break Tony's legs, she can break Vinny's legs.
Don't break Sean's legs. Come on, man.
This is where Shawn Michaels is standing with his folded arms like the whole time, like a genie. Like,
yeah.
You think he wishes he could have got the job Bret Hart did as the genie in that Aladdin play?
God, I'm so sad they don't trust Sean to be anything more than like a stern, stiff bodyguard goon. Like, do you forget HBK, he's actually a big muscly guy. Because in the real, I was going to say real world, this is not in the wrestling world, he's one of the smallest. Like there are some light heavyweights that are bigger than, like Brian Christopher or something, you know?
Yeah.
But in Baywatch, he's really big.
He's a big, scary, muscly dude who gets nothing to put him over as a big, scary, muscly dude.
Who gets battered and sent packing.
The old ladies.
Shelley and CJ, they basically just say that they know everything, so don't threaten us or attack CJ or anything. Don't kill us.
By the way, Tony looks like Javier Bardem from No Country for Old Men. Ringer for him. Yeah. I was just waiting for him to pull out the like gas canister. See you, CJ's man.
He's played by David Groh, who played mobsters a lot. You'll be unsurprised to find out. He also had a recurring role on VIP with Pamela Anderson.
Commiseration.
He was a good-hearted mobster in that show. In that show, the mobsters are just kind of sort of scamps.
Yeah. He was related to one of the other main cast members, right? He's her uncle, I think.
I think he was her dad.
Or is he her dad? He might have been her dad.
Some sort of relation anyway. So fun family mobster.
Yeah.
So CJ throws her drink, or a drink, on Tony, and they leave. And Shawn Michaels says she seems to know about the others, after they explicitly told them they knew about the others.
He's a clever
Just
fella,
in case
this Shawn.
we need to tell Rosie here.
He misses nothing, does he?
And I don't intend to end up like the others.
She seems to know about the others.
Cut to double date with CJ, Cody, Mitch, and CJ's mom as they dance.
Can I ask you, like, dancing in the gaff, how does the Hoff feel about being paired with the mam and not CJ?
Well, I believe David Hasselhoff had a complicated relationship with Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
I don't think he liked her, to be honest. There were some interviews and stuff where he just didn't like the image she brought to the show.
There's some barely held back clear disdain.
Yeah.
Tabloids are so mean to me, man. Or they're not mean to me, but they're just like, I don't know, why? What did I do wrong?
Katharine Hepburn once said, I don't care what they print about me as long as it's not the truth.
Really? Well, then they got it covered.
He had an issue with the whole Playboy sexy image of the show. He was very much in denial about what Baywatch was. So he kept fighting for it to be this family show. And then she was, of course, the face of what Baywatch really was. So
I don't think her face was the important thing in Baywatch.
Yes. For sure.
Baywatch is about me and my grey chest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was jealous of her assets. So when you think of Baywatch, it's Pamela Anderson and it's David Hasselhoff. So a lot of people would be like, oh, you guys slept together, or oh, the characters should get together, or whatever. And I feel like he just fought against it tooth and nail. Like, he's like, no, these characters will never get together. So they had like maybe one or two flirtatious kind of things. At one point, she says she had a forbidden fruit thing for him.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but now he could be potentially her new mom, so that's creepy.
Her new mom.
He could be her new mom too.
That's Baywatch Nights.
They did try to trick us in the movie to think they might get married for 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah. And he's like, no! Spit on her. It kind of seemed like Pamela Anderson didn't really have much of an issue with him. But they've kept like an okay public image together. Like, I think she was at his roast, so that was pretty funny.
It's hilarious. Okay, that is fascinating.
I know exactly what you're going through. Except when they roasted me, I was relevant.
Anyway, okay, so at this double date, they dance together, and then the boys lift the girls, and Pamela Anderson awkwardly tries to avoid a panty shot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She really, really tries, which is weird, because for most of the show, she's got her tiny little red bathing suit on where you can basically see everything. So why does she care about you seeing her purple jocks?
I feel like a crotch shot she was probably wearing a thong, probably was a little more than they would want to show. Also, it seemed like Baywatch had this thing, this changed later, but at this point, underwear versus bathing suit, totally different thing. They never showed women in their underwear. It was just bathing suits or bikinis.
That's so weird.
Very small, but
bathing suits you're showing the world, underwear is not.
Okay.
And so it's a privacy thing, maybe?
Okay.
I don't know. It might be just like they just didn't want a crotch shot either, so...
But like
David Hasselhoff's waiting to take you down.
Yeah. I mean, you could always say, I was worried that my panties were going to show in the scene. So, I was kind of holding down my dress. It doesn't look good on camera. Can we just do this 30-second clip once again, please?
No, we're too busy refilming Sean.
Yeah.
And
We took up all their time.
Used up all our reel.
CJ and her mom have a touching dishwashing scene. CJ says something about like, well, as long as we have the disc, we're fine. Mitch wanders in like a big oaf.
He thinks they said something about disco, and that like fools him. This man's a PI at this point. Oh, did you say disco? Okay.
The next day, CJ is back in her Ugg boots and shutting down her tower. She and her mom are getting ready to leave when Shawn Michaels and a stunt guy we've never seen prior to this slide their car in.
Gabe, played by Craig Sugart. Yeah, I had to check it out because he's a stunt actor, over 40 credits, including Ready to Rumble.
Oh!
The David Arquette vehicle. And most prominently, he is Hulk's kayfabe stunt double in 3 Ninjas 4.
Oh, man.
High Noon at Mega Mountain.
Nice.
That's some royalty right there.
He's a lot better than I thought he was. I was just calling him Unknown H, like one of those jobbers from SmackDown 2.
I've got my eye on you. Doo-doo.
The women run bouncily away, and Shelly ends up falling over a cliff edge, like a dum-dum. There's no reason for this.
Yeah, it was weird. This couple of seconds didn't need to be on the show.
It was resolved within seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shelly starts making a bunch of noises like that grape stomping lady in that viral video. Where she like falls over and like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Vinny and the stunt guy pull her up. The girls are taken down to the beach to meet Tony. CJ is sent to get the disc from her locker before her mom bites it. Shelly has a drink and she says, "Up yours, Vinny," but not Tony. She has this like preoccupation with Shawn Michaels for some reason. She keeps referring to him, but not the mobster that's telling him to kill her.
Stupid sexy Michaels.
Oh, by the way, the champagne has the worst head in the history of television. Like, put a flake in that. It's an ice cream now.
So at headquarters, PI Mitch Buchanan notices that something is off with CJ. He's hanging out with the extra girls that were there in the previous locker scene with CJ and her mom. So, they just filmed this in the same day, just pan the camera over and get the rest of it done. So he decides to follow CJ because she's not even making up any excuses. She's just like, whatever, bye. Vinny scopes the area, but he doesn't notice Mitch and Cody in the bushes.
That was his job. He had one job. Go see if anyone had followed her.
Should have brought his binoculars.
Yeah.
He probably should have taken off his shades as well.
Yeah.
Hampered his vision.
Yeah. The mobsters decide that they're going to kill off CJ and her mom after all. Mitch and Cody leap from the top of a big rock so everyone's stunt doubles can have at it.
How'd they get from those bushes to those rocks, which were right in front of everyone?
No one has peripheral vision in this episode. I love this fight. Most of it, like, they have this wide shot of all of the, like, stunt doubles fighting. CJ's stunt double is just going at it, like, wailing on the mobster guy. Cody tackles Vinny. Mitch attempts to drown his guy. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I think he sells a great punch from Gorgeous McHandsome there. And there's a nice back bump from a double leg takedown.
Nice.
Oh, there was almost a swinging DDT in there, but they flump instead. And at the end, the mob boss succumbs to a hair pull.
A hair pull?
I guess I believe with the mob guy, maybe he had heavies do his work for him most of the time, so he wasn't as good of a physical fighter.
But she battered Sean, then she battered the mob boss. She's a beast. She's taken on Brock Lesnar at Mania.
So, like, the mob boss never got, like, physically involved with this until the CJ's mom issue. This was the one he had to get involved with personally.
Look, he's used to using guns, and he's used to using Vinny. That's why he has Vinny. He's not the physical, he doesn't have the physical prowess.
Up yours, Vinny.
Anyway, the mobsters are beaten into submission and just placed on a rock. I guess they've won. Then we have a sad scene. Suddenly it's a sad episode.
Gotta get my acting in here.
CJ is saying goodbye to her mom.
Hooray. Just CJ, so the daughter doesn't want the mom to live so far away, and she said, "Oh, please live here." A big baby face move. But in the script, It says we absolutely don't want you back for more. And actually check the casting call. The only appearance in the series?
Yep.
242 episodes. And Baywatch Nights. Nothing. That's it. Her ma. Never seen again.
Good.
No. This really highlights strength of Pamela Anderson's fake crying. Every time they make her cry. And I felt like this was kind of like doing her a disservice, because I think Pamela Anderson actually did pretty good in this episode overall. But then like they have to give her the crying scene and she's never good at it. And they keep doing this to her.
What happened? That jerk try something?
No. I think I got the cover girl job.
Her mom mentioned something about like when you were growing up, it was just you and me. And I know from what little they've given us of her backstory, she grew up with her grandpa in Vegas. That's how she learned how to gamble and got a gambling addiction. And she had a brother at some point. She mentions a brother in the Charlie's Angels episode.
Oh, yeah. Wait, do you mean a brother or a brother? No, she's too old. No, he could.
Hulk Hogan could be
What?
her brother.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan could be her brother?
Why not?
I'm so young. There'd be another Hulk Hogan, like they don't acknowledge that they've met the actual Hulk Hogan.
Oh, yes.
Put the like acting wig on him.
It's just him in like a backwards baseball cap.
That'd be on par for Baywatch.
Brilliant.
Hulkamania rules! We did it for the kids, for the youth center. What you gonna do? Woo!
So that is the end of the episode. What happened after that?
I was like, find out next week.
Well, no, I meant like in the wrestling stuff. You want to talk about the wrestling stuff?
How did this impact Shawn Michaels on Raw?
I can tell you what happened next on Baywatch. No one acknowledged it. It didn't matter.
So, Steve, what'd you make of this episode overall? Then?
I thought this episode was significantly worse than the WCW episode. Like, it was a fun show, but it was definitely missing that level of silly wrestling bollocks that we're used to watching.
Oh, sure.
That we got out of the last one.
No Taskmaster.
Yeah, there's not like, there's no like old diddler man, there was no like cancer B plot running throughout the episode, because
Running
obviously the
wild.
wrestling is the A plot.
Yeah.
You know, I had fun watching it, and it was fun to see Sean. It's fun to slag Sean over being jobbed out by this. Like, I don't want to call her old. She's not old, but she's a middle-aged lady getting the better of your world heavyweight champion. I'm glad I had a laugh talking about it, but this was a bad episode of Baywatch.
Oh. I was just thinking, like, I wouldn't hire Sean after seeing him on Baywatch. It is hard to act when he's got his hands together. His hands are literally tied together,
Well, they saw him on Pacific Blue and they're like, get in here.
Does this mean I better start learning Japanese?
Hi.
And it's Triple H is the diddler man.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Defender of diddlers.
I don't think that superhero franchise has been taken yet,
So how'd I do?
Perfect. How about me, boss? Perfect as usual.
Like, Sean is one of the most charismatic personalities of all time and was not used anywhere near his strength. Like, he played a stooge, booked just to be sent packing by the goodies time and time again. But, like, watching him, he can barely walk. Like, when you look at him, so, fair enough. But I will say he is way better in Marine 6 with Becky and Miz.
Yeah, he's very, very good in that show. Movie.
Yeah, he's the best thing about it?
Yeah, easily.
He's funny.
Yeah.
So there we go. So, Splice. And then get blocked by YouTube.
So
was Bret Hart on Lonesome Dove better than this?
Sorry.
Oh.
He is better. Like, but he's booked as a babyface, a lovable rogue, so we actually had something going on. So yeah, big time. Yeah.
I think Bret Hart as the genie was better.
Phelan, man, what do you think of this episode?
I loved it. It's the best episode of Baywatch. It's probably one of the best episodes of television. It's unremarkable. Like, I enjoyed the Bash at the Beach one much better because it had more wrestling bullocks in it and stuff. So that makes it more fun from that perspective. Sean is very stiff, so he doesn't give you a whole lot. It is just amusing, I guess, with his presence. But other than that, there's not a whole lot here.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels was playing it safe, I think, because he hadn't acted a lot. I think this was the first time he was acting not in a wrestling persona. So I think it was a very safe role for him. The episode itself, it's okay. I think like it's just not shit enough to be the most entertaining Baywatch episode, because the best ones are often the ones that are the most crap. And this is competent, I would say, semi-competent. It's the least of the wrestling episodes, I'll say that. Bash at the Beach is just a tough act to follow, and you just can't reach those heights.
And there's no Pelican Man.
Yeah,
it's no Pelican Man.
Is he a better actor than Giant Gonzalez?
No. Well, no, I mean, it's kind of comparable. They're pretty bad, but you can understand him better than Jorge Gonzalez. Jorge Gonzalez, they decide, this is a man that needs to have long monologues. Yeah, you guys should do that Giant Gonzalez episode with us sometime.
Oh,
yes. I think at the end of the last one, we were like, let's, hey, what do you think of Shawn Michaels? It's like, well, bring us back on the show and we'll tell you.
The unholy trinity of OSW shows. I would be absolutely down for that.
Oh my God.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, it's recorded, so there's evidence now. Yeah. Hold you to it.
There's no backing out. Gonna be amazing.
You guys said you wanted to go over what happened in wrestling after this, though, at Raw. This aired on Monday night, right?
Yeah. Baywatch was on Monday, November 4th, 96. So, Steve, what happened on Raw? Did you watch Raw?
I did.
Did you? Sorry,
Raw.
mate.
Yeah.
I say, it must be kismet. Lawler in the opening video package says, "Guess who's coming to dinner?"
Yeah, and guess who's coming to dinner? Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
There we go. Bam.
It had to be a coincidence. He's not watching it. This Raw was the infamous Pillman House invasion.
Oh.
Yeah, this is literally one of the more famous angles of the entire 90s.
Yeah. It's also 2 weeks out from the Survivor Series, where Shawn will defend his WWF title against Psycho Sid. So Shawn was champion since WrestleMania 12, the Iron Man, at the end of March. 6 minutes in, over the phone, Austin cuts a promo, and, he's getting his biblical Bible verse. Yeah, the Book of Austin, 25:17. You hadn't settled on 3:16 yet.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Mental.
Feels like 25 is a little high also.
After 7, it goes downhill, That's the one it's all strike you down upon your ass with great vengeance and furious anger, which The Undertaker used as well.
I mean, it's quite an overused line in, TV shows and movies. Like, is that the Pulp Fiction one as well?
Yeah. Oh man, this was back when Raw was 1 hour. So it's 47 minutes. Get in. Steve, do you like Goldust versus the Stalker, Barry Windham?
I did not, but it was absolute shade. But I will say Barry Windham looked hilarious. He had his big mighty tash.
Meow.
Yeah.
Double DQ in 5.5 minutes.
Total nothing match, which is literally just there to have Austin call in and cut a promo.
WWF Big Bang Boom recap segment, which is named a live tour in 96, like Nova Scotia, Milwaukee. And then Bam Bam Terry Gordy in his Halloween cape and mask.
Nice.
Doing anything for you?
I mean, it's better than Baywatch, but not by much.
I was thinking Undertaker got his Phantom of the Opera mask, Mankind had his mask, and Terry Gordy, $8 at a bargain bin Halloween store with a cape and cowl.
He looked like something out of WBW.
Yeah. Which is our Bouncy Castle Federation. Let's just leave it at that. Pillman is at home and he's convalescing from ankle surgery. So he had a car accident in April 96, which greatly limited his in-ring ability, and they're working it into a TV angle. Austin storms Pillman's gaff. So Pillman's mates confront him, and when the guy, he has a raggedy shirt and it falls apart immediately as Austin touches it.
It just turns to dust. It just goes...
Then we got Bob Backlund. He's got the Sultan versus Alex the Pug Porto.
The Pug. That's a gimmick that'll get a person over.
Foreigner Savage Sultan, Rikishi here, is being managed by Backlund, so he has wrestling offense. Ankle sweeps, suplex, headlocks, and camel clutch tap out in 2 minutes.
Yeah, nothing match.
That was all of the moves.
Yeah.
Ooh, HBK, he is on Raw. He has a face-to-face interview with his opponent at the Survivor Series, Psycho Sid. I was like, come on, say it. Say Baywatch, say the word, get it in, put some kind of quote in there. Doesn't say a word, sandbags it completely.
Oh, man.
Saving grace, though, he has a cow ice cream design, sequin, shiny red and black and white tights. And a denim jacket. Ooh, Mark Merrow with Sable versus Razor with Diesel.
Oh my god, fake Razor and fake Diesel.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the state of the two of them.
This is when the Outsiders went to WCW and made a big hoopla there, and then JR went to Vince and, hey, we still own the IP, we should do something with this. And I was like, well, okay, well, you put it over then. And I was like, well, I will then, won't I? And then you get this train wreck with two fake wrestlers. Kerwin Selfies calls in to update Vince on the Pillman angle.
It was very, very weird to hear him on a show.
That is the WWF director, and he's the guy you should shout at for WWE's camera cuts today. He's still got a job.
Like the shaky camera?
Yeah, shaky cam, quick cuts. The cameraman actually chasing the action with the camera. It's all, it's all him and done, right?
So the big spot in the Pillman angle?
Oh, he whips out a fucking gun.
So Austin is broken into his gaff, and he's like, well, I'm going to protect myself. Here we go, Pillman 911. Awesome. And then they cut static for some reason. And Kerwin Selfie says, the power was cut at the Pillman house and there's been no more activity. So JR just gets on Vince's case and he just says, this is a publicity stunt for the Pillman shooting. And in shoot, let's get ahead of the complaints by voicing them on TV already. And it sounds like Vince is actually angry about this. JR is giving him shit for airing it on TV and saying it's a cheap publicity stunt. Because he badgers them for 40 seconds. And he's just like, don't get smart. And that's it.
This is no time for don't give me that to get into it. Don't get smart. Don't get wise.
JR says Vince is the head muckety muck and take responsibility for it. And so Vince says, I'm really sorry about this. I apologize. Now let's show it again.
Amazing. And plus Pillman drops a big dirty F-bomb live on Raw.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Call the police! Call the police! All right.
That must have gotten them into so much trouble. Plus the gun and the looming violence and shooting and threat. Like, as famous as this segment is, I would have loved to have been backstage as it happened, and people are covering it, and just to see Vince, if Vince loves it, if he's going, I love the coverage, it's amazing, or if he's furious at how wrestling is being shown on national TV, it would have been an amazing.
I'm sure he's loving it.
Yeah,
like 96, they're in the doldrums,
Yeah.
97 is the only year they lost money, and it's because 96 was so bad, even though they tried to turn it around in 97. So, but yeah, an amazing angle, and it's still one of the most famous of all time. No mention of Baywatch though, but they have enough time to mention Sean's appearance on Regis and Kathy Lee.
You're a zebra, there's no doubt about it.
I bet they were. Baywatch was probably kind of happy about that, considering all that was going on.
Yeah,
if they had followed that up and just been like, well, you can see HBK on Baywatch. Check him out.
It's like, and if you thought this show was good, and if you're excited for Shawn Michaels versus Psycho Sid, check out Shelly batter our world champion on a beach somewhere.
But Steve, what bar is Guess Who's Coming to Dinner
Baywatch? Well, Jay, Allison, and Phelan, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner Baywatch is many bars.
Yeah. Woo!
Oh, yeah. We have bars for Shawn Michaels, and we have multiple bars for CJ's mom.
The main event
has got it going on. Let's kick off with Shawn Michaels wearing his gorgeous undercover beach wear. He's wearing a pair of what seems to be purple and blue with reddish color. He is a bubble gum popsicle. Ice pop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got that like cow kind of distribution, like his jocks. It's perfect.
Yeah, that would fit what he's wearing around the time.
So next up we have CJ's mom.
Got it
going on. The scene where herself and CJ go to see Tony at the Ritz-Carlton. She's wearing a lovely little white top with a cream blazer over it. So she is none other than a Magnum white ice cream bar.
Oh, man.
Those are delicious.
By the way, they're so good. Next up, we have CJ's mom from when she's relaxing on the beach, wearing a lovely purple and red blouse and skirt. So she is, and by the way, I absolutely hate these sweets, a packet of Parma violets.
What?
Oh, what the hell is that?
Oh, you guys don't.
Those are
don't
like
have
rockets.
These. So these are like chalky sweets, and they are violet flavor. So they're the flavor of flowers in your mouth.
Ew.
Oh,
this is
ew.
perfect
What?
granny food.
Like the lavender kind of flavor?
Yeah.
Ew. That sounds disgusting.
That's worse than normal rockets.
This is very fitting for CJ's mom.
Yeah.
This is something she'd keep in her pocket.
Yeah. And we've got one last one from at the end of the show, Shelly, CJ's mom. The sad moment where she's going away. So she's wearing a yellow blazer with a kind of navy blue skirt. So she is a flake, a Cadbury flake bar.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah.
That's much better than flour candies.
So much better than flour candies.
Steve, will you just move the keyboard up and you can see there? Yeah?
Oh my god, sorry. It's not the last one.
What?
Brucey bonus Whopper. So we've saved the best for last. Of course, it's CJ's mom again. This is from the beginning of the episode where she drops into CJ's apartment unannounced, the fucking cheek of her. But she's wearing a yellow and brown blazer and blouse duo.
It's kind of green and brown.
Yeah.
Kind of camo-ish.
Yeah, kind of green. Yeah, kind of like a camo color. I don't know. Did I say yellow? Because I didn't mean to.
Maybe if the banana went moldy. Just give it a week.
So she is none other than one of the... I definitely going to guess that you guys don't have them over there. I think these are Irish, actually.
They're quite iconic.
Yeah. So, very, very popular when we were kids because they were really cheap. So if you got a couple of quid, you could go down to the shop and buy 10 of them. She is an animal bar.
I've never heard of this.
Is this the one the junkies used to file for, Steve?
It actually would have been this and a Kit Kat.
But if it's like just cheap chocolate that you can get like 10 of them, I bet it's not very good.
Well, it's Nestle. It should be a little okay.
Do you want to tell them about the animal bar?
It's literally just a very thin, plain chocolate bar. And it's got, like different animal pictures printed on it. So there were like different covers, there'd be one with like a monkey, there'd be one with, like a lion, a rhino, giraffe.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, delicious.
Amazing.
Her face is pretty much matching the monkey on the wrapper.
CJ, mom, you animal.
Yeah, fucking animal, Shelly.
Wonderful, Steve. Well done, sir.
So that brings to a close our game of what bar is CJ's mom and Sean.
Oh, man.
But, he's a geek in this show.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I was so pumped for What Bar. Like, it's my favorite segment that you guys do.
I love it. OOC fucking hates it. He gets so salty every time we play this game. But it's so much fun.
That's what makes it better, Steve.
Yeah,
just
totally.
Power through.
Spice.
Yeah.
I appreciated having to get a little creative for this one too. Not the wildest wrestling outfits. So awesome.
Glad you enjoyed it.
All right. Well, I think that wraps up our talk about Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. Unless you guys had anything else written down or anything else you wanted to talk about in the episode or wrestling related or anything?
Do you have anything on Shotgun Saturday night?
We will not be discussing Shotgun. Not on my show.
Not the precursor to Jacked and Metal.
God, jacked and metal.
I saw one episode of Shotgun. What a pointless fucking thing. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. This has been amazing.
It was our pleasure. Thank you so much.
It was a really good crack, man. If we can do one thing for us, it'd be to check out our appearance on Baywatching. Just YouTube OSW Baywatch, which is on Allison's channel right here. Or you can enjoy Phelan's. Oh, actually, really liked your knockoff chocolate video. You should go watch that. If you're pumped for a what bar, you'll enjoy that video. Links in the description. Can I say that?
Sure, I'll put them in the description.
When I
listen back to this, I'll be like, oh yeah, I guess
Here
I'm
he
good.
is, hot dogging and grandstanding again.
I tried my best not to take over. I'm good.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate the plugs. Where can people find your stuff?
What do we do, Steve?
We talk mostly bollocks about professional wrestling from yesteryear. We cover wrestling pay-per-views, TV shows, and every so often we'll cover, like a movie or video games. Search for OSW Review on YouTube or go to oswreview.com.
Yeah, don't worry about the Oregon Scout Girls West. That OSW, that's not us. Or the Office of Sewage Waste, that's not us. Or there's a Polski one as well. It's like Ophigia Schlugli Wengli. It's like, that could be us.
That could be, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a goodbye from V1.
Take a boo.
And Allison.
Bye.
I'll just see if I get the second, I'll get the third and fourth. And Phelan.
And me.
And myself, Jay Hunter, the 2.5-time Golden Nugget Award winner. And remember... Oh, wait, shit. Can we do a winner is you together?
We can.
And remember...
a winner is you.
Hey there, Mitches and Mitchettes. Welcome to Baywatch HD, the follow-up. 3 years ago, Baywatch was remastered and re-released in glorious HD, finally more easily available for public consumption in all of its oceany goodness. This came with the usual pitfalls of HD remasters, cropped-in footage, new music, etc., but overall, it was pretty damn cool to see it looking so slick. And at the time, admittedly, I hadn't been able to sit down and watch all 200 plus episodes and do a side-by-side comparison, and I didn't know as much as I do now about the process of releases like this. Well, things have changed. I did, in fact, watch these episodes alongside their SD counterparts, study up a little, and take copious notes. And here's where things get interesting. So let's take an even closer look at Baywatch, the remaster. First of all, Baywatch Hawaii has also been remastered. At the time of the video's release, the only streaming service that carried Baywatch was Amazon Prime, which still doesn't include Hawaii as seasons 10 and 11. They do, however, now include both seasons as a separate show. When Baywatch was put onto Hulu, they included all 11 seasons as one package. I just sort of guessed back then that it wasn't included because it wasn't as easy to remaster, but now I don't know. Hawaii is weird. Some people consider it a separate show like Baywatch Nights, but they just move to Hawaii and continue what little story they have. It's the last 2 seasons. Baywatch Nights, they've still decided as far as a remaster goes, can rot in hell. That possible reboot they were shopping around almost happened, by the way. According to Backstage.com, in May 2020, they were holding auditions for something called Baywatch San Diego, centered on a single father with twin girls. May 2020. So, you can probably guess why that all fell apart. I did want to mention, while I'm talking about the different streaming services though, Prime still has its issues. They did fix the repeats and the bungled episode order, but some of the names are still wrong. For instance, A Little Help is A Little Help for My Friends, and Someone to Baywatch Over You is Someone to Baywatch Over Your. Curiously, one episode includes a shot where the video is too far over and the audio track is visible. This shot has been fixed in the Hulu version, so I don't know if Prime maybe got an earlier release or what. This brings me to a suspicion I have about this remaster, and that they maybe bit off a bit more than they could chew and rush some things, and that they were still working on it when they were releasing it. Because you know what I was talking out of my butt about in the first vid? What exactly was done to capture the film for this release? I mistakenly compared it to this Star Trek The Next Generation remaster, where they painstakingly went through the film to faithfully recreate the show as aired, when really the Buffy comparison was more accurate. What they did, in simplified terms, is take the raw footage and run it through a computer, where the computer decided what matched the original episodes and pieced it together in a way that seemed framed correctly for widescreen, I guess. I don't claim to be an expert on how exactly it works, but it's an automated process, which is why things, sometimes look weird. And yes, the new cropping means sometimes equipment is visible that we didn't see previously. But I don't want to take away credit from the people who worked on this, because there has to be a little more to it than that. Certain things had to have been edited manually, and the color correction I praised was done by real people, and I think the choice to deeply saturate the colors was the correct one. But in some instances, the show didn't have HD footage to work with. It appears they lost some of the film, as certain scenes are just blown up and upscaled SD footage. Prominently, almost all of the footage of Summer from the boob job montage seems to be missing, and they've subsequently replaced it with new footage in the Season 4 intro. This montage of Neely is edited significantly differently than how it originally aired, which also leads me to believe they lost part of the footage. Some episodes, it isn't really clear to me why things are edited differently or why they've used alternate shots, but it's likely because a piece of it was missing or an effect was done on tape and they had to edit it manually. They've tragically removed this mullet guy from The Sky is Falling, but you can still hear his voice yelling at everyone like a ghost.
Check this out! Check this out!
And in the case of a lot of the stock footage, they didn't have access to the original prints, so they've just replaced them with sometimes noticeably newer footage. No care seems to be put into using period-appropriate video, and whenever sharks show up in particular, they don't even bother using footage of a consistent species. The hilarious shot of Jill getting eaten by the Shark Attack 3 stock footage has been replaced, but when they show it again in a later episode, they've used the original stock footage. That actually happens a lot with stuff that's a flashback or a montage involving footage from previous episodes. They just blow up the SD footage and call it a day, I guess because they'd have to go back and find the film for each individual episode. But that's not consistent either, because in Freefall, both montages summing up the previous seasons are in HD.
The male ego is a disease.
Frequently, the montages have insert shots replaced depending on if they have the HD footage handy or how much work they wanted to put into it. This actually improves this montage, where Stephanie appears to be shocked that an overweight person might exist, and instead makes it perplexing as to what she's even reacting to. Occasionally, the B-roll includes cast members long gone, such as this case when Shawnee randomly reappears in this montage in Season 4. This is perhaps to balance out the fact that they replaced the shot at the beginning of River of No Return Part 2, where Shawnee is magically back on the raft after being kidnapped, which I think is the only case of them fixing an error the original edit made. In this shot here, they seem to have forgotten to take out the original shot that they've placed in the corner, probably to get the timing right of the baby ass. The effects and filters on all the montages had to be redone, and for the most part try to stay faithful, but sometimes there are differences in what they choose to include. Your mileage may vary on how much that means to you. In the previous video, I touched on the fact that the special effects were completely redone for this release. But that's not exactly true upon further inspection. Depending on how complicated or time-consuming it might be, sometimes the effects were redone, and sometimes they just blew up the old footage again. They did, however, put in a lot of work on the intros. I noted before that they completely redid the season 1 intro to fit Baywatch's signature opening song, but what I didn't say is that they redid every single season to make it HD. All of the text had to be completely recreated, and the fact I didn't notice speaks volumes about the effort put in to faithfully copy the original. The one it's most noticeable on is season 8, because that's when the show decided to retool their look. The opening logo is slightly different, and for some reason they've decided to leave off the text saying what characters the actors play. Overall, good job guys, the intros look great. They knew they were going to be used in front of every episode, so they made sure to put in the effort. However, there were some things that got overlooked by making this a largely automated process. This isn't something unique to Baywatch's HD remaster, but any day for night color correction that would have been added in post is just left out.
I tell you, this night blindness is the worst thing for me.
It's a little easier to forgive for getting the day for night shots than some of these bungles, however.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere.
Hello, Gladys.
No, I know I had 6. If you could just look for the 6th bed.
5. Breathe.
That Gladys Knight footage was from The Runaways, by the way, the episode that keeps on giving in this editing travesty. More interesting to me isn't what was left out, but what was added in. Hilariously, they've added 720p to this shot of Garner recording Mitch. Yeah, sure. Sometimes they've added logos where there wasn't one originally, and sometimes they've interlaced the footage. And in Beachblast, they've put Jenny McCarthy onto a TV for a shot that didn't do that in the original airing. Confusing. Here's something very intriguing though. In the episode Snake Eyes, they replaced a scene of Mitch and Hobie's teacher with a scene of Court and Eddie harpooning a watermelon? My best guess is that the watermelon scene was cut out in some edits for syndication, and possibly the teacher scene included a copywritten song in the background. Very strange though. As far as I could tell, I didn't notice any other episodes including scenes I haven't seen before. I did appreciate seeing Court harpoon a watermelon, and it was in fact the better scene. Speaking of syndicated cuts, they've used the 2-part version of Nightmare Bay instead of the full 90-minute one, which means a bunch of stuff is cut out. The same thing appears to have happened with Vacation, even though the version I have is the 2-part version and still includes the scenes the remaster cut out. That one has much more significant edits, but fortunately a lot of it is the Guido stuff, so I think it's the better version for it. Western Exposure and Beauty and the Beast are both missing scenes that don't include any music or anything, so it's anyone's guess as to why they're gone. Syndicated cut? They lost the footage and got lazy? There's many possibilities. Anywho, I think the big deal for a lot of people was the music replacements. As I said before, they replaced over 300 songs, and that's a huge undertaking, one I am not envious of. I did, however, kinda not listen to most of them prior to making that video, so, here's some things I noticed. This is borderline copyright infringing, guys. Some of these songs are such literal knockoffs of the music they're replacing, it's absolutely hilarious. My personal favorite is the I'm Too Sexy replacement, I've Got It Going On. So good. Dude, if anyone cared about Baywatch half as much as me, they would be sued. This is doubly funny in the case of Hulk Hogan's replacement song for American Made, which was already a ripoff of his WWF theme song Real American, making it a ripoff of a ripoff. And in some instances, the captions just straight up credit the original song. I could go on and on, but here is just a small sampling of what you're in for should you take the plunge into Baywatch HD. But even if a song isn't a direct ripoff, there is some choice music in this, guys. You may not be hearing the original 90s goodness, but this new stuff is pretty damn entertaining. I particularly liked the Mitch and Hobie montage that seemed to more overtly imply that Mitch hates his son, which we all knew anyway. Some songs are technically trying to be more modern, and it does throw me off to hear them mentioning things that technically weren't around back then, but for the most part, I do kind of get this delightful throwback vibe, when things were a little more cheesy but earnest, and also way too literal. Please enjoy.
But man, the train, they were
top. Don't care where I land. Ooh, I wanna be cool like you. Yeah, gotta move like a locomotion.
I have a suspicion some of these songs were not in fact produced for this release and were stock songs that they paid for, but that will have to be determined by someone with a better ear for that sort of thing than me. Confusingly and tragically, they've removed the Pelican Man song, and that was one that they produced for Baywatch in the first place. I don't know how they determined what songs to keep and which ones to get rid of, as some licensed music was actually kept, but there you go. But you know what's easier than making a new song? Just cutting one out. See if you can spot where the music videos were removed in these edits.
Morning, CJ.
I can't believe it.
This time, do it like we're on MTV.
You were supposed to be home over an hour ago.
MTV!
I'm not really sure what's the better option here. The edits where they abruptly remove a song, or when they just dub over someone with something they clearly weren't singing. For some reason, they've dubbed Stephanie over with a man in this clip.
I love the way you smile at me.
Keep being you, Baywatch. But hey, if you're still upset about the music changes, guess what? Our friend Germany has come through once again. They were so darned steamed about this that they decided to include the original SD episodes with the proper music on the Blu-rays. So if you're looking to enjoy the show how it originally aired, it's now available for anyone to watch. And unlike the American Blu-ray release, they include the last 2 seasons and don't package the discs in cheap CD slipcovers. Upon a closer look, Baywatch HD is both a bigger mess and a more entertaining delight than I gave it credit for. It's kind of amazing that Baywatch can find new ways to entertain me, but this is definitely a different watch than the original run. I still maintain that this is overall a positive development because I like that more people have access to the show. With all of its flaws, Baywatch HD remains true to the spirit of the series. It looks pretty, it's got a lot of issues, and you're gonna laugh. Baywatch has been described as many things, the top among them being on the forefront of gender equality. Truly, the 90s never saw anything so progressive. Thus, today we take a look at Let the Games Begin, and after this episode aired, many people were rethinking their misguided beliefs vis-a-vis sexism. Can both girls and boys compete? Well, as long as they're sexualized, they can do anything they want. Perhaps most noteworthy about this episode is the insane amount of trivia I have for it. Wild considering it's pretty flimsy and held together with crusty old glue. I have a complete shooting script and some other little bits and pieces, so let's jump in. First of all, this was written by Tanquil Lisa Collins, whom I briefly brought up during the premiere of Baywatch Nights' 2nd season. She was Miss Virginia USA in 1983 and gained some notoriety by claiming to have an affair with a governor, which springboarded her into a Playboy spread. Somewhere along the line, she got together with Gregory Bonan, and as far as I can tell, they got married and are still together to this day. Thus, she's definitely involved with quite a few of his projects. She wrote and acted in a handful of episodes of Baywatch, and wrote/produced for SAF 3. That is with a 3 as the E, so I don't know how to pronounce it, which was a spiritual failed follow-up to Baywatch. She also appeared in the Baywatch Nights I mentioned, as well as a few episodes of Thunder in Paradise. But it seems like her main thing is doing charity work, which, hey, you go girl. In 1999, she won a humanitarian award and seems to focus primarily on philanthropy these days. Great job, Tanquil. I am going to dunk on this episode now. Anyway, yeah, the script. I have read all of the ones in my possession, and from what I can recall, this one is the most chopped up and rearranged. I don't know why they decided to do it this way, but the scene order has been shifted around. It's not anything that makes much of a difference, as the plot is just people work out and race a bunch, but you know. I'll talk about some of the more specific changes as we go along, unless it's extremely minor or boring. To get things started, in the opening scene, the script has CJ under the shower instead of these two. Aw shit, that was super minor and boring, whoops!
Hey guys, how's the water?
Oh, invigorating. It's so much cooler in the summer than the water in Florida. This is paradise. The water is so incredible, you guys. It is nice and warm.
Anyway, this borderline softcore movie level of dialogue is interrupted so the girls can gaze lovingly upon our boys as they run past. There is something for everyone, I guess. Curious as to what all this boy business is about, the girls run over to check in. Turns out they're training for Uncle Toby's Super Series, a professional Australian Ironman circuit which, according to Wikipedia, was considered to be the pinnacle of surf lifesaving. As previously mentioned, Michael Newman won the National Ironman Championship that year, which is very likely why he's featured more prominently than usual. Also featured prominently, sexism! The girls want to compete too, but Mitch explains that the women have a separate competition called the Devondale. This is no bueno to them.
That sounds sexist to me.
Isn't it about the best athlete?
Right.
All right. Tomorrow we're having a race to see who'll make the 4 spots. You all are welcome to try out.
Wait, what? Mitch unilaterally makes the decision to let the women compete in this men-only tour he's just trying out for? Not even running?
An Australian tried to kill me once. By their law, I can now do whatever I want.
Mitch, are you sure you should be training for the Ironman competition? Yesterday you almost drowned because you were under a voodoo spell.
I'm over it. You're the one who should be worried, Donna, because the next nights you're gonna get kidnapped by some weirdo.
Oh,
You know what Baywatch excels at? Having sports people who are not actors playing themselves. And not since the episode where Eyebrows played volleyball have we had such a large amount in one episode.
Hey, Broyles.
Yeah.
Good reflexes.
Yes, we have several international Ironman competitors here. Trevor Hendy is one of them. In real life, he won the Ironman 6 times, came in second 3 times, and won Uncle Toby specifically 4 times. He's in several Hall of Fames, is what I'm saying. So naturally, Baywatch decided to co-opt some of that success for their fictional lifeguard / PI / monster hunter, Mitch Buchanan. Not only is he old friends with Trevor, but he and competitor Craig Hummer also won the Uncle Tobys.
Hey, Mitch, I thought you and Hummer both won the Uncle Toby's.
We did. Once.
And, as you will recall, Mitch won another Ironman competition in the episode Ironman Buchanan. Unclear to me if that was his first win or if there's a third Ironman trophy in his closet. Also, to be honest, I'm a little confused about which Ironman championships are which, and I'm too afraid to ask now. Anyway, CJ is helping the other girls train, because despite saying they should be able to compete, she will not be participating in a lengthy shoot. She is instead focused on a bigger problem, which is boyfriend troubles.
So they look like Cody? Yeah, sorta, but they probably spend more time with their girlfriends.
Are you guys having problems?
Yeah, he's not spending any time with me anymore.
Would have thought Neely would see a vulnerability there and try to steal Cody for her own again, but considering how this episode goes, she has clearly moved on to greener pastures. And this callback is not lost on me.
They're the most skilled aquatic athletes on the planet, and they're in about every cereal box in Australia.
Hey, back home in Australia, my face is on cereal boxes.
No one was more disappointed than I when Mitch mentioned his old mate Trevor.
My old mate Trevor.
And it was just some dumb, real well-respected athlete, and not Trevor, questionable sandwich Cole.
Sounds like a typical male to me.
Male or not, tell me more about those cereal box boys.
The female ego is a disease.
Anyway, somewhere last year, between possibly dating Eyebrows long distance and getting together with Cody, CJ apparently went to Australia for a lifeguard exchange program and dated some guy named Jono, who I think is another sport guy playing himself. Unlike Shawnee, however, CJ actually came back from the exchange. And since Jono is coming to Baywatch to compete, Neely suggests CJ use him to make Cody jealous. She might not like CJ, but she does enjoy a good shit stir. Oh, thank God, a montage. Hey, you know what's the best part about the girls getting to try out for the boys' team? The fact that not a single fucking one of them qualify. The 4 slots are filled by actual athlete man, Mitch, Cody, and Numi. I guess girls suck after all. Neely does get 5th place, however, and unfortunately her line about it is cut because it's pretty great. I will reenact it for you here. You see this stick? 5th place. I'm sure you are all aware of what it means. If anything should happen to any of you... I'm in. I added the laugh. Her evil plans go forth as, later in the episode, Hummer gets a convenient case of appendicitis and Neely is in. We see no evidence on screen that she's telling the truth about that. He's dead. R.I.P. Women can only take part in men's sports if the men get sick and or murdered. In the next scene, while everyone throws jibes at each other while being sexy in the locker room, one sexual being who's missing is Mitch. He was originally in this scene, and they just shifted all of his lines to Hummer. This is a common thread in many of the scripts I have, which is not entirely surprising to me. I imagine scheduling conflicts happened a lot when he was simultaneously starring in 2 television shows. This happens frequently with CJ as well, which was a little more evident on screen considering the creative ways they wrote her out of scenes.
Sorry CJ couldn't make it. Hope you don't mind diving with me.
Well, you'll do.
Also, why is Captain Thomas hanging out with them and taking part in the towel throwing? I guess for that matter, why does she hang out in her swimsuit all the time when lifeguard captains aren't generally in the water? I'm fairly certain this was a midlife crisis for Thorpe multiple times.
I don't know why I'm here either since I'm just a junior lifeguard, but I'm super angry about it.
Manny is here to kiss Cody's butt, because someday he can be a real boy and compete in the Iron Man 2. But before he can do that, he's got to start out by being his handler.
All Iron Men start out that way. I was a handler for Numi. Numi was a handler for Mitch.
Yeah, okay. Numi was Mitch's handler. He learned everything he needed to know about Iron Manning from Mitch Von Malibu, the greatest man who ever lived. Disbelief not suspended. Voodoo spells I can go along with, but this is just a bridge too far.
Now you're marketing and promoting this thing,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Hey, we have our own marketing genius, Sam.
Okay, so we've seen Samantha organizing a bikini contest and a Bachelor auction, but this is the first time they've mentioned anything about her being a marketing person or anything like that. Because I don't know why lifeguards need a marketing person. It would also help if this episode hadn't cut out most of her subplot where she's trying to sell books and t-shirts and stuff. We missed out on important lines like this.
You've got a great mind for business and finance, Miss Thomas. Goes right along with your incredible lifeguarding abilities. Which reminds me, the girls are going to compete with us tomorrow to qualify for the team from Baywatch.
Team Baywatch, that's what we'll call it.
As opposed to what?
CJ, you're looking more beautiful than ever.
You know just the right things to say, Johnny.
I hope you're in shape, mate, because I've come ready to spank you.
That's good, because my backside is all you are going to see from your point of view, but I will have your towel for you when you finish.
How about we take the skis out for one of our infamous sunset paddles?
Hey, what's going on out there? That's just Mitch Buchanan and Trevor Hendy out on one of their infamous sunset paddles.
Okay, so here's where the cut and paste weirdness really comes into play. So they've combined 2 pranks in the script into one. Originally, Mitch pulls a pin from the rudder blade on Trevor's surf ski, skipping out on their sunset paddle and telling Donna he has a case to work with Griff. Trevor gets revenge on Mitch for the rudder prank, which Mitch gets further revenge for by soaping up his board. But they've cut the first prank and simply had Mitch start with the board soaping, thus removing Trevor's revenge. And what did Trevor do to get back at Mitch? Well, just some good old-fashioned faking his death. This was so fucked up. So apparently, Trevor got Numi and another one of their friends to call Mitch and make him believe Trevor may have drowned in the ocean in the middle of the night. He is up the entire evening worrying he's killed him for goofs. And you know they actually filmed it because they badly edit out lines where Mitch is talking about it.
Well, that soap looks a lot like wax, doesn't it? Huh?
You stole that one from me, I think, 10 years ago with the old soap on your board tree.
It's almost like they thought having the guy playing himself and then pretending to die and them laughing it off like good buddies was bad. The sad thing is, considering the stuff that they left in this episode, I think they actually just cut it for time. Oh no, Cody forgot about dinner plans. I guess CJ can go on a date with Jono.
Okay, I'm gonna go out with Jono then tonight.
The Australian?
Yeah.
That's great, you guys have fun. He's a good guy.
Whoop, off to eat crayons.
Forget everything else that's happened in this episode, because here begins one of my favorite bizarre subplots of Baywatch. For some reason, and I don't know who made this decision, but bless them, we get a Neely/Numi romance?
You know, you're really terrific. Would you like to spend a little extra time with me on the ski? Maybe we could have a cup of coffee after or something?
Sure, that'd be great.
Thanks, Baywatch! I didn't know I needed this, but it's absolutely all I can think about now. Like, maybe Neely has matured and realized she's done being a homewrecker and should settle in with the hero who was there all along. And look at Numi's absolute confidence in his reaction. He has everything Mitch wishes he had. This is absolutely a running thing. Little teases of maybe they're together, maybe not, but absolutely certain is the knowledge they are definitely sleeping together. In this episode's script, it's even more overt with them slow dancing at the end. Why did they rob us of this? Numely all the way. This is a delightful surprise, and yet not the weirdest relationship that they put Neely into.
I bet you John was telling Cody that we're going out for dinner tonight.
You told Cody you and Jono were going out for dinner tonight.
Okay, I'm gonna go out with Jono then tonight.
That's gonna make Cody totally jealous. I'm glad we're BFFs now, CJ.
Grabs another 8 people from the water and takes them all back to the beach. I've never been so glad to see anyone in my entire life.
Oh no, he's over there acting badly around Cody. Now he's gonna know there's nothing to worry about.
I better go say hi.
Bye, bestie. Hee, I'm in love.
We're concerned about team equality.
Just doing our part to keep the competition fair.
Woo!
The male ego is a disease.
Time for the main character girls who aren't credit only to even the score by hanging out half naked in the locker room and trying to sneakily find a way to cheat. Yes, that'll show them that women are just as good as men by winning dishonestly.
This is about men versus women. It's about our rights and our future. The future integration of competition.
Yes, I know I'm already apparently the first woman to compete in this event because Mitch said so, but we need to fight for our rights to cheat equally.
The female ego is a disease.
And what is their big cheaty prankaroonie? Get a load of this. Show up acting all sexy at their bonfire and keep them up all night so Neely is the only one well rested. Then, while using their feminine wiles to seduce the dumb boys, make a false call in and say there's an emergency and people are drowning.
Did you see something?
I didn't see anything.
Did you find it? A boat is a pretty big thing to lose.
I hope you find it soon.
What in the world is wrong with everyone? Their captain is involved with this? Also, I'm pretty sure calling in a false emergency like that is illegal. The prank would have worked the same way by just keeping them up at the bonfire. What the fuck?
CJ, you command such incredible attention everywhere you go. Would you please do us the honor of starting our race?
Ugh, let's sum this up. Neely is apparently the first woman to compete in this event, according to this episode, to no fanfare at all. However, she does prove that women will always lose, even if they cheat. Sweet, humble Mitch is merely second place to real-life multiple Ironman champion Trevor Hendy. It's realism like this that kept Baywatch going for a decade. Don't worry, David Hasselhoff's stand-in was a good sport about it at the after-party. Unlike Jono, who's suddenly gone insane!
CJ, I'm crazy for you. Forget Cody, he's a loser.
Get your hands off her.
Maybe she wants my hands on her.
Stop it!
Come on, guys!
See, the thing is, this entire thing was a prank on CJ. They only made her think Jono was about to assault her, and then they got into a jealous fistfight. This does nothing to address Cody's neglectful stupidity and only has terrible implications. Nothing about this seemed like a bad idea at all. Anyway, hope you don't leave me at the end of the season. Well, in a story harkening back to the fable of the boy who cried wolf, our lifeguards must learn a harsh lesson about lying. When Donna shows up to say there's an actual emergency, people don't believe her for 2 seconds before she says no, she's serious, and then they save the day. Really makes you think. Next time on Baywatch Nights, yet another psychotic man is kidnapping lifeguards and putting them in a cage. It's a non-monster related Baywatch Nights? Pretty unspooky, huh, folks? The last time we saw Donna, she was being kidnapped and traumatized in an episode of Baywatch Nights. Now, it's Playboy time, baby! Oh, how far Baywatch has come. Despite how much Hasselhoff fought it, it is now fully into Playboy cross-promotion territory. And I do mean that as literally as it sounds. The issue of Playboy Donna poses for in this episode is an actual Playboy issue Donna D'Errico was in, put out in the exact month this episode aired. They did edit the cover slightly for the episode, however, taking out her last name and removing the Baywatch patch from her swimsuit. Removing the patch, I guess, is to keep things consistent with the rule that they can do whatever as long as it's not in work uniform. Cause the one thing Baywatch excels at is consistency and realism. The episode with Shawnee getting reprimanded for unknowingly ending up in a steamy calendar seems laughable at this point. Why is Donna posing for Playboy, and why is Baywatch, the organization, noteworthy enough to be name-dropped on the cover of a nationally distributed magazine? Never explained. I'm gonna assume her sugar daddy pulled some strings for her. Also noteworthy is that this is the only episode of Baywatch I ever recall seeing in the 90s. I want to say I was flipping channels and caught the rock slide portion, because none of this Playboy stuff seemed familiar to me. All I remembered was people trapped on a bus. I guess it seemed exciting because I didn't bother seeking out any more Baywatch.
I don't want people to know I did bikini contests, but bikini photos are okay.
This episode isn't just about Donna, though. They've hit us with a 1-2 punch by giving Manny his first substantial plot.
I'm a mere 17 years old.
Manny has a rival named Bryce. Both of these boys have a crush on fellow junior lifeguard Aaron. Local gossip Donna knows the entire story, and she's happy to tell the audience about it.
Bryce used to go out with her until she discovered Manny.
Nearby, Mitch takes furious notes because he is totes not invested in this soap opera crap that he's gonna tell Eyebrows about later. I'll tell you what though, this kid chewing gum during a training exercise does not have what it takes to become a full-fledged lifeguard. Meanwhile, Caroline is at her tower when she hears a cry for help. Or, according to the script, Caroline is in Tower 12 watching her water when she notices a handful of sunbathers gathering around Lester Bieber, a balding, hairy-chested, overweight schmata king in his late 50s, as his wife, Ethel, frantically fans him with a beach towel. Picture George's parents on Seinfeld. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't see the Seinfeld thing at all, but mostly I'm just confused about the vast amount of description given to these characters considering they're in one scene and leave the episode, never to be heard from again. Caroline even takes the time to give us Lester's full name, as if to say he's very important.
His name is, Lester Beeper.
It's a toss-up as to whether they were maybe thinking they would become recurring characters, or this was scraps from some other episode, or Baywatch is just doing its usual thing where stuff doesn't have to go anywhere or mean anything. Anyway, Lester Bieber is having chest pains because there was a hot lady nearby in a tasteful but highly flattering bikini.
She should be arrested for attempted manslaughter. You think we should say something to her? According to county policy, thong bikinis are banned from the beach.
But technically, that's not a thong. It's a Brazilian bottom. The difference is subtle, but it does cover a tad more than your basic thong.
Numi, did you shave your mustache recently? It's distracting. I guess Captain Thomas had a point though. Maybe they should reprimand Bikini Lady for causing a heart attack by being too hot.
What's this? They're saying someone's hotter than me? Give me that.
The script I have for this episode has less drastic changes than the last. It seems the main difference they were concerned with was Mitch's horniness level. Notably, there's a revision saying Mitch is taking a good look at Donna's pictures before she comes into his office, but it seems Hasselhoff pulled a veto and said, "No, Mitch is talking to Hobie on the phone, shut up."
Yeah, Hopester, I'll be home before dinner.
No one's called Hobie the Hopester since he was 12 except you.
Hopester!
I know this sounds dumb, not to mention politically incorrect, but ever since I was a little girl, this has been one of my fantasies.
Unlike Hasselhoff, Mitch is okay with Donna doing Playboy in her own time, but Captain No Fun is bound to get pissy over it with her PMS or menopause or whatever. It's giving lifeguards a bad image.
Donna posing in the nude shows a disturbing lack of good judgment. And to be perfectly frank, it makes me wonder if she's capable of being a good lifeguard.
Hey, Captain, are we calling in another prank drowning tonight before we seduce the boys?
Not today. We have a back-to-back bikini contest and Bachelor auction.
Okay, tomorrow then.
Oh my god, they have Cody and Donna in charge of these kids? It's like they want them to die.
Okay, you've heard of bobbing for apples? Well, we're gonna go bobbing for jellyfish.
And despite what you may have heard, they aren't made of real jelly.
I kind of feel like assaulting another junior lifeguard during a training exercise should get you kicked out of the program, but at the very least, Bryce probably shouldn't get to go on their upcoming field trip.
I don't see how we can take them both on this survival training exercise.
The bus is big enough to hold at least twice that many kids.
What about me?
They're half your age, so they should just take up half as much space.
Oh, right, and double that, and we should only need 1/8 of a bus.
Exactly, and it's a short bus, so double that by a third.
Not so fast, harlot. The chief says you're a loose cannon, so you're suspended from the force. Turn in your bathing suit and your lip gloss.
What am I gonna tell the kids on the trip?
You're not going on the trip, you're suspended.
Like in midair?
While Donna's conduct is being investigated, Caroline is once again called in to be a replacement. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Except for when she married Cheaty McCheaterton, I guess.
All right, everyone, I was called in last minute and I am not happy about it. I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I haven't had a date in 6 months, so watch it!
We want Donna! We want Donna! We want Donna! We want...
Meanwhile, Gregory Bonan's girlfriend.
Wow. A diamond pendant? Where'd you get it?
From this romantic man I've been dating. Be careful. You know the rule about jewelry around here.
Where'd my necklace go? Oh, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine as to why that scene happened. It wasn't in the script, her necklace isn't seen again, nor is Tanquil Lisa Collins. Shouldn't we be burying some kids in a bus or something?
We had an earthquake. It was a 4.0 centered in Calabasas.
Really, that's the direction we're heading right now. Hang on a second, we're going through a tunnel, I might lose you.
An earthquake? We're going into a tunnel, should be fine. Damn my hubris! This is Hobie's fault!
Stephanie better not show me up by having a way worse accident on a field trip!
Who cares about that? I still haven't paid my hospital bill from that time I got struck by lightning. I can't afford another injury.
You were struck by lightning?
Caroline, do you even watch Baywatch Nights?
I saw the episode I was in!
Ugh, you care nothing about what I do.
As if things weren't scary enough, it appears their only hope is Captain Thomas, Cody, and Donna. Why Donna? Because as of this episode, she's the best rock climber they've got.
She's the best rock climber we've got.
A fool might think this came from out of nowhere, but they foreshadowed this at the beginning of the episode when Donna did some rock climbing in her photo shoot. Television language.
Now, I have the most tunneling through dirt experience, so I'll go out. Don't you be stealing any saves while I'm gone.
Hee, I'm gonna steal so many saves!
I don't know if this will help, but I can get shirtless.
Yes, actually, getting shirtless does save the day, because Manny helps rig up a makeshift inhaler for Bryce as he's having an asthma attack. Sexy and practical.
Never fear, the three guys are here.
I can see how Donna's expert climbing skills really gave them an edge here, which is why no one else bothered to come help.
Son of a Mitch!
Don't worry, Mitch, I'm here to save you, again!
Ugh, please just let me die. Ew, you taste like Seema. Yeah, don't worry, we dug him out off screen. I pretty much saved everyone, including Donna and the captain. I think Cody is still buried inside. Yep, talk to you later, Noom.
Thanks, man. You saved my life.
Oh, no problem, bud. Friends for life. Anyway, Bryce and Manny are cool now, and the rivalry is over. I hope you weren't too invested in where this plot was going, because neither Bryce nor Aaron show up again. Well, after Donna's heroic efforts in saving Mitch Von Malibu, her job is reinstated. This is actually the biggest change from the script, where Samantha says she and Mitch threatened to resign if Donna wasn't given her job back, and she apologizes for judging her. All of that is removed in the final episode, and the captain just sort of begrudgingly says her lifeguarding is more important than whatever she does off the clock. So, kinda a backward step. But they did keep the part about the chief wanting an autograph.
So, how should I make it out? Dear Chief? What's his first name? Clarence.
Who's Clarence? Well, I guess Thorpe is finally dead. Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch fights a vampire. Or maybe it's true love? Suck it! Well, folks, this is a weird one. Much like ogres and onions, it has layers. The more we peel back, the more of the stinky innards of Baywatch we're gonna see. Yes, I do have 2 scripts for this, and yes, I'm gonna be talking about them extensively. I theorized way back in Season 3 that the episode Showdown at Malibu Beach High was a backdoor pilot for some sort of high school-themed Baywatch show. But without any solid evidence for this, you're gonna have to make the judgment call for yourself. Not so with Search and Rescue. This is 100% confirmed to be a backdoor pilot, and boy could you tell. And considering how well things panned out with their last spin-off, this was sure to be a massive success. And oh, by the way, they decided to include their absolute most Baywatch Nights subplot in this episode for some inexplicable reason. But we'll get to that. Mitch fighting monsters isn't working out, but perhaps this next spin-off will be more in line with what Baywatch fans are looking for. Search and Rescue asks the age-old question everyone was dying to know: can firefighters and lifeguards work together? I know what you're saying, but their jobs are diametrically opposed. Firefighters fight fire, and lifeguards fight water. Yin and yang, my friend. They got what the other one needs, and that somehow makes this different than normal Baywatch. Spoiler alert, this pilot did not come to anything, but it is worth noting that Gregory Bonan did eventually make this show. In 2013, he and his wife, Tanquil Lisa Collins, made SAF 3, starring Dolph Lundgren, which was about an elite rescue force made up of the cream of the crop from the sea, air, and fire divisions of the Malibu Fire Department. And actually, I just watched a trailer for this for the first time, and if someone would have told me this was just Baywatch again with Dolph Lundgren, I would have watched it before now. So, stay tuned, I guess. Anyway, my point is, it was just, this. It's the plot to this episode. They held out for 16 years, and damn it, they were gonna get this show made. It lasted 20 episodes, by the way. Showdown at Malibu Beach High, if it was indeed intended to be a spin-off, did at least center mostly on characters we knew from Baywatch already. Search and Rescue is an endless parade of uninteresting characters you will never see again. I will now introduce you to them according to how they were described in the script. Captain Hughes is in command. Terry McPherson, a Mitch Buchanan equivalent in the fire department. A lifeguard named Rick Jenner. Jenner has a muscular body, but looks and acts like Pauly Shore. Clay Tiernan, an African-American firefighter. And Jessica Jess Lapierre, a Terry Hatcher-type helicopter pilot from Savannah, Georgia. I'm sure Eric Estrada was super excited to play someone described as simply in command, but I just gotta point out, everyone got sorta kinda a direction to go in except for Clay, whose description was African American. Bullshit. Utter bullshit. Worth noting that in the revised script and the episode, Hughes becomes Huntington and Terry McPherson becomes Terry McFerrin. But I swear in the episode they're calling him McFarlane?
McFarlane. Terry McFarlane.
Anyway, this episode starts with a rescue where firefighters and lifeguards happen to get their chocolate and peanut butter mixed up. And I probably shouldn't have laughed, but it's hilariously overblown. Oh man, seriously, hats off to the stunt performers. We got people on fire and flying off of railings, multiple explosions. I mean, what did they even sell in this wharf market that was so inflammable? How about that Mitch Buchanan equivalent in the fire department, huh? It's nice to know they're just spelling out the formula in the script. And look, I've given Hasselhoff a hard time for some of his acting choices, but he is a legit star with charisma. I'm not sure what exactly this guy has going for him that they thought he'd headline this whole show.
This isn't about pool. We're talking about pool have a tougher time making it through the other department's training. More firemen will qualify as lifeguards than lifeguards as firemen. The fantasies.
To be fair to Matt Battaglia, though, he did win a Daytime Emmy for producing a courtroom show in 2011, which is one more Emmy than Baywatch received. Anywho, Terry McPherson Farron thinks Neely is hot and asks her on a date. In the first version of the script, he strips down to a lime green Speedo to swim her out to her boat. It's extremely creepy, which is very Mitch Buchanan-like. Standard fireman issue.
We're allowed some individuality.
According to Captain Thomas, the chiefs of both departments were so impressed by their teamwork, they want to hold auditions for an elite search and rescue team. Only 6 people will make it, so it's gonna be a tough choice.
Well, how do you get to be one of the 6?
You've got to be under 40 with hair.
Ugh, that's just mean.
The search and rescue unit will be supplied with the most sophisticated rescue equipment
Nothing will
available.
be built until we can prove that a blended unit like this can work to save lives efficiently and both departments and unions have agreed to waive seniority requirements and let us put together a compatible
Chemistry
team.
is as important as individual abilities and any other issues you may have with one another. Better be checked at the
Cooperation
door.
and trust is essential if we want to pull this thing
Victims'
off.
lives may depend on it.
Oh, jeez, I just woke up. Hope I'm not missing any important character stuff they're setting up for a show that never happened. Rick Jenner is apparently the new Harvey, and that he's a horny idiot with business schemes, and Ledge Musselman is not falling for it. There's also some sorta kinda romance they're setting up between dumbass Cody and Jessica the helicopter pilot, which of course doesn't go anywhere, but isn't that out of character for him?
Don't you worry, you're in good hands. We'll get you through it.
However, if I'm going to give any credit to a plot involved with this firefighter/lifeguard team, I was highly amused by this next turn in the Noomley saga. Neely and Noomi, as you are aware, seem to be friends with benefits at this point. Perhaps Noomi sees this as something more, though. Perhaps Neely wants to test that. And thus, she introduces Terry to Noomi and pits them against each other to see who will come out on top.
The king of the beach.
I see you've met the queen of the beach.
Yeah, she rules with an iron fist.
And a velvet glove.
I haven't felt that yet.
Only qualified lifeguards get to.
Turn down for what?
Terry, Noomi will absolutely destroy you. That is, if you aren't completely eviscerated by Neely's velvet glove first.
This one's from the LA riots.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
They shot at us. What can I say? The fires were the safe part.
Baywatch! Maybe you shouldn't have your 2 black characters chuckling merrily over the very real issue of police brutality? Well, I guess the only segue out of this one is to talk about lifeguard/PI Mitch Buchanan. A lot of folks have asked over the years, hey, do the people on normal Baywatch, know Mitch hunts monsters? Does that ever cross over into the main show? Certainly they've alluded to Mitch working cases, but they've never outright stated that he encounters the supernatural on a weekly basis now. Well, here's the episode that finally gives us what we want, because Mitch's subplot is entirely based on his X-Files exploits. Mitch is hunting a vampire. This is all I've ever wanted, but somehow they put it in the worst possible episode, and I love it even more. One of the few saving graces of this waste of an episode. Hallelujah! Baywatch Nights fans, the Baywatch Nights, will note that this follows the episode of Nights where Mitch encounters a 400-year-old vampire who falls in love with him because he waited politely outside of a bathroom. This vampire is unrelated. I don't know if this was meant to tie into that theme, or just coincidentally they aired these episodes alongside each other, but who knows? Maybe Baywatch Nights got 2 more fans out of this. Yes, indeed. They decided when they were pitching this extremely dull spin-off about firefighters and lifeguards, they'd throw in a bunch of monster hunting shit from their spin-off that they are currently paying their own money to keep on the air for 1 more season. I'm not sure if this was meant to show investors that they've successfully created a previous spin-off of Baywatch, or use it as a cautionary tale, like, hey, it can't be as bad as this. Whatever the intention, it backfired horribly, because with Baywatch Nights, there are no winners. Anyway, what do Mitch's friends and coworkers he tolerates think about him fighting monsters? Well, it sure is funny. That's silly, Mitch. That is a reasonable reaction to finding out the supernatural exists. Mitch's first scene is cut out of the episode. I know they actually filmed it because you can see everyone looking to the side and laughing for no reason, and that's because stupid Mitch has just left. Both of my scripts have a different scene, so I'm not really sure which one they picked or if they filmed another one entirely. But I will now recreate the ones I have as accurately as possible. Mitch comes down the stairs looking exhausted and disheveled, his khaki pants and short-sleeved shirt torn and covered with muddy, greenish slime, which is also on his bare arms.
Hey Mitch, where have you been? You missed all of the action today. I had all the action I could handle, thanks.
What happened to you?
Don't ask.
You're covered in slime!
You smell like a sewer rat. Thank you all for noticing. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a boiling hot shower.
This is that case, isn't it? Trying to get that boy away from some weird cult?
Yes.
Did you find him?
Yes. Where? An abandoned sewage treatment plant.
What kind of cult is it?
They believe the only way to survive Armageddon is to return to Atlantis.
Live beneath the sea?
They were practicing in the abandoned sewage treatment plant.
I see why you have 2 careers, Mitch. Being a private eye is so much more glamorous than being a lifeguard. Mitch comes down the stairs looking exhausted and disheveled, his khaki pants and short-sleeved shirt torn and covered with muddy, greenish slime, which is also on his bare arms.
Hey Mitch, where have you been? You missed all of the action today. I had all the action I could handle, thank you.
What happened to you?
Don't ask.
You're covered with something!
Even smells sort of strange.
Mitch slows, not sure he wants to discuss this, but since they're pressing...
You want me to tell you what I think happened? Or what Ryan says happened?
There's a difference?
You decide. They say I went through a portal into an alternate universe.
Alternate universe? Really?
And you say it was. A place where a young girl got trapped in something way over her head. And I had to go through whatever it was to get her out.
An alternate universe.
That's what they say.
But how did you get there? Is that possible? An alternative universe?
No, of course not. That's why I look like this. Now I'm going to take a long hot shower to forget about it.
But how did you go from being a lifeguard to stepping into an alternative universe, then back again?
Sometimes I deal with it good. Sometimes I don't deal with it at all.
The nights will never be the same.
Mitch talking about saving boys from Atlantis sewer cults or dimension hopping? Bad. Mitch hunting a vampire? Good. Finding out they cut this scene must have been like waking up from an accident and realizing you've lost a limb. Tragedy. Anyway, one of the scenes they kept is of CJ and Caroline working out boobily while Mitch is obviously hunting a vampire. The script originally had this at night under a full moon, but they got a tight schedule to work with.
Ooh, what's that smell? It smells of simultaneous boredom and desperation.
That's right, it's me, Mitch Buchanan, the greatest monster hunter alive.
You must really love what you do, huh?
CJ, I wish for the sweet release of death at every moment.
You got a wound on your neck, you smell like garlic, and you're wearing a cross. You were on one of your weird cases again, weren't you?
Wow, brilliant. You can almost see him slipping off his shoes as he exits the scene before walking straight into the sea.
The thing is that you believe in all that weird stuff. Of course I do.
I believe anything and everything is possible, except Neely making the search and rescue team. Quick question, what the fuck does this plot mean to anyone just binging Baywatch these days? Does this make any sense, or have people just accepted that Baywatch be like that sometimes? I fear I'm in too deep to know what it's like on the outside anymore. Whatever, firefighters and lifeguards eating farty chili together. Their focus is intense. Both men grunt like Tim Allen.
Oh, what's the matter? You can't handle firehouse chili?
Because he's a lifeguard and not a firefighter. Therefore, he cannot handle firehouse chili. They couldn't be more different.
Wait till you taste the lifeguard sandwich.
I'm just talking about how much in love you are with CJ and how devoted you are to each other.
Thanks, Jordan.
Infidelity! What's better than a boring montage of tryouts for this elite super team? 2 boring montages of tryouts for this elite super team. Note, this montage should be longer than most. There is a very long list of character building moments written in the script, but they're pretty much all abandoned for your standard can flipping and jet ski shots. Also, Numi gets injured at some point during this montage, but it's not really clear how or when, so the next time we see him, he's just on crutches for some reason. Surprise, surprise! The guest stars with speaking roles made it to the team! Cody and Neely also make it to the team because far superior real-life lifeguard and firefighter Michael Newman was disqualified due to his injury. Terry clears his throat in approval. Cody is so excited that he races off to tell CJ about all of the cheating he plans to do.
Yeah, I love it.
Then I love it too.
Then prove it.
Prove it? How am I supposed to prove it?
Paint me.
Your first thought might be, why the fuck is Cody asking CJ to paint him? Well, you're just dumb, because you didn't know that they cut out an entire subplot about CJ painting Cody throughout this episode. It's okay though, because they just transplanted the footage into the next very intricately planned episode of Baywatch. So now it's not confusing that Cody asked CJ to paint him out of nowhere. I was pretty sad that we also lost the scene of a hotel worker exploding in flames to set up the big rescue at the end. A worker comes into the boiler room engrossed in a tabloid newspaper. He puts a cigarette in his mouth. He lights a match. The room explodes! I'm gonna save you 12 grueling minutes. Our elite team saves the day. Back to the important plot.
If you were a vampire, you would be melting from the sunlight.
Vampires burn up in the sun, witches melt. Remember in Wizard of Oz and they poured water all over her and she went, oh, it's my favorite part. I'm melting! I'm melting!
All right, no more biting necks, all right?
The nights will never be the same.
See, he wasn't really a vampire. He was just a guy running around biting people on the neck. I knew this guy wasn't for real, and that's why I was running around in a tuxedo with a cross and garlic. That's what Baywatch Nights is about, something seemingly supernatural with a rational explanation. We wouldn't really feature a vampire, except in the last episode where we totally did. Watch Baywatch Nights, we're begging you. I'm trapped in a waking nightmare.
Which one will you choose?
I don't know. How about you?
Next time on Baywatch Nights, can you handle the excitement of space pollen? Do you like X-Files but hate intelligent writing? Then this is the episode for you. Don't space out. It's been a while since I've covered a very, very average episode of Baywatch. It's freedom is what it is. Sometimes I just want to discuss stupid episodes about toxic chemicals being dumped into the ocean while an inside sports photo shoot is happening, and it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Occasionally, I want to be like Mitch. Simple. Anyway, we open on a subplot that was shot for the last episode. The backdoor pilot about firefighters and lifeguards that also had a subplot referencing their failed spin-off where Mitch fights monsters and may or may not be a PI anymore. You're probably thinking that Baywatch is so incohesive that they can just transplant footage from one episode to the next without it being obvious. But au contraire, mon frere, there are definitely things in this scene that will clue you into the fact that this was meant to be in the previous episode. For instance, Cody mentions wanting to be part of the search and rescue team.
Search and rescue is really what I want to do.
That's in addition to the complete non sequitur in the middle of last episode when Cody asks CJ to paint him, and then introducing the painting subplot now. The reason Cody is so adamant about CJ painting him to prove how much she loves him joining search and rescue is because CJ expresses her feelings through her paintings. So when she's in love, the painting is lighter, and when she's angry, the painting is darker. It's all very meaningful. Anyway.
In alternative universe!
Yep, that looks like me, alright.
Meanwhile,
hello.
This bay is polluted as hell, and I'm not just talking about blob monster remains. According to this environment testing dude, storm runoff is causing dangerous toxins to seep into the ocean. But I mean, hey, it's better than it used to be, right?
Yeah, better than 10 years ago. But try and picture it 100 years ago.
There was probably a malt shop here?
An asshole photographer happens to be shooting nearby, so Donna and Caroline step on over to give them a heads up about all the chemicals in the water.
The light is ideal here. The backdrop is perfect here.
This one specific part of the ocean on a shitty overcast day. We can't get that anywhere else. It's ideal. Meanwhile,
suddenly, I'm angry. What did Stephanie do this time? This isn't about you, Caroline. This is about Cody. But he hasn't even appeared since the last scene 4 minutes ago. Shut up.
The green is jealousy, the gray and the black is anger and rage, love and loss, redemption and compassion, and the red would be Cody exploding into a million tiny pieces.
this is in reference to the subplot last episode where Cody is flirting with the helicopter woman, but now it's in reference to nothing. Doop 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 doop. Gee, I hope CJ doesn't mind all that cheating I was planning to do. CJ wonders why Cody is coming home so late, and they dub over his explanation that he was eating Firehouse chili with the buds to instead say he was helping Alicia with her breaststroke.
Yeah, Alicia and I were working out at the pool. I'm helping her with her breaststroke.
Some late night breaststroke teaching, I guess. I don't know who Alicia is, but the actress who played the helicopter lady was Alicia Guzman, so I can only assume this is some sort of in-joke.
Take another look at my painting.
Wow, she's a regular pistachio.
Where's CJ?
She and Neely are out helping Mitch train for the Iron Man competition.
Another Iron Man competition?
Yeah, you know, Teague, I'd love to help you investigate this potential alien invasion, but you see, I've got my 300th Iron Man competition to train for.
Cody has the IQ of a coconut, so he's got a lot on his mind. Namely, now that CJ is mad at him for some unexplained reason, should they maybe get married? He'd better ask marriage expert, twice engaged, once divorced, and both times cheated on Caroline, for her advice.
You've been married, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Maybe I should ask Stephanie, she's engaged.
I'll swallow your soul!
A montage made up of clips from other montages and the return of Shaggy shooting a reggae video? Man, they really had to fill in for time. This episode is like Freefall Part 2, without Mitch hilariously dying, of course. Unless...
I got cramps!
Tell everyone I died saving myself!
Don't worry, Mitch. I'll paint your last moments.
I'll take you with me, I swear!
Well, gosh darn it, that bubbling water Mitch swam into wasn't due to hot tub jets, but rather some toxic chemicals. And I'm no Mitch Von Malibu, but something tells me these barrels in the water aren't storm runoff. Things aren't looking good for our intrepid Iron Man hero. To think he survived an Ajogan attack, a frog hybrid girlfriend explosion, a blob explosion, a lightning strike, a demon-possessed bookshop owner, a prospector ghost, a voodoo spell, a twin who was bad at math, a vampire, and an exploding dog full of space spores, only to be taken out by some damn pollution. Son of a Mitch! And even worse, one of those models from the beginning is trying to steal his limelight by getting sick too. Caroline and Donna return with backup, their best friend, Jerry Croft from Inside Sports.
She makes sense. I'd listen to her if I were you. You don't look like much of a pro to me. If you worked for me, I'd fire you right on the spot.
Thanks, Jerry Croft from Inside Sports. Do we know you?
Yeah, I was in that episode with the mutant alligator. I'll also be in 2 more episodes and the Hawaiian wedding movie.
Oh yeah, I remember doing that photo shoot. What? That wasn't you, that was Neely. Oh yeah.
You can do one in this episode though, and bring along Jordan as a token. Thanks for including me. These chemicals have to be stopped. Mitch is gonna die unless they know what he was poisoned with, so it's up to Deputy Cody, Charlie's Angel CJ, and Sea Witch villain turned ally Neely to find these barrels and kick their asses.
Listen up, the ocean is a big place. We can follow our path, but there's no guaranteeing we'll find—
Hey, they're right over there!
Cody and CJ investigate the logo on the barrels, and apparently Neely has lost interest and doesn't care if Mitch lives or dies. So instead, Caroline is suddenly part of this.
Tell our sponsor Coca-Cola that I found the culprits!
Apparently, this is some produce distributing company, which Caroline discovers by going to the county courthouse and checking to see if the logo was trademarked. So not only did they dump toxic waste illegally, but they made sure they kept their trademarked logo on it so they could be easily tracked down.
Yeah, that's our logo. What about it?
I can't help but feel like these guys are involved.
Shady, cigar-chomping produce distributor boss man explains that they don't ship things in barrels, which makes me even more confused as to why they put their logo on them. He sends them off with some broccoli, but his second-hand man is worried they know too much. Speaking of knowing too much, I have to go into this rabbit hole because it's absolutely insane. Much like this episode, I'm gonna throw a lot at you at once, so hold on to something. This guy is played by Bruno Marcattulli, aka Bruno Wergel, who was in a misbegotten reality TV series in 2006 called Black White. Produced by Ice Cube, the premise of the show was that a black family and a white family swap races. It is as terrible as you think. Bruno was the father in the white family, except the whole thing was a lie, and the white people on the show weren't even actually a family. This episode of Baywatch is how I found out he was an actor, and it absolutely blew my mind, because holy shit, what is even going on anymore? He played a shady, produce-distributing sleazoid who dumped chemicals into the ocean, and somehow it's not the worst thing he's ever done. I'm completely losing it.
You can't be walking around looking at produce. Come here.
I should bust all three of you. For what? Grand theft broccoli?
Yeah, and oh, they're gone.
Ouch. That hurts.
He's in a coma.
Uh-oh.
No big deal, he'll get over it. Real missed opportunity, though, for him to wake up on nights with visions of the future so they can rip off the dead zone. Is Mitch dead yet? I need a soul for my latest spell. Oh, hello, artist Christian Reese Larson.
I was going to swim with the dolphins. They love to swim with humans. It's this energy you share with them. It's not fair. They don't trash our neighborhood.
Yeah, looks like we really learned a lesson about pollution from this famous marine artist who is here for some reason.
And you know, we do this Inside Sports swimsuit issue every year. We'd love to have you on the cover. I'll write an article about ecology. Come on, together we can make a difference.
Guess I never thought of that before, Jerry Croft from Inside Sports. Good luck with your coma, Mitch.
Wow, when I see this, I think they're really making a difference. No, don't cut back to the artist guy. Get out of here.
We left, but now we're back. That's right. We're here to kick some evil produce distributing ass and chew bubblegum.
And we're all out of ass.
Now.
Freeze, you produce fucks! But we already have the police working for us, according to that other scene. That's the corrupt produce police, but we're from a different precinct. Damn, foiled again.
What was the point of the boss saying they were gonna send out someone to get rid of these three and then not following up on that? And what kind of toxic waste were they dumping anyway? Oh well, instant coma cure.
No, please, don't wake me up. I was dreaming I was running a sexy nightclub and I never had a son and Lou Rawls was my best friend.
Let our boobs be a comfort to you.
Oh my god, there's a boom mic, run!
Gotcha.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch goes to an alternative universe, and it sure looks like a warehouse. Sliders. Hey, remember Stephanie? She was a main character since season 3, and then they gave her skin cancer, but it's okay because now she's going to live an extremely long time, and she's engaged to the hunky doctor who saved her life. You know, that one. You'd be forgiven for not remembering any of this, as the last time we saw her was 8 episodes ago, and the last time we saw her handsome fiancé was at the end of last season. Having been reminded of that, I can imagine how pumped you all must be to see them get married. Because that's what's happening in this episode.
Hey everybody, ready for a sexy music video?
Also remembered in this episode is Caroline and Logan's 2-second engagement, and also Logan's existence. We last saw him 9 episodes ago, and this will be his enthralling departure. This is season 7 of Baywatch. We don't need to hide the sun reflectors from the shots anymore, I guess.
Hope you're all caught up, everyone! Logan, how unexpected!
It kinda seemed like Caroline had moved on from their breakup when they began this season with them filming a Jaws ripoff together, but now she's angry again. But I mean, it kinda seemed like Logan was gonna move on to pursue his film career, and yet he's stuck around to occasionally throw people's belongings in the trash for no reason, so what do I know?
I hate that you cheated, but luckily I'm a professional, and I don't let petty things like that get in the way of my job.
Why haven't we had this conversation prior to this? It's been like a year since I cheated on you.
Because Stephanie's getting married and I'm jealous!
I actually believe that you love me.
I do love you.
Wow, feel sincere.
Well, if it isn't my so-called fiancé playing with his balls.
I swear I was just wrapping things up.
Not good enough. We're heading over to meet the family, bro boy.
Why haven't you met my family before?
Enough questions, let's go.
Meanwhile, Mitch gets his ego stroked. He's approached by a woman from Flash Monthly magazine, who informs him that he's been selected as their Bachelor of the Month. It seems his profile was submitted to them by credit-only CJ, hopeless romantic and Mitch humiliation aficionado.
Bachelor of the Month, huh? Well, I'm still kinda raw since my frog hybrid girlfriend blew up, but I did find out that the world was gonna end in a fiery collapse of the ozone layer in 2 years, so what the hell? Pimp me out!
But what's this? A dumb prop in the water? I mean, a Portuguese man-o-war?
Ah, this is doing something!
Yes, the Baywatch crew has got a Portuguese man-o-war on their hands. Typically, Portuguese man-o-wars are seen in tropical waters, but a big current has conveniently swept it into Baywatch Bay. If, like me, you were unfamiliar with Portuguese man-o-wars until now, here's what you need to know. They look way cooler than depicted here. They're these translucent little weirdos with tentacles that can grow up to 165 feet long. And they're not one little weirdo, they're a whole colony of weirdos making up this sick blob. According to Mitch, they're very deadly.
That emit a pretty deadly poison.
But this is another Baywatch lie, because they're rarely fatal to humans. And while they're very similar to jellyfish, their stings hurt a whole lot worse. But not as much as it'll hurt when Mitch Von Malibu gets a hold of this slimy bastard.
That son of a Mitch didn't expect me to have a children's book called Dangerous Sea Creatures, did he? He'll never see me coming.
Meanwhile, the Bachelor of the Month plot this episode is inexplicably named after is still happening. Mitch is having some reservations about this whole thing, but when the magazine lady explains who else was Bachelor of the Month before him, Mitch's weakness to flattery is his undoing.
Keanu Reeves, John F. Kennedy Jr., Shaquille O'Neal.
Keanu Reeves, John F. Kennedy Jr., Shaquille O'Neal, Mitch Buchanan.
Think of all the free advertising it would mean for your detective agency.
Yeah, okay, sure, we're doing this again. So, is it public knowledge that he also fights the supernatural? Or, on top of being a lifeguard, full-time dad, and monster hunter, he also takes on regular PI cases in between magazine interviews? Do you think Teague will be happy with Mitch getting featured in a high-profile magazine? Or is he busy with whatever the hell he does all day? And can Mitch really be a bachelor if he's promised his heart to his true love, Ryan McBride?
Well, did I mention that it pays $5,000?
Today, September 15th, 1999. Fires consume West due to ozone layer breakdown. We lost the notes.
But we know what's going to happen. It's up to us.
Mitch Buchanan, sellout of the month.
Yeah, when do I get paid?
The number of plots that involve Mitch basically selling his body for money is more than you would expect. Meanwhile, Donna, Rocks of Doom, Portuguese Man-o-War, these kids are playing a dangerous game. The little boy is played by Craig Hauer, who was in 3 previous episodes as little boys as they needed them. Most prominently, he was one of the blind children Hobie saved from a fire last season. According to IMDb, he is playing a character named Timmy in both that episode and this one. But he's not blind here, that character was named Peter, and this little girl clearly calls him Jimmy.
Jimmy, don't!
Oh wow, I really haven't been paying attention to anything. It's Donna! Run! Every man for himself! For reasons unknown, Donna's frantic screaming for everyone to get out of the water has not had the calming effect she desired, nor has it saved anyone from the man-o-war. For Timmy Jimmy might have somehow wandered casually away from certain death, but another little boy has taken his place, for the rocks of doom demand a sacrifice. Yoink!
The blood debt must be paid.
Stephanie! I had to live vicariously through you by making your wedding my wedding! I'm not pathetic, you are!
Ugh, if I'm not dead by next episode, somebody shoot me.
Kiss.
Anyway, Caroline is being a backseat bridezilla, so despite her, Stephanie and Tom decide to just get married now. Fitting that Stephanie's big day would be one big F you to her sister, as it should be.
Suck it, Caroline.
Damn it, Stephanie!
Ugh, I hate that plot. What's the most boring way I can be informed of this news?
I know Stephanie's getting married. This afternoon? No, I didn't know that.
Well, that's enough to turn off my snooze alarm. This is really sweet material. Oh no, I'm faking drowning for a magazine shoot. I don't got time for this, lady. I gotta actually Stephanie down the aisle.
How did that sneak up on her?
Bye!
Wait, just because it's off camera doesn't mean it's invisible, right? Don't involve me in this plot. Meanwhile, Stephanie and Tom's minister has a tennis game to get to, and they can't wait any longer. Yes, that's really the dilemma. Stephanie strongly feels that she can't have this impulsive hour's notice wedding without Mitch, because if she doesn't bless the ancient ritual with the tears of a spurned lover, she won't be able to conceive a child when she and Tom mate just before she unhinges her jaw and consumes him. Neely read about that in Sea Witch Living one time. I kinda love how Caroline just blatantly lies to them though.
I just spoke to Cody, who spoke to Mitch, and Mitch is working Zoom at Beach. He's probably stuck in traffic.
No, but I talked to him on the phone about an hour ago.
Oh, did he say he was coming?
He said he wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay, we'll get married, but I got dibs on selling our children for drug money.
Anyway, ass jokes.
Don't worry, I'm a certified paramedic.
And I'm a lifeguard.
I'm a professional life-saving individual.
You know, for a thing apparently just moved around by currents, this man-o-war sure has a tendency to keep sneaking up on our heroes. If you imagined that poking around an inanimate jellyfish prop with a stick is an anticlimactic ending to this plot, you do not have the chops to create one action-packed episode of Baywatch. Yes, Mitch did miss Stephanie's wedding for this. Look how many main characters didn't show up. Stephanie has no friends.
Hey guys, I just thought I'd show up at the ceremony to stare at you silently and then walk away. My time here was pointless. Bye! Actually, I got this one, guys. Hot eats, cool treats, basketball, put your balls in my mouth. Catch this, suckers! No!
Mitch's Bachelor of the Month spread is cancelled, according to this scene. But then when we come back from commercial break, voiceover Mitch tells us that actually it was a successful shoot. And that's why they're doing this unrelated music video with a bunch of random models for the last 3 minutes of the episode. Shut up!
My Bachelor of the Month photo shoot was so successful, they decided to do a search for Bachelorette of the Month.
This sucks.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Donna is possessed. Can Mitch stop her terrible acting once and for all? Folks, we've made it to a big one. We've weathered quite a storm through 7 seasons of normal Baywatch and 2 seasons of Mitch's X-Files adventures. But from the clouds has emerged a beautiful rainbow. Stephanie's gonna die! We've been foreshadowing this for forever, and now the time has come. See, you thought she was gonna die of that Emmy cancer they gave her during the WCW Hulk Hogan episode, but then they swerved on ya. Stephanie is too much of a badass for cancer to snatch her from this mortal coil. Plus, they already did that with Mitch's other girlfriend, so they gotta change it up slightly. This was actually a pretty big deal at the time, as it's one of only 2 major character deaths they ever did. I mean, that was clearly stated anyway. There were a couple later on I'm not really sure about, to be honest. The other major death was Jill, and while hilarious, we'd known her for 1 season and she was barely a character. Stephanie, on the other hand, the audience had kinda gotten to know and like, so it meant a little more. You know that it did because she was one of the few characters to get an exit even written in instead of disappearing unceremoniously. There's some fascinating details behind Alexandra Paul's departure as well, but I'm gonna leave that for the end of the video. For now, let's take the chance of a lifetime, which is the name of this boat. But if you peel the letters away, you'll see the original name, the Saint Actually.
This can't be real. This can't be happening. It all started out so perfect.
Happy birthday, loser! Yeah. I love birthdays because I'm another year older, and I'll be able to boss you around for another 100 years because I'm never gonna die.
That's right, and I'll be able to whine at you for an eternity.
So Caroline is planning a surprise party for Stephanie, which she knows about and doesn't want. The script I have includes extended dialogue from this scene where Caroline says that it's Stephanie's 30th birthday, and she always had a dream to be married to the perfect man before she turned 30. And everything is so perfectly perfect now, just so wonderfully perfect, and oh how perfect her life will always be. I'm assuming they cut this dialogue because they said their dad died in Vietnam when Stephanie was 7, and if you do the math from 30, then that means he died after the US pulled out of Vietnam, and their otherwise consistent backstory would be shattered. Or for time. Also explained in this cut dialogue is that Stephanie and Tom have received a yacht as a wedding present. From who, it's never explained. But said yacht is going to be used in this episode for a field trip to teach kids in the lifeguard water program about sailing. It was Tom's idea since he's a doctor not involved with the lifeguard water program. All of this was cut, presumably, because the only thing it adds to this episode is questions. And I don't know where else to add this, but the original title for the episode was Shockwaves. You know, like the hair care product that sponsored season 6. Field trip time! Alongside Stephanie, Tom, Mitch, and I don't know, pick a name out of a hat, Neely, the kids that will be aboard the SS Let's Kill Stephanie are Nerdy Kid, Shy Girl, Fighting Stepbrothers, and the rest. Well, they're just sailing out to the middle of nowhere with Sea Witch Neely on board. I'm sure nothing bad is gonna happen.
I defeated a serial killer ghost last week.
See ya! Save some actuallys for me!
Have fun living.
Bark, I'm a dolphin!
My plot also relates to a dog.
Hey, champ. Heard you miss your dead dog and your dead parents. Yeah, I can relate. I've killed a few dogs in my time. But one thing I can tell you is that when one dog dies, there's always another to take its place, meaning my work is never done. Anyway, did you know that the ozone layer is gonna collapse and we're all gonna burn to death in 2 years? Except for the few survivors, of course. They'll pray for death every day, if they can keep track of them, because the fires will create a perpetual blaze that will rid us of night forever. Yes, truly, nights will never be the same. Well, glad we had this talk.
Living is great.
We don't think living is so great.
Yeah, we hate that.
Stephanie's gonna die. Pass it on.
What was that?
Nothing. Mind your own business.
Time to summon a storm. Now, let's not panic. They have a lot of lifeguard friends back home that'll be looking for them. They're in safe hands.
Yes, that's right. I want 2 beef and cheddars, a French dip, a large curly fry, and... No, beef and cheddars! Right, and do you still have the 5 for $5 menu? I'm gonna need like 6 of those. Better get a diet soda with that. And
this party is gonna be so great! Everyone's gonna be thinking about me because of what a fabulous job I did! Nothing Stephanie does is gonna overshadow me today!
I ordered a bunch of Arby's and accidentally forgot to save Stephanie. Is that okay? Remember, if you get into trouble, use Stephanie as a shield. You got it?
All right, group check. Nerd, you still nerding? Good. Shy girl, still shy? All right. Other one, still here, I guess. Okay, everyone, prepare for trauma.
Neely, I'm scared.
Not to worry. In most scenarios like this, the nerd is the first to go, so you won't have to watch all of your friends die in front of you.
And since you don't have main character protection status, you're probably next, FYI.
The model ship can't take that much more, Mitch. We're gonna make it, damn it. I have so many more adventures to be bored by. And that's my save, and my save, and my save. Am I missing anybody?
My save!
No! You're not gonna steal my save, Stephanie! Not my save!
Ow, 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 ow. I win, Mitch. Ow, 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 ow.
And then she had main character protection status. She did this on purpose. Total power move.
Suck it.
You can't die now. I have so many more actuallys to give you.
I'll always be with you. Everywhere you look.
Everywhere you go, there's a heart.
A heart and a hand to hold on to. Standing tall on the wings of my dream.
Mitch. I love
me.
But you were my save!
Stephanie went out with the two men she loved the most. The guy who missed her wedding to go catch a jellyfish, and her husband who she thought was just okay. Also, he was Mitch's best friend for almost his entire life. I think that was a line they threw out there once. Anyway, we're never gonna see him again after this episode.
Stephanie, you messed up my party!
Caroline, it's too late. The only party we'll be having now is at her funeral.
No! Stephanie, you won't do this to me! I was supposed to have a clue that you! Okay, you again!
I must say, I am impressed with the devastation coming from one ledge muscleman, robbed of the Emmy Baywatch deserved.
Can you just write me out in a Phantom of the Opera episode or something?
You son of a Mitch.
Barely any main characters could come to Stephanie's funeral, so I got a front row seat. Sad, huh? Check one off the Deborah Schwartz bingo card, though.
Today, we're here to remember the life of a total pain in the ass. For so many years, Stephanie has been a thorn in my side. Now she's returned to the hell from whence she came. Please feel free to remember her with any clips you see fit. And if you didn't have a lot of screen time, just use a shot of you walking past her or something. Hobie's with his mother. Thank you.
R.I.P. me. I was the best of us.
And Mitch has another one to add to his dead girlfriend shelf. The end. Anyway, we'll be seeing Stephanie again on Baywatch Nights as a favored Hasselhoff. Spoilers if you care. So, Alexandra Paul wanted out. Yeah, so, here's the story. Baywatch was pretty cheap even for the bigger name actors. Alexandra Paul mentioned in E! True Hollywood Story that a friend of hers working on Melrose Place was making 10 times her salary. But it was a convenient work situation. It was on the beach, not far from where she lived, and she was only working 5 months of the year. But eventually, you gotta get tired after 5 years of this, on top of the pervasive culture focused on a certain body image. I've mentioned this story before, but it's worth repeating. One of the producers came up to her and told her she should get breast implants.
And I did have one of the producers come up to me and put a Playboy in front of me with a picture of a model who had had a breast job. She'd had breast implants that weren't that large, and he said to me, these would look great on you.
Even the nicest person can only take so much, and I think she just reached a point where she wanted to move on. And 5 years is a pretty good lifespan for anyone on Baywatch who isn't Hasselhoff, so no one could say she hadn't run the whole gauntlet. And so, for her exit, she pleaded for them to please kill her off, thanks.
I begged. I said, kill me, because then it'll be really dramatic.
And kill her they did, in an amazingly spectacular fashion. And, to top it all off, she sat in on her own funeral scene in a blonde wig with huge boobs. Finally the woman the producers always wanted her to be. What a legend. Full disclosure here, I did kinda tear up when Caroline saw her sister's body. I'm gonna gonna really miss Stephanie, because as much as I joke around about the character, she kicks some ass and was fun to watch. And I think Alexandra Paul genuinely seems like one of the kindest people. So here's to Stephanie. She died as she lived, sticking it to Mitch and crushed under a giant mast. Rest in peace.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Unfrozen Vikings! Did you know Mitch is an expert on that sort of thing? Apparently he is. Valhalla! I know we just saw Mitch fight some unfrozen Vikings on Baywatch Nights, but let's pretend that didn't happen, just like Baywatch does for 99% of their Failson spin-off. What Baywatch does acknowledge, stunningly, is that Stephanie died in the last episode, sometimes, depending on the character. You know, like when Mitch's cancer girlfriend died, and then he got over it after he did a shitty version of Sleepless in Seattle with a psychic, and then he did a dance competition with CJ where her boobs fell out? Well, this is sort of like that, except even more tone-deaf and disrespectful of the dead. Baywatch Nights subsequently saw this episode and said, "Hold my beer," determined to tarnish Stephanie's memory even further. Baywatch Hawaiian Wedding then digs up her corpse and backs over it with the semi from Baywatch Nights. Anyway, Stephanie's reincarnated as a dog.
I'm grieving! I'm in the ocean, it's not weird.
I have this strange feeling that drowning dog over there is trying to overshadow me. I'll show that bitch who's boss my save!
You call that a save? Ugh, I'll do it myself like I always do.
Oh wait, here's Numi to provide some interesting commentary on the situation.
What is this, a dog rescue?
Stunning.
I'll get to the shore first.
No, you won't!
Yes, it appears Stephanie reincarnated as a dog just so she can pretend to drown and then whoop Caroline's ass in a race. And Caroline has to be embarrassed enough at the situation as it is, but Numi and everyone else are totally dunking on her for losing to a dog.
What's up with this, Carolyn? You stopped working out completely?
Also, maybe this is a potato-potato situation, but it amuses me that Numi pronounces her name Carolyn.
What's up with this, Carolyn?
Am I spiteful enough to be angry at a dog for beating me in a race? Boy, howdy am I!
That's the saddest thing I've ever seen. Anyway, it's unclear how much time has passed in universe since literally the last episode of normal Baywatch, but it is amazing how quickly Caroline is completely over the death of her sister and back at work ready to hold a grudge against the dog. It's hard to think of anyone pettier than this.
I heard there's a dog in the water. Out of my way! That son of a Mitch is gonna be taking a trip to Davy Jones' locker! Ugh, it's just a woman. Fine, my save, whatever.
It turns out this woman Mitch reluctantly saved is famous talk show host Cassie Cole, played by famous country singer Barbara Mandrell. The only thing Mitch watches is MTV's Beachblast and Knight Rider reruns, so Cody has to point this out to him.
You're Kathy Roll! I know all your recipes!
Forget all of that, though, and let's take the time to appreciate one of the many integral background appearances of Skylar, Baywatch's most important character. Anywho, Cassie invites Mitch to come on her show to talk about saving her life and all. I guess for once Mitch deserves the credit, but pretty much everything about him at this point just sounds like a dick-sucking contest.
Come on my show and tell the whole television world the story of Mitch Buchanan, the Cassie scene.
Once she leaves, Cody warns Mitch to be careful of flop sweats.
Be careful of flop sweats.
Flop sweats, of course, being when you totally tank in front of an audience and you need a lifeguard to save you from all of the sweat produced. Yes, that's seriously Mitch's plot this week. Not that Stephanie died. Flop sweat.
I'm warning you, Mitch. If you flop sweat on that show, Stephanie's gonna have a field day when she hears about it. Stephanie just died. Oh, whatever. He'll find out on his own.
Meanwhile, Stephanie Dog. She's back in the water in the same spot, which is something a dog would do because sometimes they be like that. But CJ thinks, perhaps, that this is a message for them.
Tell us what you know, little dog.
Over here, idiots.
Damn it, Stephanie Dog!
She's killed again!
I'll kill you for this!
Go ahead and do it, detective boy. You know that won't stop me.
I hate you, Stephanie Dog!
So far, Stephanie Dog has beat Caroline in a race, annoyed Mitch, and found a corpse, which is more than some characters accomplish in their entire runs as not dogs. And it does seem in character for Stephanie to be reincarnated as a dog just to fuck with Mitch, known hater of dogs, so maybe this episode isn't stupid after all. Turns out the dead guy was taking a night swim and had a heart attack. Well, who cares? Suddenly, Stephanie Dog has no collar despite her having won in all of the previous scenes, so who is going to take care of this poor orphan Annie?
Not me!
Do it. Let me just get a blanket out of Stephanie. Quit hurting me with your clothes!
I'm gonna have to accept the fact that Stephanie's not here anymore.
Just do what Mitch did and distract yourself by reading up on ancient Viking facts.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess I don't have room to talk. I know Mitch took it much harder than me.
Despite the fact earlier in the season they were talking about Cody moving in and seemed to indicate Stephanie no longer lived there, now she's got a bunch of stuff in the apartment to assert her dominance even after death.
And what's this? The dog wants to sleep on Stephanie's bed? It's unlike a dog to want to sleep on a bed! What could this mean?
Okay, this is adorable. There's some nonsense about Caroline and CJ training the dog for the dive team, but really, it's just an excuse to give a dog a tiny rescue can, and that was absolutely the correct decision. Meanwhile,
where the Vikings at? Oh, son of a Mitch!
I was in the water and the waves came and I can feeling grammar. Feeling
how do I exploit this for my own gain? Oh, Mitchell, I have the perfect spell to rid you of those pesky flop sweats forever. All it will cost you is your voice.
Oh, nice try, Neely, but I never give up my voice for anything. The people of Germany need me.
Damn, foiled again. Now that Mitch knows the other guest is Jay Leno, the flop sweat terrors are worse than ever. For some reason only known to the Baywatch writers, Neely suddenly cares about helping Mitch. In a bit of meta storytelling, she tells him she has a friend who can hypnotize him into not being nervous anymore. Gina Lee Nolan, of course, had a huge case of stage fright on Baywatch and used a hypnotist to overcome it.
Think about what you're gonna miss. Cassian, monologue, Jay Leno.
I don't think telling Mitch he's gonna miss out on an opportunity to hear a talk show monologue and meet Jay Leno is the encouragement you think it is, Neely. The hypnotist didn't do much because he had a speech impediment in a hilarious scene you will forgive me for skipping, but maybe bringing Cody along will help Mitch feel better. It's hard to look stupid with him next to you.
I love the Cassie Cole show. I love Jay Leno. I love the Tonight Show. I love show business.
Can you imagine Cody on a talk show, though?
His name is David Chokachi from Baywatch.
Is that short for David Chokachiapet?
See, this show will be different because the car talks.
Kinda like Knight Rider, except I drive the car and refuse to retire, even if it screws other people over. Speaking of which, I'll be taking this time slot.
Then my mom said, no, but I think I could do it Thursday.
I know we didn't get to see the first half of that joke, but I can say with confidence it was anti-comedy. And yes, that's all we see of his interview. He's only here so he can nearly choke to death on a cookie, which may be the funniest thing Jay Leno has ever done.
1, 2, 3.
I do have to point out that those are cookies he brought from the Tonight Show for Cassie, and yet he's eating them himself. And then he takes the time to compliment them after he nearly dies.
Oh man, those are really good cookies.
And then he continues to eat them.
Mitch, you're our hero.
How is the real-life interview less realistic than the flop sweat nightmare? So yeah, everyone, in this episode, Mitch saves not one, but 2 talk show hosts' lives. Incredible. Here's where Mitch's ego reaches critical levels, folks. He's no longer the beach superhero celebrity he usually is. Now he's a mega ultra extreme beach superhero celebrity.
Please, I'm not David Hasselhoff, I'm Mitch! I can never be as sexy and talented as him!
Back off, losers. If anyone is going to exploit Mitch, it's going to be me.
Thanks for saving me, Neely. I'm just too wonderful for my own good.
Now I'm here.
According to IMDb, the conniving Neely and devious Donna are pretending to be Mitch's managers to get in on his fame and money? That's basically what's happening here, if you squint. Although I feel the person who wrote this description is taking a lot of liberties by asserting Donna has a personality, much less a devious one. It's true, I'm training Donna on the dark side. So far, she's pretty bad at it. But if it doesn't work out, I can always feed her to my pet sharks. La 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 la, I'm gonna be a Sith Lord! So not only does Cassie Cole want Mitch to come back on, but Jay Leno wants him on The Tonight Show too. You could tell Jay Leno really wanted to see him again by the way he stuffed his face and reacted to the man who saved his life with the mildest of interest. Maybe I sound harsh here, but of the 2 stars of Collision Course, his was the least interesting Baywatch appearance.
Embarrassed yet?
People magazine wants to do a story about Mitch as well, and what the hell, it's only been 2 episodes since Mitch did a sexy magazine shoot. And you know the rental sales went up for the movie he shot the last time he saved someone's life and became a celebrity.
Subtext. The hell is subtext?
What the hell kind of Baywatch Nights sorcery?
Get out of that ice cream, CJ! You don't scare me, bitch. Oh, that's real original. Next time, I'm gonna be reincarnated as Cody and kill you. That's how reincarnation works, right? According to this episode, it is.
Who do you think you are, Stephanie?
Yep, that's seriously what we're going with. That's no ordinary recycling dog. That's Stephanie!
That Annie is Stephanie.
No, that the spirit of Stephanie lives inside the body of Annie.
What, are you talking about reincarnation?
The spirit lives eternally and it just jumps around and burrows other bodies.
Alright, well, this sounds less like reincarnation and more like possession. At best, it's an oh heavenly dog scenario, and Stephanie has overwritten the dog's previous soul, taking the husk as her own. Either way, I just don't think any of it adds up. Meanwhile,
ugh, some stupid drowning victims are ruining my second interview.
Mitch, whoa, what's going on out there?
Stay with him.
What is it, an earthquake?
he's a lifeguard running toward the water. Take a wild fucking guess.
My save!
Not in my TV interview, you damn Stephanie dog!
She got there first.
No!
Now I'm the hero. Suck it, Mitch!
But I saved Jay Leno from a cookie.
Only Mitch Buchanan can make you feel like a man who saved 2 lives still needed to be taken down a peg.
And I understand that they're writing a part especially for her on Melrose Place.
Yeah, my job here is done.
Well, I guess it's true what they say, huh? Everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame.
Wow, Mitch, looks like you've somehow co-opted the story about my sister coming back to life as a dog for yourself.
Well, it isn't easy being the center of the universe.
It's my locket.
So
I lent it to Stephanie last year, and she's the only one who would know where it is.
I guess Stephanie's spirit is now trapped in a dog. Canon accepted. And we never see this dog again, so I guess they just got rid of reincarnated Stephanie pretty much immediately.
Hey, it's not any dumber than anything on Baywatch Nights!
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch and Ryan are stuck in an evil D&D game, just like Myst. Game over! Now that Stephanie is finally out of the way, Caroline can use the dead sister sympathy card to get significantly more screen time. And that's why we have the second episode in a row where she encounters a ghost and/or ghost-adjacent supernatural being.
That's right, everything's coming up Caroline House.
Sponsored by Ford Expedition!
I know it isn't exceedingly obvious who the sponsors were in this episode, but the script does note the Ford Expedition quite a few times. There's also this bit about a Woblong, which I wasn't sure was a sponsor because I couldn't find any toy called that, but it just turns out they spelled the name wrong. It was helpful that they called it a frisbee-like toy, using the trademark name of a rival product as a descriptor.
First, there was the flying disc. Yeah. But now the game of catch has evolved. It's Woblong.
Anywho, while this Ford Expedition TM photo shoot is going on, some plucky orphans with a Woblong TM hop off a bus to go have good old-fashioned sponsored fun. The one with the Woblong TM is named Derek, and the other two are irrelevant. Orphan drowning time!
My save!
Minnie here too! I know we'd get there faster if we didn't run in slow motion, but why run normal when you look so good?
If you see a dog with a rescue can out here trying to save you, ignore her. It's just my stupid reincarnated sister. We keep trying to get rid of her, but you know how reincarnated dog sisters are. What? Look, do you want to be saved or not?
Despite her drive to outdo her reincarnated dog sister, Caroline is having trouble finding the important orphan. Maybe she can get some assistance from a ghost?
Thanks, little ghost boy! This is just normal on Baywatch now! Yoink!
Meanwhile, Neely's ex-husband is back in town. Did you know she had a husband? Well, she did. What the hell? I killed him years ago. That damn Baron Samedy is playing a prank on me again. That joker. I'll get his silly ass back later. Hello, Peter. Fancy taking a trip over a precarious waterfall or in the middle of some toxic waste, perhaps?
Hello, wife Neely.
Yes. Anywho, meet me back here at 7.
Okay.
Peter was my first love.
This directly contradicts Neely's story in the Beach Boys Storm Drain episode where she said she first fell in love with a lifeguard when she was a little girl. What's the truth, Baywatch? Meanwhile, Derek's in a coma. I'm afraid he's got adorable orphanitis. It's extremely short-lived and actually a benefit, but some say the crash into reality when they age out of it is a fate worse than death.
Yeah, I hear that.
Perhaps my soothing voice will wake him!
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you not to do that.
Do what?
Be here. Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Doctor, who's that boy standing there?
What boy?
Anyway, turns out ghost boys can revive people from comas. Lucky for Derek. This is a truly touching moment that certainly won't be ended by jarringly fading into a butt or something. Cue the Caroline helps an adorable orphan storyline. She heads on over to visit Derek at the orphanage, where it's explained that 2 years ago he had a brother who was killed by a gang member. 2 years ago was also when Neely and Peter got divorced, thus dovetailing the two stories together. I can only conclude that Peter was the guy who killed Derek's brother. 2 twins? Romulus and Remus.
Wanna learn to swim, little orphan boy? Wait, where are you going? I thought drowning victims love the water.
You might be wondering if Caroline has any thoughts at all about this ghost plot. Well, unclear if she has much going on up there, but she is at least mildly curious. And who better to turn to for answers than professional ghost hunter Mitchell Buchanan? It turns out the photographer at the Ford Expedition TM photo shoot got some snaps of the rescue, so they're gonna look for this mysterious child together. Also, Manny is here for some reason.
Caroline, I know you're convinced you saw something, but there's nothing in the photographs.
I know I fight monsters on a weekly basis now, but it is in keeping with my character to try and gaslight everybody when anything even remotely strange happens.
Give me that soul, big boy.
Okay, wife Neely.
Okay, the shot really gets me, though.
Hey, Neely, have you seen a little ghost boy around here?
No, but I did kill my ex-husband.
Cool, well, keep on keeping on. Bye! You're not getting away this time, ghost boy! Bustin' makes me feel good!
It turns out Ghost Boy was leading Caroline straight to Derek. Why? Because of the gangs, of course. Basically, every underprivileged orphan is 2 seconds away from joining a gang at any time. You're not at the beach, lifeguard. Don't be trying to save no lives around here.
There's no way you're getting in the way of my sake!
I don't know why, but the scene of Caroline bringing Derek back to the shelter is moved to a scene after Caroline goes to talk to Mitch about something. But I'm gonna talk about it now where it makes sense in the story. Once again, Manny is there for some reason. Anyway, Derek doesn't want it to get out that he was going to join a gang, so he asked Caroline to tuck him in.
Caroline, do you think you could tuck me in? Yeah, I'd love to tuck you in.
This seems completely normal to the woman running the shelter, so she gives the go-ahead. I was dying reading the script because I was under the impression he was asking Caroline to tuck him in as a cover, but no, as written, she literally tucks him in. It makes me chuckle thinking about them preparing to film this and realizing, like, this kid is way too old to be tucked in, and especially by a stranger, so maybe we just don't? Also, the ghost boy is Derek's never-given-a-name brother. Whoa, what a twist!
Mitchell!
Hey, just happy to be included.
You look like you just seen a ghost.
I think I did.
Didn't we just do this last week? Can you at least change it up so it's like in a jogging or something?
At last having a tenuous reason to be in a scene, Manny says he thinks Derek's unnamed brother is his guardian angel. Everyone has one, and Stephanie is probably Caroline's. Stupid Manny thinks Stephanie would protect her sister.
Wait a second, now if Stephanie was watching over me, I would know it.
Didn't you discover Stephanie was reincarnated as a dog last week?
Yes, and she better not have escaped into the electrical outlets because I am not gonna be happy!
Meanwhile, in a scene earlier in the episode, recently escaped from an evil virtual reality D&D game, Mitch suggests that Caroline visit the county shrink.
Poor crazy Caroline. I feel your pain. After my frog hybrid girlfriend exploded, I was in a spiral. I would have gone to the county shrink myself if it weren't for my toxic masculinity. Anyway, it's all a moot point because the ozone layer is gonna collapse in a couple years and the world's gonna end.
Not if we create Camp Baywatch!
What?
I want to give them something to hope for, something to show them that there's a way out, like a camp. You could call it Camp Baywatch. I mean, I know it's not the entire answer, but at least it's a start, you know? It's a foundation to build up from.
Much like when Walker, Texas Ranger incorporated Chuck Norris's Kick Drugs Out of America program into the plot of the show, Baywatch has now decided to make Camp Baywatch part of their television universe.
Then where's your belt?
My baby sister was killed in a drive-by shooting, and I put my belt in her coffin for her to take to heaven.
Based on an idea Gregory Bonan had since about season 3 or 4, his girlfriend, Hankwell Lisa Collins, and writer of this episode, brought the idea to fruition around 1994. The idea was to help at-risk youth, take them to the beach, teach them CPR, etc., and generally give them an outlet to make good choices in life. While you might think this is a flash-in-the-pan idea based on a television show that regularly featured sexy montages of women in bikinis, you'll be surprised to find out that they are still going today. That's right, they rebranded as A Chance for Children, and it's still run by Ty Collins and Gregory Bonan, and they still help kids out. So, as silly as Baywatch is, I want to give them a big thumbs up. Go Camp Baywatch! Derek joins the program and he's fine. Ford Expedition!
I can't believe Ford gave us an expedition to transport the kids.
That's awesome, huh?
How inspiring. Someday, Derek could be a lifeguard just like them. Anyway, we won't be seeing him again.
Next time on Baywatch Nights.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I don't fucking know what this episode is about. This sucks. Previously on Baywatch Nights, Mitch discovered that the world is secretly run by the Knights Templar, a devious organization that will stop at nothing to keep control and grow more and more powerful. But Mitch is jaded, weary. Why should any of this matter when he is burdened with the knowledge that a fiery apocalypse is merely 2 years away? And without the love of his frog hybrid girlfriend who exploded, he finds nothing in this world worth saving. Anyway, are Mitch and Captain No Fun together now? So cute!
Huh? Don't you worry, Neely. You'll have your chance later.
I like turtles! Oh shush, silly boy. I'm gathering up blackmail in case I need to sue the department again. As of this episode, Mitch and Samantha are together. It only took Mitch, 3 episodes to get over Stephanie's death. Seems reasonable. Seeing as how these two have never indicated that they have anything more than a cordial working relationship, Samantha's been credit only for the last 5 episodes, and she's only featured in 12 of her 22-episode run, I can see that this desperado can stop riding fences and finally settle down with the one.
Give me that, you're doing it wrong!
I know what I'm doing, Mitchell.
You're just making it streaky, you fucking suck!
No, you suck! They reused this shot of Mitch telling Captain No Fun to back off 3 times in 30 seconds. I can only conclude that a seagull took a dookie on the lens, so the Baywatch crew was just gonna have to use what they were given. For the most part, they kind of act like they hate each other while washing this car, except for when Mitch starts feeling her up, and at that point, you'd better hope they're in a relationship.
Ryan, I would never mix my business life and my personal life. That's why we can never be together. Hey, come here, Captain Nice Ass!
Meanwhile, some Hispanic juvies are on the beach doing some community service, so you know this will be a Manny plot. Hey guys! This is Hector and Pulga. Hector used to be in a gang with Manny before he moved out of the neighborhood. At least IMDb tells me it was a street gang, but I can't always depend on them.
Used to be my homeboy. Your homeboy?
It's more like a beach boy.
Julian Dulce Vida, who played Pulga, was the Price is Right Showcase Showdown champion in 1993. In their first 20 seconds, Pulga has 2 lines, and both of them end with essay.
My line of work, you see? What you looking at, essay?
I don't know what's more insulting. The fact this is the 2nd episode in a row involving minorities in a gang, or that we're supposed to believe everyone in this group is under 18. Anyway, Hector is pretty resentful that Manny made it out of the neighborhood while he's stuck doing community service tickling.
Find the hole area!
Let's not fight, man. Come and have dinner with me and my mom. Oh, I don't know.
You have dinner with Manny and Mommy or else!
Manny is such a hot shot now. His mom uses an Apple computer. For whatever reason, she's played by multi-Grammy-winning singer Vicky Carr. Anyway, Manny is worried about his BFF Hector, so he's gonna go back to the old neighborhood to check on him. Grammy Mom decides to join him, because what better way to check in on your old street gang than to bring your mother along? Oh, Mom!
Don't you Mom me, or you're grounded.
Manny hate being 17 years old!
You and Mitch are having an affair, aren't you?
Okay, well, Mitch isn't married to anything but his lifeguard/PI/monster hunter job, so I can only assume this means that Samantha has a husband, and we've just opened up a whole new can of worms. The moment you want that husband gone, just say the word. Don't worry, I'll make sure all of his parts go to use. I'm all about reducing waste. Well, if it isn't the return of the old favorite, the fireplace sex scene.
Huh?
Despite the fact they've been reenacting the ghost pottery scene as they work out, and Mitch was touching her ass in public, he just can't seem to fathom how anyone could have guessed they were totally cheating on Samantha's previously unmentioned husband.
We've been so stealthy about it.
Stop that funny business right now.
Baywatch only got better and better with every passing season. With Stephanie, they had a years-long will they or won't they story culminating in a tragic loss as Stephanie struggles to tell Mitch she loves him. With her replacement, they go, fuck it. We're not doing any build-up or any of that stupid shit. Let's just have this storyline hit you like a train. Not only are these two seeing each other, but apparently they're in love. This is typical of Mitch, Hobie's new mom as whoever is in my eyesight Buchanan, but I kind of find it hard to believe that Samantha is already at this stage. Speaking of Hobie, he's with his mother.
When does he get back from Gale's?
I tire of this Hobie speak. I sleep now.
We never had sex on the show. You show me one show where we got people going to bed together or something that really intimates like what they do on Dallas or what they do on Nashville. No, sir.
They set up this whole scene to throw Neely off their trail, but then Mitch just tells Cody about it anyway. Apparently, they started going out 2 weeks ago. They ventured over to Venice after hearing some reports about pickpocketing. Not sure why they thought lifeguards were in charge of that, but they hunted this pickpocket down like an animal. They tackled him into a fortune teller booth, a crystal ball bounced off of Mitch's rock-hard abs, and thus, love blossomed between them. Also, a tarot card about love fell on them, and Mitch implies that they had sex that night.
We never had sex on the show.
I wish I was making any of this up, but this is literally the story the episode presents.
All-consuming love. It's in the cards.
Mostly, I'm just confused as to why Mitch tells Cody so many irrelevant details, like the crystal ball hitting him, or why a staunch skeptic such as Mitch would give a shit about what a tarot card said. Also, while they were staring at each other, that pickpocket was getting away, so really, all they accomplished here was ruining a fortune teller's business.
I know what you mean, Mitch. I once got an Uno card that said wild, and I took that as a sign that I need to let loose. I can't wait for the apocalypse to come and kill you. What?
But Samantha is scared and confused. She loves Mitch, but she's afraid they might get hurt.
No, listen, Samantha, I'm willing to put down a fruit tart for you. If it were a steak, it would be a different story. But the point is, I'm setting aside a dessert for your love. Don't throw it all away just because we work together. I think dating your colleague is totally fine, unless that colleague is a fellow PI in a failed spin-off show. We've been dating 1 episode. I don't think we need any further proof that we were meant to be.
Oh, Mitch, we'll be together forever.
Hi, guys, I brought my mom. She said Hector could come over for some cookies and milk.
I said Hector ain't going nowhere with you, puta.
I can say that on TV because no one who can speak Spanish is going to be watching Baywatch. Not with the dialogue on, anyway. Looks like I'm gonna have to swear at you with a bullet. Manny, smash!
How many times can they say essay during a drive-by shooting? A lot, it turns out. But wait, maybe those CPR lessons weren't just for tickling?
You have dinner with Maddie and Mommy now!
No, I'll testify against Polgar, whatever my plot is, just leave me alone! Also, the show psyched us out earlier, cause guess who's in the episode? Mitch is happy to see his son or whatever, but he's more happy to find out Gale sent him cookies.
Double chocolate chip?
Of course.
Anywho, it's Hobie's 16th birthday, and we have, 6 minutes of episode left to celebrate it. They actually filmed part of the episode on Jeremy Jackson's real 16th birthday, and Mitch gives Hobie the exact same model of car Hasselhoff gave to Jeremy Jackson. This might have been around the point Hasselhoff asked him if he was smoking pot, and he didn't have the heart to tell him he'd upgraded to harder drugs, but I'm unclear on the timeline.
Hobie's penis mobile has arrived. Now to leave it completely unattended with the keys in the ignition. Boy, I'm a deeply stupid man. Yoink! I don't think so. I didn't cut the brakes on that thing in order to stage Hobie's death just so you could go and ruin the whole thing. But I thought if I stole a really noticeable vehicle right in front of everyone and engaged in a high-speed chase, Hector would never testify against me and I'd never get caught.
Thanks for killing that guy for me, Dad. His blood matches the paint perfectly.
No problem, champ. Don't go driving over any cliffs or anything. Or do. You're old enough now. Together forever. I love you, Stephanie.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Mitch and Ryan take on a werewolf. Sorta, I guess? Awoo! Many people who have dunked on Baywatch Nights, myself included, have noted that the first season was doubly pointless because a lot of their episodes could just be normal episodes of Baywatch, except Mitch wears a suit. Season 2 didn't encounter that issue very much on account of the batshit insanity, But occasionally, they remembered that normal Baywatch was equally insane. Hence, you get episodes like Rendezvouz, where Cody encounters a mermaid. Hey, I mean, this is more realistic than the time he invented a boat. This isn't the first paranormal encounter on Baywatch, as ghosts, aliens, and Christmas elves were canon long before Mitch donned an Adidas jacket and fought voodoo guys. This is also not the first time they've done an episode called Rendezvouz, which you will recall was the nights where devious Donna did that amazing chicken dance. Somehow, Baywatch is the wildest it's ever been, while simultaneously being tired and out of ideas. But before we can get to mermaid plots, which sadly don't involve chicken dances, we unfortunately have to deal with Manny's boring friends. Content warning: this plot heavily deals with teen suicide, boring diving montages, and minor appearances of Manny. We begin with the slowest diving montage ever filmed. Somewhere in there are the stunt doubles for Kirsty and Todd, who are unfortunately a huge focus of this episode. I will be skimming over much of it. However, you might recognize some of the faces as we speed right on through. Todd is played by prolific voice actor Josh Keaton. Kirsty is played by Jessica Bowman from Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. Denise Crosby is her world-weary mom in a diner outfit. And Todd's parents were on Dynasty and Matlock. I'm here too! Yes, Manny is best friends with Todd and Kirsty. Well, mainly Kirsty. He just knows Todd because his mom is his housekeeper. Or, as he puts it, they live in the baby bear guest house in the back. He lives in the big daddy bear house.
We live in the baby bear guest house in the back. He lives in the big daddy bear house.
Well, now that that's been established, I'll see my way out of most of this plot.
I won't be tolerating any of this teen romance. Not when I too had a teen romance and it resulted in a crappy daughter I hate. I forbid you from boring the audience like this.
You can't stop us, Mom. We'll find some way to be together.
When you find yourself in a dated waitress outfit you only see on TV, we'll see how you feel then.
Todd's snooty rich family doesn't want them to be together either. It's truly tragic. Halfway into the episode, Manny decides to relay this entire story to Mitch, who happens to be wandering by catering. In the script I have, the scene originally had dialogue where the two of them joke about Mitch being old, but for some reason, this was cut. Anyway, Todd and Kirsty have decided to commit suicide.
No! This wouldn't have happened if I wasn't a waitress.
Time for me to co-op this plot for myself. I know it would make more sense if it were Manny, but nobody likes him. You guys get along for your kids' sake, because next time they could succeed, and clones are expensive. Believe me, I know. The current Hobie should have been replaced a long time ago. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go fight a mummy.
A mummy? I'm scared. Let's run away.
We'll save the day.
Donna is Manny now.
Meanwhile, in the plot you actually clicked on this for, Cody, whose previous dream was to be in Olympics, is now training in freediving.
Why are we doing this again? To break the breath hold world record, or because you're just plain crazy?
Exactly.
Yeah, what we really needed in this episode was more slow diving footage. Anyway, Cody sees a mermaid. This is normal.
Christopher.
That's not... Wait, is that my name? I saw a mermaid and she was pretty, and also a dolphin and a seashell that looked really cool.
A cool seashell? He's definitely suffering from oxygen deprivation.
What? He was only down there for 1 minute!
As you might expect, the mermaid story is one fishtail that's hard to swallow. Even Cody isn't sure, and he believes if you drink soda and Pop Rocks, your stomach will explode. New Me balks at the idea. Caroline, whose sister was reincarnated as a dog, thinks this whole thing is foolish. But CJ, much like Fox Mulder, wants to believe. Besides, mermaids are way cooler than shadowy robe people and trash bags, or basically everything they featured on Baywatch Nights.
Cody, you saw a mermaid.
Cody, you saw a mermaid or no sex tonight?
Hooray!
Well, I mean, Cody was pretty deep down, and we barely saw anything. Maybe it was just, oh, never mind, here she is. Yeah, just no lead up or anything. There's some boring scene with Manny's friends, and then we just see the mermaid. Granted, this is a dream sequence, but it's also apparently something the mermaid is sending telepathically to Cody? So this is our introduction, I guess. Apropos of nothing, David Chokachi told TV Insider that this was his favorite episode. Now, I would like to take some time here to discuss the actress playing the mermaid, Marlise Andrada. I've mentioned her briefly in a couple of episodes, but now that she has a significant part, I think this is a good time to take a swim through her biography. In 1995, she was a Raiderette, and during that time she also won the title of Catalina Tropic Babe. This springboarded her into acting, where she did several small parts and, most notably for this video, became an extra in about 20 episodes of Baywatch. This eventually led to a feature in Playboy and the coveted role of Agent Extra in Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko. Once she quit acting, she became a lawyer, and that's pretty cool. Right. And as an aside, she was a main cast member of Baywatch in Season 8. So, why am I bringing this up now instead of when she's added to the cast next season? Well, because extraordinarily, despite the fact she is in the opening credits, she is in a whopping 4 episodes and then just never appears or is mentioned again. And I don't mean like 4 episodes about her, I mean like, she has a few lines? Maybe? In her first episode, her screen time is under 2 minutes and almost entirely background shots. Half of the clips that I used here are from when she was an extra, and half are when she was a main character, and you don't know which ones are which, do ya? I'm not kidding. She has more to do here as this mermaid than she does in her entire run as a main cast member. It's incredible how nothing her part is. And there's a reason for that has nothing to do with her specifically, but man, it's kind of sad when you think about it. Speaking of sad, I invented a boat! Anyway, in the script, the mermaid talks telepathically to Cody during this dream sequence and introduces herself as Melisande. This doesn't happen in the episode, but Cody somehow knows her name anyway.
Melisande.
CJ is initially jealous of Cody's dream cheating, but when he explains the dream was about the mermaid, she's into it. And, as she explains, she just read in this mermaid book she happened to be perusing through that mermaids are very telepathic. So she was probably sending him the horny dream from the ocean, or something. Why Mitch never hired CJ for his supernatural PI business, I'll never know. I mean, Ryan was consulting pop-up books, so I feel like she's about on the same level. Time to find the mermaid! Yeah, turns out she's just right over there. Small ocean.
Christopher!
My name is Cody.
So what's the story? Well, it turns out Cody happens to look exactly like Melisande's one true love, Christopher, who died 100 years ago when his ship sunk in a storm. Here's David Chokachi in a stupid old-timey outfit with a mustache.
I say, this mermaid hunt has been a real lolly-cooler. Now people won't think I was telling a thumper old chap. I invented a ship.
It's hard to believe one Cody ever lived past the age of 6, but 2 Codys, fully grown and out in the world? This is more difficult to get behind than the mermaid. I'm also having trouble believing that if someone read Cody's mind, they'd be able to pick up anything other than this.
Christopher, my love, at last we've been reunited and we can be together forever.
I love fish sticks. Yum, yum, yum.
I've made a huge mistake.
CJ gets worried and ends up scaring Melisande away. When Cody tells her what happened, CJ's mermaid kink comes back in full swing, and she decides it's kissy kiss time.
No!
CJ might get off to mermaids, but she won't stand for mermaids trying to steal her man. So she decides she's going to dive down and just, explain to the mermaid she's got the wrong guy? I don't know. As originally written, CJ's air tank hits a rock and she can't surface in time, so Melisande saves her by giving her mouth-to-mouth mermaid resuscitation. But this is the 90s and that's gay. So how about she just hits her head on a rock like an idiot instead?
Finally, I can have some dinner!
Look, now that I've met him, I feel confident in letting you have this one. Bye!
But wait a second, this isn't mine.
I don't want this. This makes me happy for some reason. Why did I give this to her? Oh well, you'll never see me again. Mermaids are canon now.
Oh, and Todd and Kirsty were fine, their families made up, and they win the finals while Manny just stands there like a goober. The end. Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch and Ryan fight a mummy. How are they gonna wrap up this case?
Walk like an Egyptian.
X-Files spin-off aside, I think you can agree that things are getting pretty complicated on Baywatch. My head is spinning. Can't they go back to their roots and do a stale plot about a terrorist poisoning the water supply with cholera or something?
The diver has a canister of cholera bacteria. He's planning on contaminating the city's water supply.
Hell yeah, we are back, baby! But before we get into that, let's cover some welcome returns and fond farewells. Hot Water is the last episode written by Michelle Burke, who contributed such classics as Kicks and Baywatch Angels to the Baywatch cinematic universe. You might also remember her for that time she played a romanticized pedophile, or an alien enthusiast who may have only hung out with pedophiles before being abducted. Fittingly, her son Joshua is also back, alongside fellow producer son Corey Schwartz. They were last seen way back at the beginning of the season, and they have even less to contribute than ever. In addition to that, we have the return of Michael Green, who was last seen as old friend of even older lifeguard old man in season 4. And Jordan is here, who was last seen 7 episodes ago, and even then, she only appeared unmentioned in a photo shoot montage. And speaking of photo shoot montages, my script for this episode includes a cut photo shoot montage where Samantha, Neely, and Caroline take sexy pictures together. If ancient mariners came upon the likes of Neely, Caroline, and Samantha, it would explain the mythology of mermaids. Obviously, this was cut because the last episode established that mermaids are, in fact, not mythology. Anyway, let's get to the real hard-hitting plot here. A nude beach.
2 babies just took the tops off. Come on, let me see it. Don't lock it. Come on.
Whoa. Thanks, producer sons. Them nearly killing themselves because they want to see some boobs is actually plot important, because these beachgoers are not only breaking the law with their public nudity, but they just have to do it near this dangerous rocky cliff. And I guess no one will have a talk with the producer sons about being voyeuristic creeps while ignoring the no trespassing signs, but these damn nudists will get a talking to for making them do it.
Boy, if we don't shut this down, someone's gonna get killed.
I invented a boat! Oh my god, he invented a boat! Let's get out of here! You might think this nude beach subplot is a shameless excuse to show as much skin as they can get away with on syndicated television, but you're wrong! This is about the oppressed standing up for their rights. Led by Howard, who is described in the script as being reminiscent of Sean Connery for some reason, these brave souls will not be deprived of their God-given right to bear all in the sunshine. Howard speeches inspiringly, while they make sure to keep cutting to the hotter, more exposed women as they nod in approval. Justice for all! In a throwback to the pilot, a horny newbie on binoculars is very interested in the 2 young ladies. CJ is extremely for this cause, even going so far as to say some beaches should make nudity mandatory. Not surprisingly, Cody has no thoughts, but he insists on enforcing the beach law nonetheless.
If you want to sun your buns, you're gonna have to do it in the privacy of your own backyard.
We prefer the beach, nature boy.
Oh well, I tried.
You have a perfect body for yoga. You should take my class.
It'd be great. It's good for agility.
This is the salute to the sun.
It's more like the moon to me.
I was into the idea of you taking the nude woman's yoga class until you looked at her butt, Cody.
Hey guys, I'm back. What did I miss?
Well, a Portuguese man-o-war attacked the beach. Neely's ex-husband visited. We found out Manny used to be part of a gang. Mitch saved Jay Leno's life and started dating Captain Thomas. Stephanie got married, died, and was reincarnated as a dog. Caroline saved a boy's life with the help of his ghost brother. Donna was possessed. Mermaids became canon. Some unfrozen Vikings came to life. Mitch went to another dimension and discovered the world is going to end in 1999. And he also discovered the world is run by the Knights Templar, got trapped in a virtual reality D&D game, fought a werewolf, and fought a mummy.
Oh, okay.
Hey, look, Manny, I'm sorry, but you're just a little too young for this assignment.
Many hate being a 17-year-old boy! Yes, ma'am, that's correct. The Knights Templar. Well, I know, it's crazy, right? Right, well, just be sure to wear plenty of sunblock. You too. Bye-bye. What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you at your mother's?
I thought I could spend time with you, Dad.
Fine, but if a hot lady shows up, you don't know me, okay?
Time to be boring in bikinis!
Hooray! In an effort to waste copious amounts of screen time, Neely is testing out a diving apparatus for Captain No Fun. If it works, Neely can dive faster and therefore has more time to steal the Little Mermaid's voice. Yes, come here, little manta ray. You shall be my eyes in the sea. Neely starts to get loopy, and they have to save her from herself. And Neely's barely out of the water before a plane crashes nearby? Oh wait, that footage happened 20 years ago. We're good. After rescuing the man who ejected from the stock footage, he explains that he's on a top-secret Air Force mission. He was transporting a deadly strain of cholera that was recovered from a terrorist group, and if they don't retrieve his ejection seat immediately, the timer will go off and the water supply will be poisoned and kill thousands. Why is this canister of timed cholera located by his ejection seat? Hell, if they're getting a whole-ass plane for this episode. I found it. Now I have the secret of the ooze. Those damn turtles are going down.
Surprise! You're the terrorist. I'm the terrorist.
What? What kind of terrorist?
Huh?
I mean, why are you doing this?
Shut up! No one needs to know!
Somehow I broke my knee!
I'm not even gonna ask how that happened.
What's going on? Is everything all right?
Caroline requested emergency assistance, but her transmission ended before I could get any details.
We're not concerned now.
What's going on, you guys?
Well, Caroline radioed in. She sounded tense. And then there was a loud pop on the signal. I tried to raise them again, but there was no response. It was loud, like a gunshot.
I've just been sitting here and telling people this without making an effort to help them, but so far, nothing's worked.
See you guys.
I should have known better than to trust you, idiots. It's times like this where we need to remember to keep a cool head. I'm dating Mitch Buchanan, and his girlfriends never die.
Want a bit?
Stephanie, you're not gonna outshine me!
I love being free and single! Woo!
Yeah, go Dad!
Shut up and die, homie!
Hey Dad, isn't that your girlfriend's boat?
Who?
The diver has a canister of cholera bacteria. He's planning on contaminating the city's water supply.
What the hell is going on in this episode? I'm even more confused than I am in Baywatch Nights!
Who is he?
No time to explain, future Roswell star Sherry Appleby. I've got some punching to do.
Here too.
Did we have to wear all these clothes?
We want to show them how absurd it is to cover our bodies at the beach.
It will also make it easier to hide the protective gear on our stunt doubles.
Yeah! Many rescue women, many strong!
I hope we're not impeding your civil rights.
Haha, sweet comeuppance.
Looks like you got another incident report to file, Manny. Except this time you get to fill it out. Really?
Hey, 2 lives? Doubt that anyone saved more today.
Except for me, Mitch Buchanan, who literally averted thousands of deaths. My save.
Next time on Baywatch Nights.
The X-Files. Again. Aliens. I know this sounds insane, people, but it actually happened. Baywatch made a sequel to a previous episode and sorta kinda attempted some continuity. This is hot on the heels of Baywatch Nights doing a direct follow-up to the episode where Mitch was psychically connected to an alien child via lightning strike. It's like I don't even know this brand anymore. Where is my lack of giving a shit? And, more importantly, who other than me will even remember the episode that this is a sequel to? Assuming that you, too, are a normal human being whose brain immediately dumps all Baywatch-related information for your own good, I'll summarize. Due to Caroline's repeated negligence, a bunch of drunk dudes set their boat on fire and one of them died. Overwrought with sexy PTSD, Caroline proceeds to turn into a leather-clad bad girl who hangs out with Neely's evil alcoholic biker club. Eventually, she comes to her senses, and I guess we're supposed to think the death was a genuine mistake on Caroline's part. Except for the fact she saw them twice earlier in the day and didn't do her job, which makes it entirely her fault. And maybe this episode agreed, because now she's being sued. While I think it's important that justice is served, I am a little confused as to why they thought we wanted to revisit this plot, and also a year later. Perhaps they assumed that people love boring trial episode clip shows, instead of the opposite. But hey, since that season 6 episode, a lot of things have changed. Stephanie died, Neely quit drinking.
Now I know why I quit drinking.
Angie Harmon and neighbor Dan got engaged, and Angie Harmon and neighbor Dan got unengaged. Also, the supernatural was confirmed as real. But one thing that hasn't changed is the audience's apathy toward Caroline's plight. Lucky for all of you trial episode fans, I have 2 scripts for this episode to fill you in on all of the trial episode fun facts you've been craving. Fittingly, before Trial by Fire, the title of this episode was The Trial, which is as equally uninteresting as the plot. And before that, it was called Extremes because I don't know. Other than that, the differences in the scripts versus the screen are pretty minor, such as character names changing slightly. For example, Keith Kirby was Keith Kellogg, which I find to be the funnier surname, and since this is Baywatch, could have ultimately been tied to a cereal sponsorship. But on the other hand, now we can pretend that he's related to the other Kirby, the heart of the team, and that in the future, he's gonna sue Eddie for killing him. And speaking of names, this wasn't in the script, but apparently Chris Fiore's character has been named Milton this whole time?
Hey, Milton. Hey, Mitch.
And I guess Mitch is also a robot. I don't know what to do with either piece of information. The biggest thing of note concerning the scripts I have is that while they're labeled as shooting scripts, both of them are incomplete and have Act 4 and Tag to Follow written on them, meaning they began shooting this before the ending was even written. It could have gone either way. Maybe Caroline was gonna go to jail since Yasmin Bleeth was out the door anyway. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention that this is her last episode as a regular. And after this, Caroline has 4 more uncredited appearances next season, plus the Hawaiian wedding movie.
What? I'm going out on a damn trial episode?
But before we get to that, hold on to your butts for the B plot of this episode. Cody loved bikes, but CJ loved baby?
Where did that baby come from?
You don't know where babies come from.
Of course I know where babies come from, CJ. The stork brings them, duh!
CJ is babysitting for their neighbors, and she's got baby on the brain. Because, as she discussed with Stephanie last season, their biological clocks are ticking.
Oh, your biological clock is sending you messages.
So I guess for now, my biological clock's just gonna have to keep ticking.
I definitely feel my biological clock ticking.
My biological clock is ticking.
And she knows how that went with Stephanie, so she'd better get a move on. Unfortunately, she has chosen Cody as the potential father of her children, a bullet that is only dodged due to Cody having less intelligence than the baby he's holding.
Uh-oh, CJ, I pooped my diaper.
Pamela Anderson says poopies, so enjoy that, fetishists.
Just poopies.
But Cody can't think about babies, for he has a bike race. And where is CJ and the baby when he needs their support? Nowhere! Now he just has to kiss main character Skylar and this random other lady on the mouth, as is normal. When Mr. Kellogg himself offers Cody a potential sponsorship deal, he's in a real pickle. As we see via montage, CJ is pro-baby and he is pro-bike. Will Cody choose bike or baby? Bike or baby, Cody! It's one or the other!
I think Cody and I have come to the end of our road.
And that's the end of that. I guess we'll never know what Cody chose. And I'm not sure they ever get back to the bike thing either. I guess that's done. Anyway, while Cody determines how many babies can fit on a single bike, here comes trouble. Caroline is about to be blindsided by the evil mom whose son got killed and her evil lawyer.
You're being sued for negligence in the death of Thomas O'Hara. I'm sorry, I don't know anybody by that name. You might have the wrong person. You don't remember him? How could you forget? You might remember him better as Cowboy.
Yeah, I guess Caroline didn't catch the guy's real name during that whole meaningful scene where she sat at his grave and promised she'd never forget him.
But I am never gonna forget you.
I don't know anybody by that name.
How could you forget?
Listen, lady, I got a lot of people killed. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Actually, Caroline, she means that cowboy guy.
Shut up, Stephanie! I would have figured it out eventually!
Who the hell is that?
Oh, just my overbearing sister. Don't worry about it.
Your sister's a dog?
She wasn't always a dog. She just got reincarnated as one.
Yeah, idiot. Hey, listen, I'm gonna ghost out for a bit to visit Mitch on Nights next week. Keep my dog body warm, will ya? I was nominated for an Oscar in 1957, you know.
So the mom is suing the county/Caroline for negligence. She wants her to be banned from lifeguarding and to cough up $2 million. The episode takes this very complicated plot involving grief, PTSD, and the question of accountability, and basically boils it down to, isn't this lady such a bitch? Aren't all lawyers crooked and money hungry, and don't lifeguards have it tough enough? I mean, in some universe, this could have been a complex story about an honest mistake and the anger of grief. But listen, I watched that episode, and Caroline had 2 opportunities to stop those guys from using that boat while under the influence, and didn't so she could hang out and play paddle with Cody. Not to mention, there were other lifeguards on that rescue that failed to realize there was one more victim still in the water, which Mitch evades telling Captain Thomas about like some sort of corrupt police officer.
Which lifeguards are naming the suit?
Just Caroline. Why, were there others involved?
Do you ever get the feeling there's just too many attorneys in the world?
You know what the real issue is? Frivolous lawsuits over every loser who dies at the beach. That's why Craig couldn't stay on the show. He was a greedy piece of shit who wanted to take every lifeguard that slacked off for all that they're worth. He was never really one of us.
Isn't he going to direct an upcoming episode of Baywatch Nights and then return to the show next season?
If he does, I'll be ready.
After an extended flashback of our heroes, Numi, Emmy Award-winning Shippy, Gregory Bonan's girlfriend, and also Caroline, we're introduced to Caroline's lawyer. He's the good lawyer, though, because he's representing a main character. We're told that he's the most qualified person in the county council's office, and an old friend of Mitch's, so we know he's a good guy and has a 50-50 chance of blowing up in the future. According to the script, Mitch was his rookie school instructor, because he's also a former lifeguard. Really laying it on thick that he is good guy and grieving mom is bad guy. Now, Caroline, I'm gonna need you to show me every single detail via flashback, and don't hold back. We really have to pad out the runtime.
I've seen enough clips! I can't take it anymore!
Believe it or not, the money is secondary to it.
So they just wanted to suffer. What is this, a personal vendetta?
I mean, kinda. She does hold Caroline personally responsible for her son's death. Hey, Carolyn, thanks for covering for me concerning, you know, this whole negligent death thing. I can't go to prison, not with my perfect record.
I can't believe Stephanie did this to me!
I never knew your sister, but I sure heard a lot about her when I was working down in the South Bay. She was like a living legend down there. The name Stephanie Holden was synonymous with pride and guts and courage. Most importantly, professionalism. I'm just really sorry that it doesn't run in the family.
The case goes to arbitration, so technically speaking, there is no trial in Trial by Fire. There is a hilarious reveal that Numi apparently dunked on Caroline in a bunch of incident reports in the past, so that was pretty good. Anywho, the lawyer lady points out a lot of what I already mentioned here, but she says it kind of smugly, so we're meant to boo her.
They paid no attention to me. So you let them go, even though you suspected that they were intoxicated and might endanger themselves or other boaters.
Hold it! I'm calling in the main character lifeline!
Yep, she called in the main character lifeline. It's to the marina for a final showdown.
How many boys do you see?
I see 4.
Chris?
Oh, so now his name is Chris again? I declare a mistrial. And then Mitch's old lawyer friend laughs at the mom because they pretty much cinched the victory?
I've decided to drop my lawsuit.
I strongly advise you against doing that.
You were the one who pushed me into this.
See? Mitch was right. It was the evil lawyer's fault all along. Isn't it great when things wrap up in a nice little bow? Caroline has no responsibilities as a lifeguard. The end.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Mitch is possessed. Stephanie's ghost. Get ready for an all-timer, folks. How devilish. It's been about 5 episodes since Baywatch did a plot involving the promotion of one of their tie-in products. So isn't it about time we took a trip to SeaWorld to see the Baywatch show?
Hi, I'm David Hasselhoff. You know, on Baywatch, we make it all look so easy. Now come watch the SeaWorld pros and see for yourself how wild it really is.
The new live Baywatch at SeaWorld adventure show. All the life-saving, wave-breaking, pulse-pounding drama of Baywatch. In the surf-shattering, sun-splashing, high-soaring splendor of SeaWorld. New Baywatch at SeaWorld. It's making quite a splash.
Yes, in a shameless bit of self-promotion, Baywatch has written an entire episode around the creation of an in-universe SeaWorld attraction, which looks an awful lot like the real-life SeaWorld attraction that had already existed for 2 years by this point. If you weren't around in the mid-90s to witness Baywatch at SeaWorld, it was a half-hour show featuring water stunts, simulated rescues, and, dancing, I guess?
5, 6, 7, 8, get on down with your bad self. Good God!
While it looks like a lot of people have fond memories of the show, it's unfortunately also known for an incident at the Ohio SeaWorld where a mechanical failure caused a speedboat to crash into the audience. Thankfully, no one was killed. And 8 months later, the Baywatch at SeaWorld episode surely made the Baywatch at SeaWorld attraction beloved once again. And nothing else bad ever happened at SeaWorld. You might recall that, whenever they remember it, Samantha is Baywatch's resident marketing genius, because Baywatch the Lifeguard program needs a marketing department, apparently.
Hey, we have our own marketing genius, Sam.
That we could market our own clothing line.
Samantha Thomas, our new captain of marketing.
How are you?
It's all about marketing.
And this episode is one of the more blatant and cynical uses of that aspect of the character, clearly shoehorning in the SeaWorld stuff so they can squeeze more money out of the audience. And I love it! I miss the days where Hobie randomly won a year's supply of A&W cream soda. We need more cynicism. Anyway, I think I started this paragraph to say Samantha features heavily in this episode. So Cody's old friend Spencer Reed and company are putting on a water show in hopes of attracting a sponsor. Samantha notes that Baywatch is suffering so many budget cuts, it would be great if they could get a sponsor too. I'm sure you can see where this is going. Meanwhile, some irresponsible fishermen are doing some grenade fishing, as you do. And that's when the sea lions plot their revenge.
Damn sea lions.
My save, my save, my save.
Fine, it can be both our saves. Just don't show my face during the rescue so it's less obvious it's a stunt double.
Only if I can do the same.
We're here too.
There was a sea lion out in the rocks and looked like it was hurt pretty bad.
We tried to help it, but when we came close, it just swam away.
That's not your real voice. I mean, let's find the sea lion.
My manicure can follow these tracks.
Okay, but can we take it slow? I'm still recovering after being hit by a semi-truck when I was possessed.
You were hit by a semi? And possessed?
Yeah, it's fine. Stephanie's ghost helped me out.
You saw Stephanie's ghost? What did Caroline say?
How the hell should I know? I haven't talked to her.
Oh no, poor little guy. Shh, it's okay. Let my breasts be a comfort to you. Do you need some backup?
Unlike that time CJ comically kept a sea lion in her bathtub, now things are serious. Time to call in a rescue agency a lifeguard would normally contact in this sort of situation. Or the SeaWorld that's 2.5 hours away.
I get a hold of the headquarters, have them patch you through to SeaWorld.
The sea lion is in dire condition. His surgery is going to take hours, and even then, he may not make it. So why don't they check out the park while they wait? It's pretty sweet, and it's not like they're on duty or anything. Also, they made these clothes magically appear. Hey, maybe while CJ is here, she can reconnect with that random guy she romanced the last time the show promoted SeaWorld. Just kidding. That would require the show remembering that plot, and at this point, it's a miracle that Hasselhoff can even remember the gist of his lines. Thanks for making me find you out here. The sea lion is gonna be okay if you care. Meanwhile, guess what Samantha is doing?
Well, I'm proposing a comprehensive marketing strategy.
Looks like marketing to me. Captain Now She Likes Fun has a plan. A Baywatch-themed water show at SeaWorld, starring Cody's loser friends. It's new and exciting. If new means 2 years old, this is a completely normal thing for a lifeguard division to have in-universe. Marketing. I love that they already have Baywatch merch and a giant sign put up for this show Samantha has literally only just proposed to SeaWorld. This episode takes place over like 3 days. And here's Sonic the Hedgehog voice actor Ryan Drummond in his first role. Enjoy!
Thank goodness he's all right, or should I say, thank Baywatch.
Meanwhile, deputies Mitch and Jordan are on the case of the sea lion shooters. Yes, folks, Jordan kinda has something to do. Thanks for including me on this stakeout, Mitch.
Shut up.
Sure, they're sea lion shooters, but their boat is called the Tom and Jerry, so how bad can they be?
Well, time to get in my daily sea lion shooting. Wait, is that a lifeguard? I love shooting them even more.
How dare you besmirch Tom and Jerry's name like this? You're under arrest! And I know you weren't attacking me, but fuck you too.
Mitch later says that the evil fisherman who attacked him only got 2 years in prison for the sea lion thing. He tried to murder him multiple times.
Now I'm part of the SeaWorld plot too. Jordan died or something, I don't know. Let's go to the show.
What follows is 10 minutes of us watching the main characters watch a water show based on themselves. Fantastic stuff. And yes, the Baywatch theme song now exists in their universe. I don't want to downplay the impressiveness of the stunts being performed here, but this is now the third water stunt sequence we've seen in this episode, one of which was a rehearsal of the exact same stunts here. So can we maybe move on? This next bit is just incredible. So we cut to these drunk guys watching the show on a boat, and one of those guys is Ellis Edwards, aka Johnny Danger from Wet n Wild, in his 4th appearance on the show as a reckless drunk. I don't know what it was about that guy that got him typecast as a stunt drunkie, but I am absolutely delighted to see him. Alongside him is Julie Michaels, who was a recurring featured extra on the show. I saw that she was credited for a role on Baywatch Nights as Catherine in the episode Space Spores, but there is no character named Catherine in Space Spores. I think that's actually the character she plays in the Phantom of the Opera season finale on proper Baywatch. And oh, by the way, this season's finale is Phantom of the Opera, and I must emphasize that it's on normal Baywatch and not Nights. Deborah Schwartz claps in approval at the episode she co-wrote. Anyway, barbecue explosion!
Whoa, good thing we were already in uniform, am I right?
Question, is it a good idea to write an episode that features a boat accident at a SeaWorld park during the Baywatch show 8 months after a boat accident happened in real life at a SeaWorld Baywatch show?
Sorry folks, this isn't part of the show. I must inform you that this is, in fact, no good.
Yeah, do the Noomi! And the Jordan.
I'm a dolphin!
Yay, rescue!
Finally, we get the applause we deserve.
Damn sea lions.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, an evil force breaks wind. Can Mitch and Ryan stop it in time? Let's blow! Well folks, this video is gonna start out as a real bummer, because I'm sad to report that Michael Newman, our beloved Newmie, has recently passed away. This is a comedy video, so I don't want to bring things down too much, but I think it's important to highlight once again what a hero this man was. He was a real lifeguard and fireman, he saved real lives, and I've only ever heard wonderful things about who he was as a person. Thanks for all the saves, Newmie, and rest in peace. Okay, well, this is where I pull a Baywatch Nights and hit the audience with a complete tonal whiplash, which is fitting since the previous episode saw California besieged with supernaturally induced natural disasters of biblical proportions, which will not be seen nor referenced here. Obviously, Newmie took care of it, so everything's fine now. But before I get to the silly stuff, content warning! This episode of Baywatch deals heavily with mental illness. It's one of their better attempts at tackling this subject, but just a heads up. I promise there's also funny stuff in this video. Golden Girls, unfortunately, does not feature 4 sassy older women sharing a house and laughs as we, the audience, thank them for being a friend. It is instead about a bodyboarder dealing with manic depression, while Captain No Fun does business deals with her ex-fiancé. Nancy Vallon told TV Insider that this was her favorite episode, but I think she said that mostly because it's one of the few substantial plots she got. Also, she was promoting the show at the time. And no, I don't know why this was called Golden Girls. Maybe it's because the women in this have beautiful golden tans. And I don't know how to say this, but this is apparently the last on-screen appearance of Ledge Musselman. He's still credited as a stand-in going into next season, and I can't really trust IMDb to be correct about the credits, but if this is indeed the last appearance of our sweet, sweet boy Ledge Musselman, then I give him one last salute. It was an honor to review your work, sir. Newmie has a comedy subplot, and there's a hilarious bit of trivia regarding a condom sponsorship. Please keep watching this video. It's funny! It's funny! I can't wait to cheat my way to the top in this bodyboarding competition. I mean, win fairly, once I've cast my win every competition spell.
I once won a year's supply of A&W cream soda in a bodyboard competition.
Yes, that was when you were young and cute. Now, you're my virgin sacrifice.
What?
Hey look, is that Jamie Duncan? Jamie Duncan is the #1 bodyboarder in the world. She's played by Shay Todd, who's a swimwear designer, and judging by the fact her only other acting credit is an episode of Voyager in which she wears a swimsuit on the holodeck, I'm gonna guess she was a model at some point. I don't think she was a bad actress, but they gave her a lot of material which is difficult to handle. Jamie is manic depressive. So, here's this.
Who sent you? My grandfather!
Look, I said this was one of their better attempts at tackling mental illness. I didn't say it was good. Stop. There are sneakier ways to kill a man. I'll teach you if you let me. Damn, if she can escape me, her evil potential is limitless. I must harness this power for myself. Meanwhile, Mitch is contemplating his difficult battle with a fart wizard as he partakes in his favorite pastime, making food.
Who dares interrupt Mitch Von Malibu as he toasts 2 plain, unbuttered slices of white bread? Oh, it's just you. Alright, let's get the sex over with. I gotta eat.
We never had sex on the show.
But who cares about any of this? It's time for the man of the hour. Never did we need a Numi subplot more. And folks, this episode delivers. First of all, welcome back, horny Numi. You're never far away. It seems his relationship with Neely is non-exclusive, and that's just the way they like it. Because now, he horny for Beach Babe.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga indeed. Not one to hog all of the leering to himself, Numi invites both Manny and Cody to gaze upon the beauty before them. And this is quite generous of him, because apparently, this is love at first sight.
I think I'm in love.
Oh, shucks, Numi. I'm flattered, but I'm in a committed relationship with BJ.
You mean CJ?
Who is that?
Who's out here having fun instead of marketing? Save the sexy stuff for your subordinate's kitchen floor.
Then, the unthinkable happens. Captain No Fun sees the bikini babe, and Numi gets sent to the principal's office. This is the thanks he gets for saving the world on a daily basis? This show has committed a crime. But then, Baywatch's great continuity comes in clutch when Samantha exits the scene, changes her hairstyle, and is confronted by Mitch, who's somehow heard about the scolding Numi just received. This is because in the script, Cody was actually Mitch in the previous scene, but now he's just magic. This triggers an argument. Samantha thinks Numi should be more professional, and Mitch is all for leering at women like a creep. I guess I can see both sides. Samantha worries that mixing their romantic relationship with work is making things muddy now, but Mitch disagrees. Mixing professional and personal relationships is totally cool, man. Except when it comes to Stinky Ryan.
Hopster! No, it's called Hobie, the Hopster, since he was 12, except you.
Hopster!
Hey Dad, how's the argument going?
Just fine, son. Thanks for asking.
Always looking for a marketing opportunity, Samantha asks where the bodyboard tournament promoter is. But uh-oh, it turns out it's Adam, her ex-fiancé.
Hey.
Neely, however, is unconcerned with this plot, as she already had a story involving her ex-husband who she killed, so instead she asks Mitch if he can dust off his old PI badge and look into Jamie's disappearance. By the way, Jamie disappeared.
Do you still handle cases like these? I mean, I know there are no aliens involved.
Kill me.
For the purpose of moving this episode along, Mitch is actually a competent PI this one time. He discovers the meds left behind in Jamie's abandoned hotel room, which Neely recognizes as treatment for manic depression. And guess what Jamie's doing?
Stupid losers! Get a real job! Get the hell out of here! Get away from me! I swore to you!
Ladies, just give me my t-shirt!
Get back!
You won't escape me again.
After they get her to take her meds, we find out why Neely cares so much about Jamie. Aside from wanting her as a sea witch apprentice, I mean. It turns out Neely had a sister who was a manic depressive who stopped taking her meds and, during an episode, was struck by a car and died. This is, I believe, an honest attempt by Baywatch to destigmatize mental illness and emphasize the importance of treatment, which I think is admirable, especially compared to their, other episodes handling this subject. But this isn't really good for laughs, so I'm just gonna quickly move on. Jamie wins the competition, yay!
Captain?
Yeah.
Someone here to see you.
Hey.
Adam is here for business, as in he sucks at business, but Samantha is good at business, so maybe she could be his business partner again? They aren't together anymore, so it's strictly business, the most businessy kind of business, and he definitely won't try to get back together with her because of business. So why doesn't she just give up her career and become saddled with her ex's failing business? Who wouldn't take up this offer, especially a business genius like Captain No Fun?
Adam and I are going back into business together.
Whoa, what? I'm gonna stop you right there. That sounds really boring. Hey.
Okay, it's off. Don't say I told you so.
Told you so! I win! Yes!
Tragically, Captain No Fun's slap on the wrist and Manny and Cody's light teasing have shattered Numi's confidence. He thinks a girl like that is out of his league, and he's sort of right, in that Numi is in a league of his own. Luckily, 18-year-old junior lifeguard Manny is here to bring his spirits back up again.
You're a lifeguard, man. You're a hero. You're supposed to get the girl.
Or else! Just because Numi is feeling down doesn't mean he can't fantasize, though. And boy howdy do we reap the benefits. That's right, folks, we get a stupid, sexy Numi montage. It's about time we finally got a little something for the ladies. No notes, no changes, a perfect music video. I couldn't ask for a better Numi episode at a time like this. This montage has lifted up both Numi and the audience. He's finally gonna introduce himself to the woman of his dreams.
Perdón, pero no hablo inglés.
But she only speaks Spanish. In this copy of the episode might use German subtitles, but I have 2 years of high school Spanish and a script to help me out here. Basically, she totally disses Numi, and Manny is too nice to translate what she really said. Somehow, they've turned this woman who was being creeped on into a supervillain.
And she's about to realize her mistake.
And the episode ends with Numi going to meet her parents in Guadalajara, with Manny sticking around as their creepy translator. Aw yeah, Numi! But wait, there's more! This moment, and the 2 drafts of the script I have accompanying it, reveals an incredibly fascinating insight into how Baywatch handled their sponsorships. So originally, and tragically, the earlier draft concluded the Numi subplot off-screen, instead ending with this scene, which I have reconstructed to the best of my ability. Interior, Mitch's house, night. Mitch is talking on the phone as Sam stacks wood in the fireplace.
Don't worry, she'll find someone to cover for you. Just have a good time. Okay, if you're not back in 2 weeks, I'll sublet your apartment. Vaya con Dios, buddy.
Mitch hangs up the phone and crosses to Sam. Who was that?
Numi, remember that girl in the binoculars?
Yeah?
She's taking him home to meet her parents in Guadalajara. Manny's going along as his translator.
What? How did he manage that?
Numi's that kind of guy. Sometimes I think you underestimate him. Let me give you a hand with that.
As he kneels down to get the wood, Mitch spots a condom in the wood pile. He picks it up, shaking his head.
Hobie!
What is it? Mitch shows her the condom. Sam blushes. Mitch, it's mine. Must have fallen out of my purse. Hobie comes down the stairs.
What is it, Dad? I'm on my way out.
Nothing important. Have a good time, son.
Hobie sees the condom in Mitch's hand.
I'm glad to see you guys are practicing safe sex. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Later.
Good night, Hobie. Hobie exits. Sam starts to giggle. Mitch just stands there shell-shocked as we fade out. End of tag.
We never had sex on the show.
Okay, so this is hilarious to me for a number of reasons. Mostly because I can use my Baywatch historian knowledge to deduce exactly what happened. Hasselhoff read the script and said, "No sex on the show!" and completely nixed this scene. But they had a problem because Trojan condoms were their sponsor and they had to include them somewhere in the episode. How do I know it was Trojan specifically? Because in the next draft, and in the episode, they simply added a note that Cody must be wearing a Trojan hat when he talks to Samantha. Problem solved! You had to be a genius to work on Baywatch because this kind of solution is next level. But I think we can all agree that the better ending was seeing Numi get his flowers. And somewhere out there, he's enjoying a well-deserved rest at the big beach in the sky. Vaya con Dios, Numi. It was your save.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Native American warehouse time travel. Or something?
Time after time.
Guys, I'm stoked. Season 7 is coming to a close, but boy did they go out with a bang. While Baywatch Nights is doing boring, confusing warehouse episodes where they wander around as future spirits, Baywatch proper is doing the things we'd actually want to see on a spooky Baywatch spin-off show. What I'm getting at is this episode is a beach-themed Phantom of the Opera. Yes, folks, we've arrived at one of my personal favorite episodes of Baywatch, Nevermore, where Phantom of the Opera and Edgar Allan Poe and, I don't know, the movie Darkman come together to create a deliciously absurd mess. This is also Pamela Anderson's last episode of Baywatch, as she was off to do the critically acclaimed series VIP. Not to worry though, because we'll be seeing her again in the finale movie. And while Pamela Anderson may be gone soon, what a run she had. She came in playing a saxophone and left with the Phantom of the Opera. I couldn't ask for a better send-off. This is also Nancy Vallen's last episode, and, with all due respect to her, nobody cared or noticed that Samantha was gone after this. As for the Phantom, he's played by Robert Cuccioli, who doesn't have a huge list of IMDb credits because he's a distinguished theater performer. He's most well known for being the original lead in the Broadway version of Jekyll and Hyde, which got him a Tony Award nomination. After he stepped down, the role eventually went to some nobody called David Hasselhoff. And I actually loved Cuccioli's performance in Jekyll and Hyde, but my personal favorite role of his was as the Green Goblin in Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, which I saw live. No, I don't actually know if it was one of his performances, but I don't care. It was awesome. And boy, can you tell in this episode that he's a theater guy.
It made me remember how it was to feel love.
I think we can agree that the most important cast member to mention, however, is recurring extra Julie Michaels, who has her most substantial role ever as the Phantom's dearly departed wife. And I have scripts for this episode! In fact, these are the last scripts I have for Baywatch until season 9, so that's either terrible or terribly great news, depending on how interesting you find these tidbits. This episode was originally called Phantom. Does that do anything for you?
Das Phantom am Pier!
Sure, add a growl in. That makes sense in the context of anything we see in this episode.
I love not being kidnapped by a phantom. I love not being kidnapped by a phantom. Being kidnapped by a phantom be the last thing I want. La 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 la. Phantom flowers!
Smells good, doesn't it?
Meanwhile, an old favorite returns!
The Death Fear.
Hey, was that Darkman?
Not to fear! A man who is way too talented to be playing this kind of role is here! Oh no, your scream has made me forget how to act like a human being!
Wow, that guy saved his life!
Let's kill him!
The kids explain what they witnessed to Mitch and CJ, and although their description basically boils down to ugly guy in bandages, maybe this is a creature of some sort?
So who do you think this creature is?
I haven't the slightest. Maybe we have ourselves a phantom lifeguard.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
You know what is spooky? The cutscene that happens in the script! CJ nods and starts up the stairs. Partway up, she screams! Angle, stairway. A man with his face painted black and white appears in front of CJ.
No, another screaming fan!
3 more men in black and white makeup appear, followed by 2 female and 1 male lifeguard.
I like screaming fans like her.
Mitch comes to CJ and sees that it's Kiss.
What's going on?
They were attacking us on the beach!
We were doing a photo shoot.
Kiss? It's Kiss!
Your lifeguard said we could sneak out the back way through here.
Sure, you can go through the garage.
Paul and Peter surround CJ.
We'd rather stay in here. Hi, I'm Paul. I'm Peter. What's your name?
CJ. As Peter and Paul try to charm CJ, Ace and Jean take control.
That's enough. We're out of here. Bye. Nice meeting you.
Let's go. They exchange ad-lib thanks and goodbyes with the other lifeguards and CJ, as Jean and Ace hustle Peter and Paul out the back with Mitch, who they ad-lib with as he leads them out. If you're wondering why Kiss is in this script, or what else they did in the episode, the answer is I don't know, and nothing. I have 2 different drafts for this episode, and this cameo is only in the more recent one. So my best guess is that they had some sort of tentative last-minute cameo arrangement with Kiss that didn't pan out. Judging by the fact the cameo was even less than nothing, it was clearly written with the idea that it could be easily snipped out if Kiss couldn't be there. I kinda thought maybe this was a Halloween-themed episode, and that's why Kiss almost showed up, but this aired in May. Maybe someone was just a huge fan of Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park and thought Kiss would like to revisit that movie they hated. I've put too much thought into this already. Sure, there's a phantom on the loose, but CJ has her own problems to deal with. Her boyfriend is really stupid and she hates him.
If he's not paddling with the guys, he's mountain biking with the guys.
Well, does he ever ask you to go along?
Yeah, but I just want to spend time with him, you know?
Not to be outdone, Captain No Fun says she too wishes to spend more time with her boyfriend, so she's planning on kidnapping Mitch for the weekend. No supernatural cases, lifeguarding, or fathering for him. This is a relationship that will last a lunchtime. After complaining that Cody doesn't do anything romantic, CJ then reveals she thinks the romantic flowers she got were from him. Cody is extremely dumb, but I don't really understand what CJ wants.
Well, I don't think that she expected to get flowers from you.
She didn't. But you know I love you, babe.
Well, I'm off to the stupid store.
Don't call me babe.
Remember that movie? Remember?
Meanwhile, the older brother of one of the kids has teamed up with this tech bro in an attempt to film an ugly guy in bandages, and I guess that will make them a lot of money.
We're gonna make big bucks off this ugly dude. Fan him of the pier. It's better than getting video of Bigfoot.
Bigfoot is a famous cryptid that people have actually heard of, and this is just some guy, so I don't think this is better.
A romantic poem? Must be that moron Cody again.
I've done real acting too, you know. Please believe me.
Later that night, at the Couples That Will Last Forever conference, CJ tells Mitch, Samantha, and Cody about the flowers and the poem. Cody, who has been informed via flashcards that CJ is mad at him for not being romantic, is now upset at her because she kept the gifts.
What, you mean the flowers in the poem that I take with me everywhere and just so happen to have right now? There's nothing to worry about, Cody.
After reading the poem aloud, Edgar Allan Poe scholar Mitch Buchanan immediately knows it's one of his.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Nice! I'll have to tell my future ghost self about that one next time I see him. Maybe he can try that move on future Ghost Ryan.
Mitch, are you cheating on me?
Relax. Ryan won't be around next season either.
Certainly romantic.
Or a nutcase.
Uh-oh, CJ has a secret admirer who's making Cody look bad. He'd better step up his gamer. Just kidding, he goes surfing with the guys. There is no doubt about it. The surf and the action are the stars of this montage.
Yeah, I'm in Olympics!
Meanwhile, Jordan exists again. And this Phantom of the Pier plot has got to be quite a lot to jump into as a bystander.
The kids say he's gross, he's ugly, he's gnarly, his hands are all bandaged, he wears a mask.
Well, that all sounds totally normal to me. Bye!
I've changed into my phantom hunting clothes. I'm gonna find that creature or die trying.
Dying it is! This scene, along with the climax, was written into the script as a much more elaborate, costly stunt. But even in their cheaper, less exciting forms, they're still less boring than a single minute of Baywatch Nights. The script also had CJ receive a bloody head wound from her accident. But that would make her ugly, so no. Though in both versions of the stunt, she somehow hurt her knee after getting hit on the head.
This woman needs to go to the hospital. Just kidding, my stinky rotten lair. Yeah, so this Phantom guy has set up his own little Victorian-era living room with an Edgar Allan Poe theme in the abandoned power plant. Because the Phantom of the Opera was about Edgar Allan Poe, right?
Oh, Cody. Cody, you're so stupid.
Huh? Who's there?
Don't be afraid.
I've attempted to ease you into this as gently as possible by posing with my raven in the shadow of a load-bearing fan.
Don't hurt me.
I only have this one episode left and I'm free. Just let me live.
I suppose I should have taken you to the hospital.
But I'm a burn victim who decided to wear dirty rags and a puffy shirt while living with a bird in an abandoned power plant. So I don't exactly make rational decisions.
I'm sorry, I've been rude. This is Max.
That's okay. Now everything is fine.
Annabelle! Annabelle! Ah!
Maxman, please.
Maxman, please be cool. You're going to blow my cover and she's going to think I'm weird.
Well, the secret is out. The flowers in the poem came from the Phantom. We find out that he's named Aiden Masters, and CJ reminded him of his dead wife. And this is all very normal. In a scene the script describes as being set to Phil Collins' I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight, Aiden tells the tale of the night his wife perished in a house fire because she set a candle next to a curtain. Yes, that's really what happened.
A curtain must have blown in the wind.
So naturally, after I was disfigured, I wrapped myself in oil-soaked rags and decided to haunt society as some sort of lame mythical figure. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Oh, Aiden, don't worry. I'll only press minimal charges.
Let me see your face.
We now see his face, burned and grotesque.
By society standards. I gotta tell CJ about the thick wave I just surfed.
So at this point, it's clear CJ is missing. So now Deputy Cody is on the case. You might notice that Jordan is also in this scene, providing the bare minimum as usual. But sadly for her, this is because they cut out her major contribution to the plot. According to the script, when Cody talks about the flowers and the poetry left at CJ's tower, Jordan reveals that she majored in English Lit, and therefore she knows a little bit about Edgar Allan Poe. And by that, I mean he asks to borrow one of her Edgar Allan Poe books. In the second draft I have, the scene goes exactly the same, except when Cody asks if she has a book he could borrow, she just directs him to the library for some reason. Either way, this is one of maybe 2 pieces of information we ever find out about Jordan, and it seems to have been cut for time. Not that what she did really moved the plot along that much, because Cody's investigation basically amounts to nothing. One of the guys who's trying to film the Phantom just runs in and tells him everything, so none of this really mattered. It is, however, hilarious that they made David Chokachi read Edgar Allan Poe.
Neither angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee.
Wow, you can read the word dissever?
I like Bluebell ice cream.
Yeah, that's Lich Musselman behind Cody. IMDb lied to me.
In her tomb, by the sounding sea.
I wish I could read. Hey guys, I just found out that there's free candy at the abandoned power plant.
What?
Free candy? Let's go!
Whoa, look at him. This dude's awesome. We're gonna film his capture.
I can't wait to show this tape of us capturing this hero burn victim to the world. Only good things will come of it.
We're gonna capture a burn victim. We're gonna capture a burn victim. We're gonna capture a burn victim.
Assaulting a person is legal if they're deformed.
In the more expensive climax in the script, the chase sequence here is much more elaborate and involves flooding and falling debris. I don't think they did too bad coming up with something else to replace it, but it is a bit of a letdown to have yet another ending where Mitch does everything. Like, it probably would have made more sense to have CJ save him, and not the same dumb fut we see every week who was barely in this story, but whatever.
We are here live, filming the capture of a monster.
I am not a monster!
Also, this isn't live!
Mitch, you gotta get him, he's the one who saved me.
Cody and I will just watch.
Samantha, I'm breaking up with you! How could this have gone wrong? I have to admit, my life is pretty dumb. You're welcome. Get out of here.
Don't worry about the Phantom, guys. CJ informs us later that he got some plastic surgery and became a teacher. Guess he never thought about anything other than being a mummy in a power plant before now.
Looks like I saved the day.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Marry me, CJ. I want you to be my wife.
Well, seeing as how Pamela Anderson left the series, you know how this goes. I guess CJ was too in love with the Phantom to say yes to Cody. I don't know which is funnier, the idea that they knew Pamela Anderson was leaving and wrote this in anyway, or they didn't know if she was leaving for sure and thought this Phantom of the Opera surprise proposal episode was going to seal the deal for her. Either way, get fucked, Cody!
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
it's the series finale! Garner returns, and they fight an evil painter or something. Picture this. Some people stand in the darkness, afraid to step into the light. Some people make videos about Baywatch, and suddenly we're at 200! It's the 200th Baywatching special, baby! Much like the 100th video, I thought I'd take some time to talk about Baywatch trivia. There have been things I've missed, things that have come up in the season since the 100th episode, and, most importantly, there have been a few Baywatch documentaries since then. There has never been a better time to soak up some Baywatch knowledge. But before we take a look at some of those, here's a handful of things I've discovered via my own research. Did you know before Baywatch had their A&W product placement bonanza, they featured fake A&W on the show? R&M? I just find that very funny. They didn't know they could have had the real thing and the show would have been that much better for it. Did you know Billy Warlock doubled for Robin Williams on Happy Days? Well, now you do. And did you know that David Chokichi applied for the CIA? Well, he did. When Donna D'Errico started out, she wanted to be a comedian, but she thought she'd make more money as an actress. I would love to see her stand up. I am dying to know what her material is like. And in the episode Father's Day, I somehow missed that Logan's hypnotist was Michael Burke. And this isn't trivia per se, but I just had a question about an earlier episode. Why exactly is Numi hanging out at this high school huffing party? And I would be remiss if I did not mention the cameo of this horse taking a dump. When I covered Forbidden Paradise, Baywatch's first direct-to-video movie, I noted that the distributors wanted to do an R-rated version. According to Douglas Schwartz, they said they would never betray their family audience like that. And I theorized that what really happened was Hasselhoff made a stink about it. And surprise, surprise, I was 100% correct. According to Hasselhoff himself, via The Californian on September 24, 1995,
at first, they wanted us to do an R-rated version, and I said, no, if you do that, I'm not going to be in it. That's not what Baywatch is. Now, we have offers to do video releases on a family level on a continuing basis. I think you'll be seeing more.
My main contribution to the show, and something that I'm most proud of, is that I'm the one who really started fighting for the heartwarming stories. And I'm the one who said, look, I'm tired of all the jokes. I'm tired of defending people, defending the show. You know, we can't, we can't have the long lingering shots of the anatomies anymore. Please. We have to put something in there that's more based more on the reality of these guys as real-life heroes.
This clip was from Season 5. Hasselhoff had a long road ahead. I've already told the tale of Alexandra Paul begging to be killed off on the show and sitting in at her own funeral. But if things had gone differently, this would not have been the end of her Baywatch tenure. In 1996, the same year she left the show, the Baywatch producers created an unsold pilot starring Alexandra Paul called Daytona Beach. The plot is, I kid you not, about a beach cop who helps lifeguards and also drives in NASCAR. Alexandra Paul would not be a lifeguard, but an Air Force pilot who wants to be an astronaut. This sounds just insane. Incidentally, if you have a copy of this pilot, for the love of God, send it my way. But not every concept could have had the power of Baywatch Nights, the Baywatch spin-off that did get picked up. I've covered this show extensively, but only fairly recently discovered that apparently Baywatch favorite, the Beach Boys, were in talks to write the theme song. I don't know why things didn't work out, only that the Lou Rawls and David Hasselhoff classic that is After the Sun Goes Down would not have happened if not for this fateful parting of ways. Maybe it was a messy breakup. Perhaps that's why the Baywatch Nights Season 1 finale features an oddly mean-spirited copy of the Beach Boys who commit sexual assault and then get blown up. We can only speculate. As for the Beach Boys' Baywatch Nights theme song, well, there's this. According to Dan Spin, who uploaded this to YouTube, in 1995, the original Surviving Beach Boys re-entered the studio to record an album of new songs by Brian Wilson. At this time, Brian Wilson was recently liberated from the conservatorship of controversial therapist Dr. Eugene Landy and wanted to produce a new rock and roll record. One afternoon in Lake Tahoe, Brian Wilson and Mike Love met up and started writing a song together for the first time in over 10 years. In a single afternoon, they composed what could have been one of the band's greatest latter-day songs, Baywatch Nights. There was so much excitement about this new song that a camera crew was brought into the studio a week later to record Brian arranging and producing the song with Mike Love and other studio technicians. Later the same day, Carl Wilson showed up at the studio and played what would turn out to be some of the last guitar parts he'd record in his lifetime. Unfortunately, we do not know the rest of the story. What ended up materializing from the 1995 Beach Boys studio sessions was not an album's worth of new Brian Wilson songs, but instead a country duets album called Stars and Stripes. What exactly kept the band from finishing Baywatch Nights and never releasing it? We may never know. But here is a snippet of what was going on in the studio during this brief creative outburst. Like much of Baywatch Nights, this song is shrouded in mystery. But it's interesting to hear a little of what could have been. Anywho, you might have noticed an uptick in Baywatch interest lately, as there's been a handful of documentaries released in recent years. This video is by no means a comprehensive look at every Baywatch documentary, but I wanted to discuss and compare some of the more noteworthy ones. But before we get to the latest documentaries, I thought it'd be fun to go all the way back and see what crap they were peddling while the show was still on the air. Backstage at Baywatch is exactly what you'd expect from a pandering behind-the-scenes video marketed toward Baywatch superfans, but they somehow managed to include real information nonetheless. This video follows the filming of one episode in particular, Season 5's The Runaways, which, I should note, is my favorite episode of Baywatch. I speculated that this was Baywatch's 100th episode filmed due to the star-studded nature and the fact 2 of its guest stars were at the 100th wrap party. But it seems Backstage at Baywatch disproves that theory. They actually give us an episode code, number 5020, meaning it was shot as the 20th episode of Season 5. It was aired as episode 21, but neither of those numbers makes it the 100th. I am once again at a loss as to what the hell their 100th episode was. The most watched show in the world, people! Each episode took 5 days to shoot, but they also shot scenes from several episodes simultaneously. This probably explains why scenes were sometimes shot in different seasons and then piped in later, since plots were so interchangeable. This happened on Baywatch a lot, but because this was filmed in the winter, the water was absolutely freezing. There's even a segment where David Charvet is asking about the number of takes and then jokingly mentions that people's lips start turning purple when they go too long. And haha?
Lips turn purple, and I think that we're in Alaska somewhere. It doesn't look very good, but...
I think he was just trying to soften the blow so it didn't sound so scary, but yikes. Some of the behind-the-scenes footage is just interesting to see, such as David Charvet being coached on a slow-motion boat dive, the crew being directed for some underwater shots, and Hasselhoff's stand-in hanging out on a boat. Speaking of the Hoff, he says some things in this special that are somewhat expected but also baffling. For instance, he reiterates that Baywatch is not just a show about women in bikinis, which is true. Baywatch is also batshit insane. Hasselhoff would rather people focus on the heroic aspects of the show, and mentions people who were saved from drowning because of something they saw in Baywatch, which I believe is also true, and yay Baywatch. But then he says things that are kind of fudging the truth a little.
We won the Media Access Awards, which give awards to recognition for handicapped. And we won the best drama, which was Shattered, about a lifeguard in a wheelchair who broke his back, making a rescue, a true story.
The lifeguard he's referring to is Mitch, who he plays. And unless Mitch is a real person, or the person they based this on miraculously regained their ability to walk via Pepsi, I feel like True Story is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We did discover some of the inspiration behind Hasselhoff's magnificent music video in this episode.
Because this episode has such a strong English flavor, David decided to pay homage to the British musical theatre with this imaginative fantasy.
So I guess he was like, hey, there's English people around. How about we do Oliver Twist? To raise awareness for runaways or something. No Turning Back, the song performed by guest star Jane Collins, was apparently written specifically for this Baywatch episode. The songwriters were asked to theme it roughly around the episode's plot, but to leave it just vague enough that it could be a hit outside of the show. As you likely figured out, the public immediately rejected it. Oddly, though, the narrator claims that Jane Collins' character's plot is also based on a true story, because in real life, Jane Collins was promoting her music in LA. But that's not anything. Unfortunately, a majority of Backstage at Baywatch is dedicated to kissing billionaire Richard Branson's ass. If you want to see a douchebag rich guy get his ego stroked, this is the video for you. Unmentioned in this tape, however, is the fact Branson only got the role because he won it during a Children in Crisis charity auction. I had to find this out while reading Hasselhoff's autobiography like some kind of animal. I will save you an excruciating amount of time and summarize the two noteworthy things mentioned about Richard Branson's role here. During the section where he speaks to Gladys Knight on a video phone, they weren't sure who the hell he was going to be talking to yet. So they just shot it several different ways, depending on what genre of celebrity it might be.
Take one. Branson, talking to someone very important. Take two. He's talking to a pop star. Take three. He's told to do a generic. Branson's confused, but ad-libs his lines again.
Richard Branson's record attempt in the episode was real, but despite the episode and Backstage at Baywatch claiming he broke the record, I can't find any record of this record, so that's a bit of bullshit too. Speaking of bullshit, in 2021, Dark Side of the 90s aired their episode on Baywatch. I'm a huge fan of Dark Side of the Ring, where Vice spotlights different wrestlers and events in wrestling history. As the title suggests, the stories are quite dark and often tragic. Dark Side of the 90s aimed to piggyback off of the success of Dark Side of the Ring, but with a different team in charge who had no idea why the parent show was noteworthy or good. Their 6th episode was about Baywatch, and I was not impressed. For something with Dark Side in the title, I found this documentary to be the nicest and most dishonest of the ones I'm discussing here. It's pretty difficult to document the absolute lows of a franchise if A, you're only interviewing 2 producers and 2 actors that were involved, and B, only one of them seems to be willing to talk about their story all that much. Dark Side of the 90s is frustratingly vague, basically just telling us how Baywatch came to be and then some general stuff about plastic surgery at the time. Baywatch absolutely contributed to the upswing in boob jobs in the 90s, but such a huge focus of this special is general statistics and not specifically anything about Baywatch.
There were also increases in other women going and having those implants removed. I'm not saying that she caused it, I'm just saying that it just so happened.
So much screen time is dedicated to random experts talking about things like how sex sells and how sexuality is used in advertising, which is just too broad a topic for something that's supposed to be about the seedy underbelly of the Baywatch world. Also, holy shit, are the stand-ins in the show just the worst. It's absolutely comical, the difference in quality when you look at the care put into Dark Side of the Ring, and then here you see this wild-ass Screech wig they've put on the Hoff double. I just wanted to note this before I proceeded because I don't want you to see any of these recreations unwarned. Okay, so first of all, despite the fact Douglas Schwartz is wearing a Baywatch Nights hat throughout this whole thing, never once is Baywatch Nights discussed, so that's hilarious. Secondly, Michael Burke tells the story of how Baywatch was created, but this is at best bending the truth, and at worst just an outright lie. As we all know, Gregory Bonan originally came up with the idea in the 70s while he was lifeguarding. But the way Michael Burke tells it, he says he and Douglas Schwartz were just high on the beach and got inspired by a rescue they witnessed. They only mention Gregory Bonan as a third partner that they filmed the pitch video with, making no mention of him being the show's creator or even a former lifeguard. Burke tells the exact same story in After Baywatch, but After Baywatch actually has a little bit of integrity and adds the context that they didn't come up with the idea themselves.
So Doug and I went to the beach, smoke a joint, we're walking on the beach trying to think of what kind of show can we do when we see a lifeguard run down a tower, running into the surf, and here come these yellow trucks with lights and sirens and boats are coming from offshore. No one ever thought of this idea before.
What is true is that when the show was canceled after season 1, the Baywatch creators bought the rights back from Grant Tinker, former CEO of NBC, for approximately $10, which is amazing. But back to the half-lies. So when Pamela Anderson was hired, Hasselhoff said no because he didn't want people paying more attention to her boobs than him. It's pretty obvious from interviews that he resented her a little bit for the type of attention she brought to the show. But according to Michael Burke, Hasselhoff quickly came around when he realized she was great and people weren't just paying attention to her boobs. Lie. In general, there's just a lot of sugar-coated, corporate-speak type quotes from Schwartz and Burke throughout this, which really just are the opposite of what you expect from the premise of this show. I mean, Pamela Anderson's abusive marriage to Tommy Lee is pretty dark, but apparently, according to Burke, it was a fairy tale romance.
And it was this, fairy tale romance.
I'm not gonna quote everything from them, but it's terrible. Of the 4 people they interviewed that have any direct relation to Baywatch, only Jeremy Jackson seems willing to really discuss himself all that deeply. Michael Burke and Douglas Schwartz just talk up the creation of Baywatch, and Gina Lee Nolan, strangely, does not say much about herself at all. Which, I mean, no one is owed anyone else's life. But there are other parts of her story that are public already and she doesn't get into. For instance, on the E! True Hollywood Story special, they talk about the fact Gina Lee Nolan had such bad stage fright that they brought in a hypnotist to help her. I don't think she was ever really comfortable as an actress, despite the fact I found her quite good personally, since she did Sheena and then largely quit the business. This may also be because the press was absolutely insane at the time. The producers had her stage a fight with Pamela Anderson to get some coverage for the show, and the press went to Nolan's mother's house to try and get the story. And during her entire time on Baywatch, she was dealing with an undiagnosed thyroid condition on top of unhealthy eating to maintain her figure for the show. The latter part of that she does discuss in Dark Side of the 90s, but she also says, unlike other actresses on the show, she didn't have anything in her contract about maintaining her weight. I'm not sure why she would be the exception. Perhaps she didn't remember right, or perhaps they were just inconsistent. But also, I think Gina Lee Nolan is just saying things to say things sometimes, because some of her interview quotes are a little confusing.
Borderline playmates running around in the sand. I can see why it was popular.
I don't think a lot of the Baywatch women were borderline playmates. They were actual playmates, including Gina Lee Nolan. She also claims that except for the boob jobs, everyone on Baywatch was natural because fillers and Botox didn't exist then. And that is just not true. And what even is that statement? Everyone was natural except for the plastic surgery? Like, what are you saying? But Jeremy Jackson, both in this and after Baywatch, has a lot of things to say about himself. In one of the few useful things about the Dark Side of the 90s episode, they highlighted how the men on the show were also affected by body image issues. Jeremy Jackson was still a child, and producers were telling him to diet, and he was being encouraged to have abs. Which is a shitty thing to do to anyone, but especially a kid. And according to Douglas Schwartz, they were the only show on television featuring men's bodies.
Guys would wear trunks, so their bodies would be featured. And we were the only show on television doing that.
What are you ever talking about? But that's not the main focus of Jeremy Jackson's interviews. I've only briefly mentioned some of this during the course of Baywatching, but now is probably a good time to get into it. Whatever comes to mind when you think of former child actors of the 90s, it applies to Jeremy Jackson. He was in a terrible environment for a kid. He was exposed to too much money and fame and adult activities way too soon, and he had all of the problems associated with it. He's been in trouble with the law for several different things, but first and foremost, he had a huge drug problem, namely meth. And if you know anything about meth addiction, you know it's rough. In fact, that was what contributed to him quitting the show. He was feeling resentful of being featured less as he got older. He'd been up for 5 days high on meth, and when Hasselhoff asked him one day if he was smoking pot, he just lost it and walked off set. He went to rehab several times during the course of the show and after, but it took him a long time to get clean. As far as I know, he's currently sober and working as a drug and alcohol counselor, and good for him. This episode of Dark Side of the 90s kind of stinks though, so let's move on. This isn't exactly a Baywatch documentary, but I did want to take a brief moment to discuss Pamela: A Love Story. This is a documentary all about Pamela Anderson, as told by her, and I highly recommend it. After that terrible Pam and Tommy series, and all of the tabloid stories about her life, it was great to see her be able to tell her own story. It seems she's taken her power back and discovered herself again. And also, if you haven't been paying attention, she was nominated for a Golden Globe for her performance in The Last Showgirl. She's come a long way, baby. The documentary covers her whole life, so naturally, some of it features Baywatch. She was contacted through Playboy to audition, but she didn't bother to show up about 11 times. This is wild. The documentaries I'm covering are using clips from other documentaries I've covered. Anywho, she eventually got cast, and she admits that she doesn't think her acting or the direction was very good. She also mentions that there was a person whose job it was to throw crackers and attract seagulls for shots, which is amazing. Most of the interesting information about Baywatch here involves the people she was dating at the time. When she was cast, she was seeing David Charvet. He was upset because he thought them working together would make them bored of each other and ruin the relationship, which is exactly what happened. I already knew this part going into the documentary, but I didn't know that she also dated Kelly Slater off and on during the show. Both of them were seeing several people, and he was apparently the first person she called after suddenly marrying Tommy Lee. She also gets deeper into Tommy Lee's horrid behavior on set while she was on Baywatch, finding the call sheets to stalk her, and her asking them to rewrite scenes to avoid more conflict. It's pretty ass, and he sucks. And now we come to the latest and longest documentary, After Baywatch, Moment in the Sun. This project has been filming for several years, but it only just got released in 2024. I won't cover every single little bit of it because I encourage you to watch it for yourself, but I'd like to discuss some noteworthy parts. Despite this documentary being 4 episodes and just over 3 hours long, it by no means talks to everyone involved with Baywatch. Considering they went on for 11 seasons plus 2 of Nights and had a rotating cast, that makes sense. But they do cover quite a lot. They talked about many things I already knew and many things I didn't. Some parts were even quite touching. I do think, however, there was an excessive amount of screen time dedicated to Carmen Electra, who respectfully, I don't feel contributed all that much to the show or this documentary.
I'm proud. I'm proud of that. Fuck yeah, I'm a Baywatch bitch and I love it. I think Baywatch was ahead of its time because men were featured and men looked hot.
In comparison to Carmen Electra's screen time, Pamela Anderson is there for like 2 seconds, and they reuse the same quotes from her a lot, which might just mean she didn't shoot much with them, but still. Gina Lee Nolan is also here, once again saying things that aren't really true.
Jason Momoa, he is the one that exploded off of Baywatch.
Girl, no. Speaking of things that aren't true, here's Michael Burke discussing the pilot movie. He says Brandon Tartikoff required them to have Panic and Pier in the title. The movie was called Panic at Malibu Pier, and then follows it with this.
No panic, no pier, but that was the title because Brandon wanted that.
What? There was both Panic and a pier. The climax of the main plot was a knife fight under the pier? Again, what are you talking about, man? I must give a shout out to David Chokachi, because I give him somewhat of a hard time for coming off dumb on Baywatch. I mean, everyone comes off dumb, but still. He seems like a cool guy in all of these interviews and pretty chill with everything. And if you want to hear him discuss his battle with weather-related shrinkage, this is the doc for you. One of the best parts of the documentary was hearing everyone's respect for Michael Newman. You can tell he really was loved, and it was nice to see him get his flowers near the end. He'd been struggling with Parkinson's since 2006, and he knew he didn't have much time left. In fact, these were the last interviews he ever gave. He died 2 months after the documentary aired. I'm glad that people got to see how great he was before he passed. He was a lifeguard, a firefighter, and a father, and his son is following in his footsteps. You can't ask for a greater legacy than that. Not only was Numi an Ironman triathlete, but so was Alexandra Paul. I've always loved her in interviews, but she somehow manages to come off cooler and cooler every time. She was close friends with Jason Simmons, who was in the closet at the time. In the 90s, being outed as gay could destroy your career, so Alexandra Paul pretended to be his girlfriend to keep the paparazzi away. She also repeatedly asked the producers to give her character a boyfriend of color. When they finally did give her one, she asked if he could not be a gang member, so they rewrote him as a former gang member. Knowing this makes how she acts in Forbidden Paradise make a lot of sense. If they weren't going to give her a boyfriend of color without stereotyping him, fuck it, she was just going to make up her own relationship in the background. There's a large section of this doc where they discuss Baywatch and their relationship with race, their failures, and their attempts at representation. Apparently, they were under some pressure by the NAACP, which is why they ended up casting Tracy Bingham as Jordan. I gathered that much, but what I didn't know was that they also cast Ingrid Walters because of this. Her character Cheryl has been in a few episodes that I've covered, but I didn't really talk about her because she's basically an extra. And I had no idea that she was also a qualified lifeguard and that they'd used her experiences for the show. In fact, some of the things she says in After Baywatch were stories used for Jordan. By far, the most powerful part of this documentary was hearing Gregory Allen Williams tell his story. He has just such a great way of speaking. I find him compelling no matter what he's talking about, even if it's something kind of stupid.
People say it's the TNA. Well, you're darn right it was. Also because this show was about rescue, and because the writers were writing about those things.
But the more I hear about Gregory Allen Williams, the more I really think Baywatch did him a disservice. He's by far one of the most successful people who came out of Baywatch, and I would say the best actor, but he was constantly hampered by, frankly, some racist bullshit. He was told he couldn't get too fit, lest he make his other co-stars look bad. He was excluded from certain shoots. This wasn't mentioned in the documentary, but the fact he was let go from Baywatch Nights, the show that was written with the idea of him being the main co-star in mind, is pretty sucky. He saved someone's life during the LA riots, and Baywatch didn't even think to capitalize on that, even by just giving him more screen time. It sounds like there were a lot of microaggressions, if not outright blatant racism, that were weighing him down. But Gregory Allen Williams has truly made a success for himself. I'm glad he could get some of this off of his chest, and the essay he wrote for his daughter was really beautiful. I'd encourage watching this documentary just for his parts alone. Which brings me once again to Jeremy Jackson. The most interesting part of his story to me was seeing his relationship with David Hasselhoff. Jackson grew up poor with a single mom, and he was a huge fan of Knight Rider. At the auditions, he told David Hasselhoff that he didn't need a dad, and that really touched him. You can see how profoundly the two of them affected each other, becoming like a real father and son, so much so that they're still close today. But the car he gave him for his 16th birthday that was used in the show wasn't actually given to him? That's brutal. Oh, this was a good one though. Apparently Jeremy Jackson was constantly asking for free Adidas merch, and Hasselhoff made fun of him for his Adidas thing, which is hilarious considering the Hoff plugged Adidas so much it made it into the intro for Baywatch Nights Season 2. He also wrote at least part of the song You Can Run for Jeremy Jackson, because the lyrics were referencing Adidas shoes. He was the one who encouraged Jackson to have his own music career, and Jackson was happy to do it because he wanted to follow in his hero's footsteps. I did find it odd when Michael Burke was explaining that he based Hobie and Mitch's relationship on his relationship with his own son, and he didn't explain that said son was cast as one of Hobie's friends on the show. There's also an extremely creepy part of the documentary where Jeremy Jackson talks about sneaking into the actresses' trailers and smelling their dirty bathing suits, especially Nicole Egert's, who he eventually briefly dated as an adult. So, I wish I could unlearn this information. Here's where we get to the bulk of Jeremy Jackson's story though, and that's, unfortunately, his problems with drugs and alcohol. I mentioned before that he's gotten sober and turned his life around, and I think that's really great. I will say, however, I do think that there's perhaps a little too much focus in this documentary on turning his image around, which isn't to say that someone shouldn't have any second chances, only that it skims over some of the things he did, which is kind of important to know. For instance, he didn't just go to prison because of drugs. He stabbed a woman in 2015. And I think Nicole Egert emphasizing rehabilitation over imprisonment is a good point, but the framing of the section, I would say, is a little dishonest. This focus on Jeremy Jackson, I think, is in part because Nicole Egert was a producer and the two of them are extremely close. There's still a good story here. Knowing this just affected how I viewed the documentary as a whole. As for Nicole Egert, all of these interviews confirm to me that she's one of the coolest people ever. I just found her life really fascinating, and I'm glad she seems to have followed the path she wants regardless of what other people think. And, unfortunately, she's currently battling breast cancer. I really hope things work out for the best. And it's great she brought everyone together for this series so they can tell people who they are and what happened.
The show, it really wasn't good, but we made it good.
There were plenty of things in this documentary I didn't discuss, and people they interviewed that didn't come up. And I think you should watch it to find out what you missed. Out of all of the documentaries discussed here, it's probably got the most information. I would say you should pair it with the True Hollywood Story episode on Baywatch, because that's honestly the best Baywatch documentary I've seen. It was made just after the show had wrapped, but before the Hawaiian wedding movie, and people were feeling very honest during these interviews. The reason I didn't discuss it more at length during this video is because I've honestly used info from it a ton during the course of Baywatching, and I'm sure it'll have plenty more use down the line. If you can find a copy of it, it's worth checking out. Also, they discuss Baywatch Nights, which has been criminally forgotten in all of these other docs. Well, this video wasn't good, but we made it good. Thanks for sticking around for 200 episodes, people, and I'll see you next time.
Next time on Baywatch,
it's a rookie episode. Are you ready for 300 new characters to be added to the show? It's busy.